Party. Hello, everyone. How are you? Let's start. Sorry, we're a little bit late, but we were waiting for people to arrive. So, just need some slides first. Interesting. Are you good? Okay, sorry. Do I control that? Let's do it again. That's a good start. How was your trip to Norway? Good? Not too long? Who is from Norway here? Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. There we go. Here we go. Woo! First achievement. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to React Norway 2023. We are really, really happy to have you here. It's an amazing community. And yeah, we are glad that you made it. Some people had some issue with the commuting, the traveling, and everything. I did a long trip as well, 36 hours only. It was good and tiring a little bit. But yeah, we are lucky to be here. Let's start. So I'm Sébastien Morel, CTO at Crystallize, and I will be your MC today. That's the first time I'm doing this. I'm going to try to be my best myself. And yes, you got it right. It's a French guy, mainly backend, coming from the other side of the world, doing the MC of a conference in English right here in Norway. What can go wrong, right? So let's see how it goes. I'm curious, who were here last year? Nice, nice. So can you tell me what's changed? Something changed? No, nothing. The weather? No, the weather was good already. No, we've decided to throw the badges out of the window, right? Now you are bracelet wearer, right? We thought, yes, it isn't school anymore, right? We don't need to show off. And I think we believe it's not even, I mean, it's more stylish and also it's a better way to get to know each other, right? So go there, ask people, introduce yourself, but always with respect. Norway is a country that is very well known for its great outdoors, right? And respect for nature. I think we can all agree on that. And for those people who don't know about this, but they have a unique law here, which is called Allemannsretten, if I say it right, which means every man is right. It means that you can go anywhere. It's a traditional right coming from ancient time, maybe when they were Vikings, I don't know. So you can, go in the countryside freely and pick berries, mushroom, or whatever, as long as you respect the environment. For instance, there is no private beaches in Norway. You can go everywhere. So in the same spirit, we want to promote an every man's right and every woman's right here at the conference. So interact with everyone, engage, but always with respect. Few notes about the schedule. So you can find it online. It's pretty easy. Every 30 minutes, we're going to have an amazing speaker coming on stage. Few notes about during the breaks. During the breaks, we're going to have a masterclass with Maxime at 10:30, and also in the afternoon at 3 p.m. So this is on the left of the bar, first floor. Okay, so grab a coffee, some food, and go there. That's going to be 30-minute workshop / masterclass. All right, and of course, stay after the conference for the show and for the party, obviously, that is going to be on the rooftop. So during the talk, you can ask questions. So I'm going to let this on screen for 2-3 seconds. Remember the number 2523-735 if you want to ask questions to the speaker. We're going to try to answer them. I'm not going to answer them. I'm going to ask the question. They're going to answer. Good. Before anything else, thank you to all the sponsors. Without sponsor, the conference will not be the same. You don't get the same swag. You don't get, it's not the same without sponsor. So thank you. Thank you, Storyblock. Thank you, Crystallize, 24/7 Office. Thank you, ZCO Stockholm, Platform SH, VIPS, and Netlify. And also special guest, Tine for the cheese. I said it right, but yeah, a lot of cheese is coming, you'll see. So why are we here? At Crystallize, we really like to organize this conference. You can find members of the team. We were supposed to have t-shirts, but they got delayed. So, but we are somewhere. Don't hesitate to ask questions. Most of them will answer you and will try to help. Some won't. I'm sorry for that. Joke. They will help you. But yeah, why are we here? Why do we like to organize React Norway? So first, long presentation, short. We are a rich PM on one side and an engine to orchestrate and capture orders. This is basically Crystallize. And we do that on top of sexy UI and a super fast GraphQL API. So we are a backend company, but all driven by UI. And so we're trying to, expose those sexy UIs. So just, to illustrate what we're doing. So to manage your catalog, the prices, the assets, the orders, the run and permission. And we're trying to build a product so developers and people like you can push the boundaries of internet craftsmanship. This is what we're trying to do. This is the essence of Crystallize. We're trying to do that. And we love you guys. We love you because this is definitely you are our users. And this is why we are here, for all those reasons, because this is what we love to do. But not only, this is also because we want to network, we want to get together to learn how to build this amazing experience, and also to have fun. That's going to be for tonight. But yeah, this is also why we organize this. So let's kick off this conference. Times are changing, and so is React. So when I started to think about this opening, I didn't know what to focus on. Actually, I was confused. And I decided, well, it might be a good time to be confused, right? Is it not a confusing time? And I'm gonna show you that. I'm not gonna focus on any specific topics. Speakers are going to do that. I decided I'm just going to throw a statement at you about the state of React and the web in general. So React.js on the server. Yeah, the server is back, right? We can do, we can use React Server component, right? The main thing. But every time you want to do something, you probably need to do and to write use client somewhere. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. Just it feels weird, right? To build a React project and have to mention use client if you want to use the component. Is it? To me, it's a little bit confusing. But again, let's see. Use effect. Use effect is the diver, right? Now you are comfortable building an SPA or an admin interface. Everybody is throwing use effect under the bus. Don't use that. This is slow. This is not good. You should do server-side stuff. Okay. Frameworks. How many frameworks do you have to know now? And how many, and how do you choose actually? I would not love being a new developers, joining the industry and having to pick a framework to put on the resume, or just to decide which one should I go with, Remix, Next, Gatsby, all of them. It's a lot, it's confusing for people. React has revolutionized the way we are building UI, right? The entire UI is a function of a state, right? Pretty cool, right? So why are we using JavaScript to do that, which is an event-driven language? And JavaScript has been built to react to DOM event. So that, I find that confusing as well. The next one, I don't know what to say. I used to do PHP before. It looks like that, right? This is actually valid. This is a React.js front-end server-side component, obviously. But you can now query data directly from your React component. Again, I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. Just saying. Hosting, same. How many systems do we have today? And most of the time, to build a great application, you might want to use one of them, right? Either you put the front end somewhere, the back end somewhere. How do you decide? And they are all really good, some more than others. I don't want to give some name. But yeah, it's hard to choose. So you're gonna tell me, yeah, but we can use one, and they have serverless function when we want to do the backend things. But is it cool? Is it still cool to do serverless? Is it enough? Because it's kind of slow to start. It's also centralized. So if it's centralized, you get a lot of latency. You don't get good performance, right? So it seems like serverless is not a thing anymore, right? You need to go on the edge. But back to the confusing time. Cool, we can go on the edge. But which runtime? How many runtime? Do you know how many runtime you have on the edge? I think it's 8. So of course you have the browser things, V8, SpiderMonkey, JavaScript Core, but then you have Dino, Bun, Cloudflare, Workers, Fastly, Compute Edge. It's so many. So same, confusing. How do you pick? How do you decide? And it's not enough regarding the edge, because if you decide to go to the edge, you have another problematic. You need your data to be close to the edge. Otherwise, you're going to get this big latency between US and Europe, for instance, and you don't want that. So you want your data to be close to your edge. So again, you make a decision, but then it's confusing because you need to make another decision to do something right. So why? Why are we in this situation? I am actually making fun of this a little bit, but I do think there is a good reason actually for all this confusing situation. It might not be that confusing actually. That's my take, but to me, it's all about innovation, performance, and developer experience. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but innovation must be disruptive, it must be opinionated. But I do think that everything is converging into one thing: performance. And this is definitely back to what we love, to build and to push the boundaries of internet craftsmanship. And for that, we need performance. And everything that we're saying, it's directed to building a better web, a faster web, and beautiful user experience, right? So what is it, performance? Why milliseconds matter? We can say, yeah, it's just for fun, but it's more than that, right? Because performance, especially in e-commerce, it's value for your client, it's time to market, it's revenue, and also it's personal achievement, right? Are you proud when you do something performant? I think you should be, because this is what we do. We are developers, and in the process, the less computing time, the less CO2, it's better for the planet. So it's good. So this is just to brag. We could do it, so we've done it, and everybody can do that. So yeah, let's try to build a better web together and try to reach this 100% on Google Page Speed. Before stopping talking and introduce the first speaker, I just wanted to give you some numbers about the current state of the world of the web. So we are living on the mobile world, right? 63% of visits are on mobile, which is good. It's a lot. We just need to know that. And within the 63%, almost 60% is Android phone. Why does it matter? Because the range of the capabilities of Android phones are like a lot of different screen size, not the same CPU, not the same performance of the device. So you must be inclusive, and you must have that in mind when you're building your web application, because you want to include everyone. So that's very important to know that. And I'm not going to review all the core vitals talking about performance. I just wanted to stop on 2 of them. So first, the LCP. You probably know what it is. Basically, it represents how quickly users are able to see something meaningful. And we do know that 70% of that is probably how you manage images. Are you using lazy loading? Are you using the correct format based on the browser? All that stuff. But then 30% is something else. And what is it's interesting to understand is 1 kilobyte of JavaScript is way different than 1 kilobyte of image. Actually, JavaScript is going to kill the main thread. It's going to kill your metrics. And too much JavaScript is going to ruin your UX. And this is connected to this next metric, which is interaction to next paint. This is new. This is going to replace FID in March 2024. And if we look at the graph here, we can see that at 75 percentile, we already need to improve. So those numbers are from 2022. You can find the source on the slide later. But it means that at 75%, the percentile, already you have a total blocking time of 4 seconds. 75 percentile, 4 seconds total blocking time. This is insane. And there is a direct relation, thanks to these numbers, between the amount of JavaScript that you ship and the total blocking time of your app. And that's something you need to have in mind. And this is why all those stuff are happening in the world, in the React world. This is why we're doing server-side things, because we want to ship as less as JavaScript as possible. This is generation time. We also need to talk about latency a little bit when we're talking about performance. So I just wanted, to have an overview of the difference in different industry. What are we talking in terms of latency in different industry? The most interesting number here, it's the satellite communication. They are aiming to have 20 milliseconds of latency, which is quite good. But my point is not that. Is recently, if you have watched Cloudflare, they have released some new stuff, and they are promising 50 milliseconds latency globally in the world, which means that if you want to build an application tomorrow or today, and you push that on the edge, we're going to be able to have 50 milliseconds latency anywhere in the world, which is pretty insane if you think about it. Tomorrow, we can build this already. So there is definitely time to improve, to reduce those 4 seconds total blocking time at 75 percentile. And yeah, this is my advice for performance. Take care about it day one. Include your team in the process. Don't monitor, profile. So don't get me wrong, you still need to monitoring on production, but you should profile your application before. Put that in your CI, automate, retry. Be conservative in what you send over the wire, because as we've seen, the less JavaScript, the better. Use the platform, use progressive enhancement, optimistic UI, and believe to what you're doing, and go to conference, right? So that's it. That's all I had to say. To me, that's the perfect transition to the next speaker. And I'm looking around to see him. He is there. So he drinks salt water for optimal brain power and streams solid content. He has an amazing energy, which is perfect for the first talk. Please welcome on stage Tejas, who is going to talk about the state of the front-end modern development. Should be on.
Oh yeah, there we go. I moved the switch from there's 3. There's off and then neutral and on, and I moved it to off. So it's entirely my fault. Good morning. How are we doing today? All of you are asleep. That's a bit sad. Let's try this again. Good morning. How are you today? See? So always do something twice to do it right. Am I good? Is it do I need to mirror? What? Check. I guess this is my cue to tell you jokes or something. No, good. Nice. I don't have to tell you jokes. Good. Hey, give it up for the technical people. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. Hi, everybody. That's my hand. That emoji was actually my hand. It was modeled after. My name is Tejas. That's pronounced like contagious. I think the pandemic it's been enough time that I can say this now. I had to stop in 2020. It was very awkward. Anyway, I'm a developer relations consultant, and what that means is I help developer tools companies, many of them, have good relationships with developer communities. And that's through education, that's through some marketing stuff, that's through really understanding products and then sharing them with people. And given that I work with a number of different teams, I'm able to kind of see what people are talking about, what they're interested. It's literally my full-time job to like find interesting stuff for all of you and then share it with you. Okay. With that, we're here to talk about the state of the front end today. I mean, actually, Sebastian just did a phenomenal job. I don't even know why I need to do this, but we will get into it regardless. If you have any questions about DevRel, developer relations, or anything, come see me after. I'm here the whole day. If I'm not here, I'm in the spa. And we'd love to hang out. I'm joking, by the way. I'm going to be here, as tempting as the spa is. One thing about this talk, as we get into the state of front end today, I want you to know that things change rapidly, okay? And so for that reason, this is probably already outdated. I've tried as hard as possible to keep the cache warm, but as you know, everything changes rapidly. So there may be some things that are outdated. If you want to stay up to date with the latest and greatest, I have, there's social media, but of course, I am not really a significant source of good truth. Okay, I'll just say that now. Like, I know stuff and it's important for my work, but there's other people you can follow, like Dan Abramov and stuff. But those are the socials if you want to keep in touch. Let's start talking about the state of front end. And I want to highlight really 3 ways front end is moving and has moved since, I'd say, the last 5-ish years, okay? What I want to start by saying is the front end these days is blurry. It's very blurry. And what does that mean? Does that mean that we have images that, before they load, you get this like preview? No, that's not what that means. It doesn't mean that there's more skeleton UI everywhere, when in fact that's true. What I mean by the front end, the notion of front end becoming blurry, there we go. What blurry is that the line between front end and back end was a more concrete line than it is today, right? I want you to think back to a time where this is even before we had front end, right? There was just websites and webmasters. You remember this? Some of you may not because you're like Gen Z and like 11 years old. But back then we had webmasters, and there was just people who made websites. That's it. And you usually had WordPress, which is still used today significantly, by the way. You just had like WordPress people who did everything. PHP, MySQL, LAMP, it was called the LAMP stack, the MAMP stack, the WAMP stack, which stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP, right? From webmasters, we noticed, oh man, front end is hard. How do you keep the UI state consistent? How do you react to events in a way that doesn't pollute global scope, the window object? And we started realizing this is really complex. And then front end became its own thing. And then we had front end engineers, but this was really divorced from back end, right? You had the UI, the interaction, the front end side, and you had, okay, there's server side stuff, there's APIs, there's databases. In fact, if you consider backend, it would include even DevOps. Nowadays, we tend to think of backend, oh, it's just an API and just a database. So communicate and then store. But there's a whole infrastructure side that is also included there. And this is kind of how things were around, I'd say like 2012, 2015, whatever. But now, we're seeing the rise of a component in the stack, right, called the BFF, the best friend forever, the best friend of the front, the back end for the front end, which kind of sits in between the front end and the back end. And you ask yourself, who's writing these? Is it back end engineers? Is it front end engineers? No, it's full stack engineers. I don't know if you all have seen the meme. There's a meme of a horse drawing with full stack engineer where one of the ends, either the head or the butt, is well drawn. Anyway, but we have this thing now that, and just for posterity, let's. I apologize if this brings up something inappropriate. I didn't plan this, but here we are. TL draw, please. Oh gosh. Okay, no, nothing. It's just a mock-up. TL draw stores stuff. But just to make the point really clear, we have the UI that talks to an API that talks to whatever, like backend stuff, right? And this divide was super clear. We just had boom, like no interruptions. But now there's this, right? BFF. And where does it sit? How do you deploy it, etc. is the thing. And this is what a lot of companies are working to get your money around. I mean, think about Vercel, Netlify, Cloudflare. This whole notion of edge and serverless, it's more geared. Vercel literally announced something called the front-end cloud, which sounds a little bit like a paradox, front-end cloud. But that's what it's about. It's about the back end for the front end that is very, very prominent these days, mainly because it makes some things a lot more accessible to the vast majority of us that was not accessible before. These things are data fetching. And you might say, what? I could always use data. I could always do data fetching. I could just XML HTTP request. I could fetch. I could do all this stuff. Why is this? Why do I need a BFF? You need a BFF to do it securely. You need a BFF to do it in network conditions that you can control. You cannot just be fetching everything from your client's browser because you don't want to leak tokens and cookies, and you ideally want server to server communication as opposed to some random browser to server communication. It's more secure and also faster because you control the network where your BFF is, and you cannot control the network where your users are. Okay, so data fetching in the BFF, in the backend for the front end, is actually the preferred way, and the BFF facilitates this better. Number two, rendering. So rendering your applications entirely on someone's browser has the same pitfalls. You don't know how much RAM they have. You don't know if they have a GPU or not. You just don't know. So there's a chance that your website, as fine-tuned as it is, could perform like absolute garbage. And what's the solution? Render everything on the server and just send text over the network. Or send objects, which are just text over the network, something serialized. And again, the backend for the front end is well suited to this because you control the network conditions, you control the server, you control all of that, and you can very easily send just finished work to the user, right? So this is a huge portion of the backend for the front end. And as we move from server-side rendering of pages to server-side rendering of components, this gets even more powerful. There's a talk about React Server Components later today by my friend Attila. I would recommend, yeah, he's raising his hand. I would recommend going to that talk if you want to hear about server components. Number three, the backend for the front end can be deployed to the edge. The edge of a network is exactly what it sounds like. So if we're all here in Larvik, there's an internet service provider, and its network has an edge, it has a boundary before it reaches the outside world, the wider network. And the more stuff we store at the network edge that is close to the users, the faster everything's going to be. And as Sebastian just said, fast things is good things. And not just Sebastian. If you go on web.dev, this is a blog by the Google team, they did amazing research that shows data, tons and tons of data, that milliseconds make millions. In fact, that's the name of an article. I would highly recommend going and reading that for yourself. It's called Milliseconds Make Millions. And edge computing is almost revolutionary in its ability to serve things to your users as fast as possible. Now, these are the things that the BFF facilitates that I would say makes it so prominent today. And this is why there's so much hype around it, which, by the way, that's the whole point of this talk, is to give you more context about things that you may have seen on like Twitter, but not fully got the chance to explore in depth yet. Okay, I don't know if I can do that in 30 minutes, and I might take 45. Guess what? There's no clock up here. That's your fault. So we'll see how we go. But this is why the BFF is more popular. The prevalent advice for how to get the most out of the BFF and the blurry front end today from industry leaders is just use a framework. Just use a framework. Next.js, Solid Start, Quick City, Angular. What else? There was Remix, of course. My bad. There's a talk about Remix by Daniel today. Recommend that as well. But by and large, just use a framework. In fact, like the React core team, Andrew Clark works at Vercel, says this. He says, if you use React, you should be using a React framework. Full stop. If your existing app doesn't use a framework, you should incrementally migrate to one. If you're creating a new React project, you should use a framework from the beginning. I mean, that's pretty clear. Use a framework. And I'm the kind of developer, I don't know about you, but I'm the kind of developer who I'm like, listen, don't just tell me what to do. Why do you just tell me how to live my life? I want to know why. I want to know the mechanism. I want to know, what does a framework do for me? What does a BFF do for me? Again, backend for the front end, not best friends. Best friends do other things. But like, what does a BFF do for me that I need it so badly? And so I thought it would be fitting to dive into these today in our time together, okay? In our hour together. So, so with that, let's start with data fetching. And I have some demos here that I'd like to show you very quickly. Organizers, don't panic. Just remove a break. So data fetching with the BFF. Let's look at that. I have some demos prepared here. Not this. And so let's check the internet. Oh gosh. Yeah, 18. I don't know if that's gonna be fast enough, but we will try. Ideally, everything's offline. So how do frameworks help us with data fetching. That's what I want to talk through, and rendering, okay? And to do that, I've got a little demo thingy here called framework. I'm just going to cd into framework and open that for you. So we'll do npxvt. Hopefully that's right. Great. So we have a web application that talks to my favorite API of all time. It's the dog API. Literally, you go to dog.ceo, and it's a fantastic API. It just gives you like a bunch of different stuff about dogs, including like random pictures. Look, I just fetch random pictures. It's great. It's the best API for demos. If you learn nothing from this talk, dog.ceo. Anyway, so what this does is we fetch a list of dog breeds. It's an interactive React application, okay? And wow, it works. How amazing. That's not the point. The point is, this is client rendered only. There is no BFF component here. So what I want to do in our time together is add a BFF to this, a very rudimentary, like basic implementation of a BFF, just so we all understand the value, and then we can all go use Next.js, okay? But so this is client. What does that mean? If I view source, this is the source code. Look at this. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's no markup. There's no nothing. It's pretty useless. What would be awesome is if a server-side thing made this into HTML and then sent HTML over the wire. Oh my God, how's that possible? Let's do it. So that's what frameworks do for you. So if we come back here, we'll do this literally, like here. It's going to take like 5 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll go side by side, and we'll add a file. We'll do server.tsx. Okay. And what do we need? We need some things. We need React, of course. We need Express. Express is, you can use Fastify or whatever you want. I don't really care. I'm just doing this because it's easy. This is a really, really bad function for server rendering because it's synchronous and blocks the thread. So just, server information. One server serves any number of clients, right? Hundreds, 200s, whatever. So if you call this function on your server, it's synchronous and blocking. And then you have a JSX tree of React elements that's like 1,000 levels deep. For every client, it will render your entire app to a string. It will probably block the main thread and kill the process. You don't want to do this. You want to do something asynchronous. And to do something asynchronous, we will do render to pipeable stream. This is the thing you need. So this will render React components to a Node.js stream. From here, we need our app, of course. Import app. Is the text big enough, by the way? I can go bigger. From app. And here we have everything we need. So we're just going to make a server, Express. We'll let Copilot, oh, thank you. Copilot is my best friend. This isn't actually correct. So we get back pipe. That's what but it doesn't know because there's no types. In fact, look at this. This is bad, you see? I'm missing types. So now I'm going to npm install on conference Wi-Fi and hope for the best. Please, please. Oh, wow. Okay, give it up for the Wi-Fi, everybody. That's nice. And then, wait, I need to do it again with Express as well. I'm just missing some types. By the way, TypeScript is the best. If you don't use it, you're wrong. Joking. Okay, so now what do we have? So we have render to pipeable stream. This returns us a pipe function, and we're going to pipe whatever React renders to the response object. So we get request and response. Boom, that's it. And now we listen. So we listen on port 3000, and when it resolves, we say, hello, listening, right? This looks reasonably good. The last thing we need to do, actually, we'll save it like this. So that's all you need to create a BFF. This is a server that renders React, also fetches data. Notice hi Arisa, we were doing some data fetching, right? We're fetching these breeds. We want to switch this fetching to happen on the server, not on the client. To examine that, let's look at the code that fetches data. So we have an app, and this is a one-to-one mapping. So we have H1 my breeds, H1 my breeds. P, hey everyone, take a look. P, so this is what you see. Now this stuff here is wrapped in suspense. Suspense is a primitive in React where it will render a fallback, so it will render loading breeds until the data is ready, and then it will render this. And depending on where the suspense boundary is, you can selectively hide and show UI based on what you need. Okay. Inside breeds, this is how we fetch data. So we have liked breeds, which is just an array, and we get data by calling dog resource.read. What is dog resource? This is a lower level primitive. Most frameworks do this under the hood. This is why they say use a framework. But what's happening is this. This is how you fetch data the React suspense way. So you have a function called create resource. Again, that's declared in this file. It returns a promise. You give it actually a promise. You give it a promise that fetches data, and then it takes that and does stuff with it. Let's look at what create resource does. Create resource has some flags. Status is pending. The result is the actual promise. And when it returns, you just change this to success and store the result here. You literally mutate this. And if it errors, you do the same thing. And then you return a function called read, and you switch on the status. If it's pending, you throw the result. The result is initially a promise. So if it hasn't yet fetched data, you throw the promise until, and React will catch the promise and be like, okay, when are you resolved? And then it will show the thing, okay? But if it has an error, you throw the result, and if it has success, you actually return the data. Frameworks do this under the hood, whatever. The reason I'm showing you this is because when we don't have a BFF, that data fetch of getting the dog breeds happens only on the client. It literally, like we can, if we go back here, is it still running? Awesome. We go back here, and if we go to the network tab, this is client only. What we see is the fetch is right here, right? So dog.ceo API breeds list all. So the fetch happens on the client. I change 0 application code. I just added a BFF. And this is really important for you to know. So I'm not going to save this. So I just added a server. That's it. What I want to do is run the server and server render this application. To do that, I will change my package JSON a little bit. I'll build the client. I'll build the server. And to build the server, I'm just going to change a few parameters here. I'm going to say this is for Node. Platform is Node. And instead of index.jsx, it's server.tsx. And I will output this as server.js. And lastly, I don't know what happened there. Lastly, I will just add a build script that runs in parallel everything under build, okay? Then this run p uses npm run all. It's a great way to run multiple scripts at the same time, either in parallel or sequentially, okay? Anyway, so now we should have, let's try npm run build. So it built the server and it built index.js. It built both of these. What I want, so now this local client only thing is not running anymore. That's expected. So we'll do node dist and we'll run the server.js. So now everything works. Hello, listening. Server's running. The server listens on port 3000, okay? So not 5173. And what you'll see is, boom, we have it. It's server rendered. So in fact, you have nice markup here with all the dog breeds even, Affenpinscher and whatever, right? Anyway, so it works. But what I want you to see is that I changed literally no application code, but the data is not being fetched here on the client. How can I, so if I reload, it's empty again, and I start this, and so it says loading breeds, and it is fetching data, but not on the client. The data fetch happens on the server side. How do I know this? Because, oh, that's the wrong thing. That's but here, it says this page does, this is the React DevTools. It says the page doesn't appear to be using React. There's no React on the page, 0. It's just all from the server side. Through adding a BFF, I changed none of the application code, but the same data using suspense is fetched on the server. And then when it's ready, you saw the loader. Here, let's do that again. I'll kill the server. We'll start it. So loading breeds on the server side, and then it updates the client even though there's no React on the page. All of this happens server side only. So the data is fetched on the server securely, fast, under my network conditions. The data is then updated on the client still from the server. And it does that by injecting JavaScript into the client. So if we open the inspector, what we'll see is there's a script here. You see this? And this is sent from the server function $RC. And if we follow what this code is doing, it's literally looking for the loading fallback. So my suspense fallback that says loading breeds, it's looking for that DOM node. And when the server has the data, it literally swaps it out. So the server injects this almost mini React into the page without client-side React, okay? And that is the benefit of the BFF. It does all of this for you. You don't have to change your application code. It just works. And that's how data fetching with a BFF can add tremendous value to your applications. We went from client fetch to server fetch without any effort, just with a single component. And this is why use a framework. Number 2, we also looked at rendering, how it can update the UI from that loading block to the data seamlessly. And finally, all of this can be deployed to the edge. There's no reason why it cannot be. There's nothing stateless. Most of these things are pretty quick. You get all of this for free with a BFF. If you want to know more about cloud and edge and all this, I have a YouTube video on my YouTube channel. I will not tell you to smash that bell. I find it distasteful. I'm not here to promote anything, but there's just not enough time to get into the details. The second thing, that was the first thing. Oh my goodness, there's two more. The front end today is more fine-tuned. If I'm going too long, you tell me, okay? Just like, wait, okay, cool. The front end is also more fine-tuned than ever before. What does that mean? As Sebastian said earlier, we care a lot about performance. In fact, we should care a lot about performance because nobody likes slow things. I came to Larvik yesterday. I tried to buy tickets on vy.com or .no. And I'm not going to lie, my flight was delayed. I was not in a positive state of mind. And the speed of this website, if you work at Vi here, I'm a consultant, hire me. Like, anyway, what I'm trying to say is performance speed is important because look, your users will abandon you if you're too slow. This is no question. Like, past a certain threshold, milliseconds make millions. And as a result, the front end today is as fine-tuned as it can be. You know what doesn't help performance and being fine-tuned? And this is controversial. Don't tweet it. I'll get in trouble. But the virtual DOM is slower than if you want to get pedantic and neurotic about performance. The virtual DOM, that is the mechanism by which libraries like React and Vue to some extent will diff when something's changed. So you update your state and React will calculate what changed and then apply it to the DOM in what is called the virtual DOM. It is a very slow mechanism. Because it does what is called dirty checking. It literally scans your tree and checks like, okay, what has changed, what hasn't. There's an algorithm there. It can be optimized, but generally, the algorithm itself is a lot of code that nowadays, the prevailing communication is that you don't need this. You don't need to ship the virtual DOM. And instead, what's being said is you need a compile step instead that can take care of change detection for you, or even better, you need certain primitives, certain data types that will be reactive to the point where a virtual DOM doesn't exist. And of course, I'm talking about signals through reactivity, right? So there's this ongoing debate. I'm sure many of you have heard of it, like signals versus virtual DOM. Which one, why, etc. I want to tell you two things about this. One, I'm just a messenger, so don't shoot me, or shoot me actually. I would like anyway. No, but yesterday, man. Anyway, so the virtual DOM is not necessarily worse than signals, and signals are not necessarily worse than the virtual DOM. We tend to be very like binary about these things. Oh, this good, that bad, this good. It's not the case. Both of them have their foot guns and their pitfalls. Virtual DOM does come with a little bit more bloat. I think React DOM uncompressed is like 200 kilobytes, which you just don't need nowadays. And I say that, and I will get in trouble for it, but solid JS is clear evidence that you don't need it. Anyway, let's dive into this with some demos, because I think I made the point. Virtual DOM signals. I want to show you what I mean in code, okay? And again, we're going to do this awesome side-by-side thing and see what's up, okay? So let's go here, kill the process, oops, and we'll CD into, we won't CD into anything. We'll just go here. And what? Okay, I don't know if that was Siri or a human being. So what we'll do is we'll CD bundle size, and here we have a React application. So what I'll do is CD React, and I'll npx next dev. Now this is a React application. Next, I will go back and CD. This is supposed to be small. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And I'll CD into reactivity. CD again. I think I might npm run dev. Come on. No, nice. Okay. So I've got two dev servers running. I'm going to do this on port 3001. Does this work? Oh, good. It does. Okay. So now I should have two projects. I have localhost 3001. This is a React app. And I have another project, local. I love this error. Localhost 3000. And indeed, these are two different projects, although they kind of look the same. And here's what I want to show you. If I can get my side-by-side working. Let's go here. Okay. So on the right, we have React with the virtual DOM. Ignore that. That's fine. That's just a server client thing. On the left, we have Solid.js without virtual DOM. There is no virtual DOM in Solid. Solid uses a compile step and signals for change detection. Okay. what we have is, let's look at the code of one of these. The code is kind of the same for both, so I won't waste your time. But if we look at the code here, we have home with a counter, count 0, and an increment button. And then we have a component that renders 10,000 random numbers. Okay, this is just simulating the load that some of you have in your application. So on the right is React. The right, wait, this one. I don't know if this is right or left for you. This one is React. This one is Solid. I'm going to update the counter in a React app. I want you to watch what happens over here. So I click update, and all 10,000 nodes update. This is the criticism of the way React does changes. And this is well known in the React world. If we go look at the React code, the reason this happens is because the state changes in home. Therefore, every descendant also is basically just thrown away and the new descendants are added, right? And some of you might think, oh, wait, we can fix this using keys. Really? So some of you, I've seen people try to do this. This is not a solution. Like the issue still happens. And that's because that is how React works by design. It's actually the whole point of React. Now, if we compare this to Solid.js, which uses signals and has no virtual DOM, you get fine-grained reactivity. Things that don't need to update, don't update. You can get literally the same behavior in React if you just know how to use memo. You literally just wrap this component in memo, and memo says as long as the props don't change, as long as the state doesn't change, don't update anything. And so if we reload, we'll have this like server client error thing come up. It takes a long time because there's 10,000 nodes. But anyway, and now we should have fine-grained reactivity, just adding one function call. So this is to say virtual DOM is not bad, but you just have to think a bit more. Similarly, in Solid with signals, same thing. It's not bad. You have to think a bit more, because if you destructure or something, you'll opt out of reactivity. You just have to think in both cases. How do signals work? This is a good question. I'd like to explore that for 2 minutes just to get us all on the same page. So if we go to reactivity, it's here. You'll notice the code looks literally the same as a React component. It's the same. You can't even tell the difference. The only difference is instead of use state, we have create signal. And what create signal will do is it'll give you a tuple of a read and a write, so to speak. This value, when you read it, it will implicitly subscribe this part of the component to that value. It subscribes it to what is an observable. And then when you set counter, it does update the value, but it also says, hey, everyone who's subscribed, now refresh yourself. Okay. If this sounds familiar, it's because it is. Knockout.js many, many years ago invented this. It's called observables. And Solid just does that, but with better developer experience. It's not rocket science. It's old stuff that has become sexy again, like PHP. Anyway, so that's signals. But now here's the thing. You may not need signals in React. There's a great article by Dashi Kato, who's the author of Jotai, which is a state management library in React. And he literally says why you don't need signals in React. I would recommend reading this for some balance, because again, this is not one is better than the other. The point of this talk is people are talking about these things, and it's important for you to be up to date. Okay, we're about to wrap up. The final thing that the front end is today, how am I on time? Oh, good. The final thing that the front end is today, if we think about the state of the front end, is it's invisible. It's becoming less and less visible. What does that mean? It means the front end is, or at least front end libraries, are preferred if they disappear. A lot of the criticism around React is the fact that, oh my gosh, there's so much bloat, virtual DOM, 200 kilobytes. Meanwhile, Svelte doesn't, its whole claim to fame is it's just a compiler. So Svelte ships its own claim, it ships no extra JavaScript. It takes what you write, converts it, compiles it into perfect ideal JavaScript, and then just like works. Similar with Solid, it compiles things and just uses signals. That's it. So front-end frameworks now are like, the less we are present in your application, the better we are. Okay, and this is how I want you to start thinking about things, because there's also tools like Quick that unfortunately we don't have time to get into that literally just disappear completely. In fact, let's get into it. I have 5 minutes. So Quick, I can't help myself. I have the same example. It is, if we go to, yeah, Quick, nice. We go to Quick npm run dev, please, 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 please. Okay, and what we have here, 5173, is a counter. Oh my gosh, counters, what a great example. So I'm going to move this to the side. We'll open VS Code. And I just want to show you real quick, pun intended, pun very much intended, um, what happens. So if we go here to this, it's the same component, right? We have a counter, we have a button. This should look familiar to you as JSX. The only difference is this dollar sign. And in Quick, this is really important because what the dollar sign says is take the next function. So take this thing here and code split it out into a separate function and then only load it on demand. Astro does something similar. Quick does this also for specific like on-click handlers. So this is actually invalid. You need the dollar sign to say this function, take it and ship it later only when the button is clicked. In fact, if we inspect the network tab here, we can see exactly that happen. There is no JavaScript on this page at all, except maybe a router. But now if I click increment, I want you to pay attention here to the network tab. So if I click increment, look at that. It loaded a bunch of things. It loaded routes, it loaded core, and it loaded index. And if we look at what was sent, it's a whole bunch of stuff, right? But this is interesting because it loaded this function. It's called routes component div button on click gohavergel8, and in it there's increment the counter. So it loaded the code to increment this only when I needed it. And this is revolutionary. I will say that boldly here because we are all shipping a bunch of nonsense that nobody uses usually, like vy.no or really any website these days that doesn't use something like Quick will ship like click event handlers, scroll event handlers, load event handlers that maybe I never click, but the code is still there in the JavaScript that makes it to me. Why? And Quick says, no. How about we start at nothing and then load things incrementally as you need them? And you might be thinking, oh, well, what if I want to train? I'm smart. See, I think about edge cases. They do too. And how it works is when you load your page, it'll prefetch everything instantly. So if you can load that first load, it's fine. It'll prefetch everything in the background and then only parse and execute what is needed. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go into more details, but I think this is all to illustrate the fact that Quick ships nothing, maybe 1 kilobyte of just bootstrap JavaScript. That's it. And then as your users use your application more, it becomes more and more interactive. So the curve kind of goes like this as your apps use it, instead of all of us ship right now, just huge amounts of JavaScript that may or may not be used. If you want to know more about Quick, again, YouTube video, whatever. But also, if you want to know more about Quick, the next talk, Ruby Jane, she's literally coming up next to talk about this. I want to wrap up by giving us a summary of these tools. I have the privilege of working with them, playing with them, talking to their authors rather, throughout my job. And I want to share with you that Angular, I think, is going to make a massive, massive comeback. Angular is doing some phenomenal things, and they're radically simplifying and improving the developer experience. I will be pretty confident in saying that Angular is still a very, very strong contender. And I think they would probably use it to power google.com at some point. So I would keep my eye on that. Angular standalone is the thing to pay attention to in case you've been out of the loop. Vue is similar. Vue does this thing where it tries to please everybody, and it's really good. Also, Vue is the only thing now I think that you can build an application with by just calling a CDN with a script tag. You don't need a build system. You don't need anything, and that's pretty cool. We know React. I'm not going to spend time on this, but what I do want to highlight is these three, in some way, shape, or form, for now, at this point in time, use some type of change detection mechanism like the virtual DOM. Angular will use Zone.js, and Vue and React have their own virtual DOMs. The latter three, so Svelte, Solid, and Quick, these three, as we've seen in detail, disappear completely at runtime. They just don't ship anything. So now the question, how do you choose one? And usually this decision is made for you and there's way too much bureaucracy to change, right? But hypothetically, if you wanted to choose one, Evan Yu, the author of Vue.js, at Render ATL a couple weeks ago said this, and I love this. It's not a competition between, they don't compete, but they complete each other. And there's a lot of good diversity in the space, and it's really what you want, what your context requires. In fact, if you think more about how to choose, I'm literally using the slides of another speaker here. That's amazing. But a matrix that we use to choose the right tools for each specific job is number one, performance, again, because milliseconds make millions. Number two, what is going to be the resultant bundle size? Because again, this is performance, but the more people have to download on limited data plans, the more limiting a factor it is. And number three is developer experience. And these are kind of a Venn diagram, meaning I could prioritize developer experience and still ship something huge because I don't care about my users. This usually happens in like internal applications where your users are like your office, right? So, but this matrix has been pretty useful. Finally, the one takeaway I want to leave you with in how you navigate this landscape and ecosystem is that no matter what you're faced with and all the options available to you, the answer of how to choose and what to choose is always and should always be that it depends on what your users will benefit from the most and what your team will enjoy building rapidly. In leaving, that's it, I'm done. In wrapping up, I want to share with you some related talks today that kind of go in these directions. I kind of mentioned them as I was going, but this is from the schedule. These ones are pretty close to the things I've been talking about today, so I would make it a point to attend these, and of course all the other talks. Don't miss anything. But these ones kind of touch on similar topics and are a little bit complementary, so I would invite you to those as well. With that, Larvik, I want to say thank you so much for having me today, and I look forward to a great conference with you.
Woo! Awesome. Thank you, Tejas. So we don't have time for question, but I do have a question for you. Stay here. What's
Yes.
your favorite color?
My favorite color?
Yep.
Orange.
Orange. It's a traditional as well, apparently, to give cheese away to speakers. So you get some cheese, man. Thanks. It
Wow,
was an awesome
thank you,
talk.
man. Thank you.
All right. All right. I'm going to put that here. And wait. Come here back. We're going to take a picture as well of you in the
Yeah.
crowd.
Let's do it. What
And
am
you
I-
can do something like, I don't know, jump, throw your
Jump.
coffee away.
Throw your cheese at people.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Cheers.
Hey!
Yep. We're going to try to do that all the time for everyone. So thank you, Tejas, again. We can give it up a little bit more. Thank you for him. The next speaker, she's from Norway and she's coming from the Philippines. She's actually going to talk about quick, but not too quick. Please welcome Ruby Jane on stage.
Woo!
The mic is coming. Good. Should be fine.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah. So I think I don't need to talk because they just talk about it already. The quick. Yeah. So, okay. Mirroring. Where am I? Am I mirroring? Wait, hold on. Oh, this side. Mirroring. Hold on. Sorry. How do you do this?
Just click present, right? Should be fine.
Ah, yeah.
We can see your screen.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that. So, hi, yeah, good morning. So let's talk about Quick. So yeah, today I'd like to talk about a new full stack web framework that is called Quick, like the stages just mentioned, that I believe is truly amazing or remarkable because it allows us to basically create interactive JavaScript of any scale, and that loads instantly without no extra effort for us as developers. And yeah, so that's what we want, right? So yeah, so what is Quick? So simply put, you can say that it is a resumable front-end framework with an O of 1 loading time. So exactly, what does it mean? So, okay, let's break this down to this complex concept of Quick Web Framework and its unique strategies. Explain it in terms of a common, let's say, everyday analogy. So, okay, so you imagine you're organizing a huge party, which is your web application. And of course, to do this, you need to plan a number of activities, right? You prepare the food, you set up the decorations, etc. Now, the traditional web frameworks are like planning everything from scratch at the venue. So you bring all the raw ingredients, materials for decorations, then start cooking the food, setting up the decorations and activities, and all of the venue itself. Now, think of it as like this is similar to how traditional web frameworks send a lot of JavaScript to the client. So which then needs to be executed to make the site interactive. So so basically this can be time consuming, right? You do all these things during the party. So like preparing the food or cooking the food at the party itself or the party table itself. So what about Quick? So now let's think of Quick is taking a different approach to this. It is like an efficient, let's say, event planner. So it prepares as much as possible offsite. So you, let's say, on the server. So this includes cooking the food, already planning the activities offsite, and other essential party things. So when it's time for the party or when users access your application, basically the event planner can just bring everything to the venue, right? And then that is ready, and then the food is already cooked and everything. And take note, they only bring all the bare essentials or the essential things only. So in web terms, we can say that Quick sends only the bare minimum JavaScript to the client. So making your site interactive almost immediately, because basically you are just shipping practically just static HTML to the client on the initial load. Now, the second part of Quick's approach is like having a checklist like this one, and that allows you to like pause and resume the party set at any point. So, like say you suppose you were interrupted in the middle of setting the party at the venue. So instead of starting over, you check your list and then you pick up where you left off. And basically, this is what resumability in Quick is all about. Yeah. So yeah, so what is Quick doing? So basically, it's serializes your website data, your framework state, your event listeners into HTML while splitting JavaScript into small chunks. So basically, the initial load is just static HTML. But as I recently heard it from Shai, if I pronounce it correctly, Shai Resnick, he's from the Quick Dev community. He said it's already as, like say, a smart HTML because of all the serialized state that it carries already when you send it to the client. So yeah, so like I said, the JavaScript needed, what Quick is doing is JavaScript needed for interactivity is lazy loaded in the background using service workers. Now, it is not just being lazily loaded, it's also, the JavaScript is also being lazily executed. So basically, Quick executes the event handlers on user interaction without having to bootstrap all the application or app state. And yeah, this is what they call the technique of the resumability of Quick. So here we have an image of resumability versus hydration. So resumable for Quick means that the component can get created on a server and then continue its execution on the client. So how to get started? It's pretty easy actually. So you just choose your package manager, npm, pnpm, or yarn, and then you run just following the command, and then just follow the CLI guide through the interactive menu, and then set up the project name, and then select one of those starters that you asked for, and then it will install the dependencies. Yeah. So let's have a quick demo. So I have here. So we have here just a simple quick app, right? So in the beginning, there's no JavaScript being loaded here. You can see in the network tab here. So because this is just really a static simple app, right? A static page. But let's go to the counter here. Is it there? Still no JavaScript, right? And then when I click the alert button here, you can see there's still no JavaScript, right? Of course, it's just, and then let's check I'm sorry, that's when the JavaScript gets loaded here. But take note, only this particular code gets downloaded. Just this alert component gets downloaded. Not even the application code, the framework code gets downloaded because it doesn't need to download anything, right? Because but let's say when you go to the increment here, that's when the same also. There's only this particular piece of code gets downloaded. And of course, also the framework code because it needs to update the UI. So what's amazing about this is how it's being done. When we look at when go back, is how being done. So sorry, was a lot. Sorry. So yeah, so here we have a. If you look at it, so we have a simple standard component. So if you're familiar with React, you notice that syntax looks pretty much like the React or with the use of the JSX. So we have here our buttons, the increment and alert buttons in one single TSX file. So, and if you notice, and yet Quick only downloaded the JavaScript that it needed. So basically, Quick was able to break apart the function of the alert message and extract it out, right? And then when we click the alert button, it was just the alert message or the increment button that's get downloaded, nothing else. So it didn't even, like what I said, it didn't even downloaded to the client the framework code, nor the increment button, or because it doesn't need to do it. So only when we click the increment button, the framework code gets downloaded because to update the UI. So yeah, so how does Quick do it? So if you'll notice, there's a dollar, as I pointed out here, the dollar sign. So whenever you see a dollar sign in a Quick component in your function or event listeners, that should tell you that this function is being lazy loaded. So, and what's amazing about this is you as a developer, you don't have to do anything too special in your code, to make this fine grain lazy loading to happen. With Quick, basically, it just works out of the box, right? So Quick has this thing called Quick Optimizer that will run in the build whenever you're building the Quick application. So it will basically search for all the dollar signs in your application to create separate files for each function in your component or event listeners that it will find. Oh. So how the question, yeah, how does Quick do it? So let's take a look at the alert button here. So it has an on-click property, and they call it like QRL or URL, but basically it contains all the Quick it contains all the information that Quick needs to lazy load and then execute. So QRLs, or they call it QRLs or URLs, are specially formatted URLs that are left as attributes in the HTML, and then those basically tell the Quick to where the handlers for the code should be loaded from. Yeah, this is like if you've seen the elements, so you can see the Quick loader. So basically, what I said, the Quick loader does the job of registering the global events, and an event, of course. So we will search the DOM pointing to the QRL, and that should be lazy loaded. So like what's I think they just also mentioned it earlier. It's just a 1 kilobyte when minified, and then basically Quick loader is the one that knows how to download the rest of the application and as needed basis only. And if you also notice, there's also this Quick JSON. So how Quick is doing is Quick is doing is serialization of your application, including the application code, your framework code, and more significantly, how it can serialize the event listeners. So basically, the app state is stored in quick JSON, and then making your HTML CDN cacheable. So what about Quick React? So Quick React basically allows you to use React within Quick. So the advantage of using Quick React is that you can use your existing React components and libraries within Quick. So yeah, so if you can, but before you can use Quick React to configure, you need to have put first a Quick project to use Quick React. So if you don't have a Quick app yet, so you need to create one first. You just put npm run quick add React, and then follow the instructions, and then run the command and add React to your app. So again, all the required dependencies will be available in your package.json. This one package.json, and then it will be included when you add Quick React. So like React, like I said, if you know React, basically, the syntax, at least, Quick React also, you also know Quick, because it also uses the JS syntax to define the HTML output. So we'll have also a short demo of that, of the Quick React. So we can make interactive React apps without your React ever loading in the user browsers. So in this case, we're using the Material UI to load React components using the Quick framework. So let's say as I interact with this application, you see that React here. Check the dev tools. You see that the React never loads, right? Because the React does not appear. So, but if you go to the, you can easily add this attribute client to make. Hold on, to make. You can easily add this attribute client, a client visible to make it true, and then if I open up the dev tools here, you'll see that the React loaded. Now loaded in the browser. Sorry, now, but only for this particular component. Now this is using the Quickify utility in Quick. So basically, here the Quickify. So it's a Quickify utility in Quick to essentially essentially turn your React components into pure, simple HTML that runs on the server. And then you can optionally make them reactive using signals in the Quick. So Quick, so that making your Quick loads extremely little amount of client-side code to add interactivity. So basically, this can make your apps that use React components lightning fast. So Quick React in a nutshell. So the rules are, so basically don't mix your React and Quick components in the same file. So it's also recommended that you place all your React code, the code inside the src integration.react files. You can see it in your folder as soon as you add your React application. And then you add this particular on top of your page or your file, and then use Quickify to convert React components into Quick components that you can then import from Quick modules. So Quick and Quick CD. So Quick is a resumable framework at its core, but Quick CD is a meta framework built around Quick. So it offers basically directory-based routing, nested layouts, file-based menus, and data endpoints. So Quick CD basically is what is Quick, and what Next.js to React, or Nox is to Vue, or Svelte is to SvelteKit to Svelte. So to recap, so Quick introduced basically without resumability without hydration. So it provides us excellent performance that scales well using O of 1 notation. So developer experience is also good. And of course, performance is greatly improved. And also give us a fine-grained lazy loading features out of the box. So because it automatically just split up your application into smallest chunks of JavaScript as possible, as small as possible. So is Quick worth learning? So because probably we'll have, let's say, a gazillion frameworks fighting for developer mindshare, right? So is there any point in learning another one? So I believe like Quick's resumability introduces a new mental model that will shape the future of the framework space. So the way Quick streams JavaScript for me is really exciting in the front end world. So at least it's important to understand it and maybe how it works. And also, yeah, we can maybe start playing around with it and to learn more about it. Yeah, but so it is a big mental shift where things are. So I believe it's very exciting times exactly for the front end world. And yeah, so if you have any questions, I'll be around also. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. We actually have some questions, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
right? So a few of them. So, what do you think about the fact that can we achieve the same quick benefits by just using lazy loading in React?
Can we what?
Can we achieve the same? Can we get the same benefits as Quick is providing if we are just using the React lazy loading approach?
The React lazy.
Yeah, lazy loading stuff in React. Can we achieve exactly the same as Quick is doing, because Quick is actually lazy loading JavaScript, right? We can also do that in React. That's the question.
Sorry, I didn't get the.
So the thing is, Quick is lazy loading the JavaScript, right? Can we do the same?
The Quick.
What the benefits of Quick versus doing lazy loading in React? That's a question. I mean, this is a question. Okay, that's fine. Let's move on to the next
sorry,
one.
I didn't.
No. Is it possible to add Quick to an existing React application?
Yeah.
Is it possible to add Quick to an existing React application?
Yeah, that's what I. Yes, you can. That's why I said you can just put the npm rat. Sorry, if you have already a existing React application, I think it's the other way around. That you can put your React components in your Quick application.
Okay, thanks. Any other question? I think that was it. Let me check. No, that's fine. Same question as Tejas. What's your favorite color?
Brown.
I didn't know that. I have one. Woo.
Yeah, cool.
So let's. Let's do the picture, Ruby. Clap it again. Thank you. Thank you. It's actually already the break. We had another question actually about the fact that doing server-side rendering, it's kind of bad because it blocks the UI to get renders at the beginning when we load. That is actually not true, right? This is the purpose of using suspense. If you use suspense, as Tejas actually demoed, you don't block anything and you don't have the white page. That was just to answer that question. So this is actually the break. I want still to welcome Maxim on stage, who is going to do the workshop. So in the room, first floor. Welcome, Maxim. That's going to be about AI, and you should not miss that. So grab a coffee. Let's do that picture. In advance. Here we go. So quick, right? It's all about performance, right? So enjoy the coffee and the food. See you back here at 11. Thank you, everyone.
Wrong arrangement. I need to flip the screens. Yeah, so I think it's using the other one as the main screen.
For the oh,
Yeah.
I think it's oh yeah. Oh yeah, so the other one.
Yeah. I think it's under
There's three, and I always get it. Preset,
I think if we could just develop it for a second, it should-
yeah, and then, yeah. I'm trying to avoid it, so I'm just trying to do
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I know there used
For
to
a
be a
moment.
shortcut to like move it over, but I
That-
don't remember what it is.
I'm thinking whether to do in terminal, but we'll just do it for a second. This one.
Yeah.
You don't have the left and right. Yeah. Toliko tome.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So I think the presenter notes are showing on the other one, so I want to switch.
You want to maybe just do screen mirroring? That way we see it a bit, or you need to have the back to do screens, so you have something that's not showing.
I need the presenter notes.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, so I'll just for the moment and then go back, okay?
okay.
That's gonna work.
Like this?
All right, it's time. It's time to go back. It's 11. So first, woo! I have a quick joke for you first. Special one. It's not mine. But how do you call a Norwegian developer? A Norwegian developer. Who is Norwegian developer here? How do you call a Norwegian developer? A Nordic. That's it. Was my joke. That was my joke. So please welcome on stage Arisa. So Arisa has a story. She tends to trigger fire alarm at conference. So this is happening. It might happen today. Hopefully that's going to be all good. And also, you need to make sure that you don't confuse okonomiyaki, Hiroshima style versus pancake style. I don't know what that means, but you can ask her later if you want. So clap for Arisa on stage. That's fine. Mine is working. Right?
Ah, there it is. Oh, thank God. Thank God. As Sebastian was saying, like in an intro, I tend to trigger tech issue thing. So not just fire alarm. Oh, by the way, it was 2 times in 2 different conferences. I did. Some of you maybe were there in these conferences. Previous conference, I even made my laptop completely getting frozen. So half of the end of my talk, I had to just give like in a style of like stand-up comedy. Anyway, yeah, let's hope like it works like while my laptop is still working. So here is my slide. And do I need to do anything to switch? Oh yeah, okay. Thank you, thank you. So while it's still working, let's get going because I don't want to have another tech issues going on. So yeah, hi everyone. I'm so glad to be here. And let's not forget, I want to use this opportunity to say a huge thank you to everyone who travel extra being in here. I heard like there was like some like train like like connection issue like got fire in somewhere. Yeah, really sorry to hear that if you had to be in this kind of train. Or yeah, also wanted to say a huge thank you to the speakers because I know creating the content and the talks it's not very easy to do that. So thank you for your effort. And also, last but not least, the conference organizers. I know organizing conferences are very hard, although I've never done before. So let's give them the huge round of applause. All right, so as you can see in my first slide, here's the title of my talk, I18N. So not just talking about like the, yeah, you should localize the content for some of the users, but I'm not only going to talk about it. I'm more going to talk about like by making the right, let's say, investigations to choose or pick the right technologies, then you will be able to save your life later on. Because I have seen a couple of cases or quite a lot of cases that people kind of regretted later on, like why they didn't, put enough time to investigate, to pick right technologies or the approaches to choose. So here's what I'm going to show you. And also it does related to like the performance, also better user experiences. Yes, my clicker works. Yay. Anyway, so before we get going, little things about me. I'm Arisa, originally from Japan, as Sebastian said. And what Sebastian was saying like in the beginning is about this food. So, not the spoiler alert. This thing. This stuff is pancake style. No, not for me. Pancake style. Not for me. No, pancake style. This is what I am talking about. Yes, I'm from Hiroshima. So if you're interested in about this, my soul food, you can come and talk to me. Anyway, enough about me. So, but besides from that, funny things about me. I'm a DevRel, developer relations engineer at Storyblog. We have a little booth over there. I see a yeah. Nice. And also an ambassador at Girl Code about the programming education to encourages women to get into more techs. And I'm a GDE. So there are 3 takeaways from my talk. I like to summarize things. So basically, that's what you can get from my talk. First of all, we're going to see together the impact of the I18N. let me tell you, I'm quite surprised by searching, like some numbers and the statistics. So we are going to see together how I18N gives you, and not just you, but for everyone, the impact about it. And second, we're going to see the fundamental logics. Of course, we want to know how it works and which part of, let's say, the process could be better. And lastly, we're going to see the example with one of the frameworks. In this talk, I picked the Remix, but you also could relate to like any other choices of your favorite frameworks. There are a couple of notes because a couple of the examples that I'm going to show you have some ongoing discussions. I would say like interesting ongoing discussions. So don't point me out like why this thing is like that. I'm not an expert, but you could definitely go and check about the GitHub discussions going there, and who knows, you could be one of the folks to contribute. So I'm not going to use like a lot of this keyword I18N, and it's an acronym of internationalization. I tend to say like quite wrong. So let's stick to like some short acronym. So when I was creating this talk, I thought about like, like if I'm an audience, like watching the talks, I want to be, like heard, and I want to be included. I want to be part of the talks. So I started to, like ask questions to people like out there. So here's the first question I asked folks out there. Do you like to implement internationalization logic? And let me be honest, the numbers I was able to get is not a lot because I'm not like a huge influencer YouTuber, like someone sitting here. But anyway, like to see a grasp of the information, like the folks out there implementing and working on to, like things around the internationalization, probably could be enough. And I was able to get like interesting numbers, like maybe they're not enjoying so much. And I wanted to ask even more. So I approached, oh, I skipped one of the slides, sorry. But anyway, I said the same thing. So I approached to one of my friends who also gave me the response. And Maya, she told me that, well, whenever like she uses the I18N libraries, every single time, there's the cost of relearning things. Imagine the time and the effort you need to spend for that. Just because of that, then you need to, waste your time. It's not fun. So not so good DX. And there's another issue, which is like the localized text versus the I18N keys in test are not matching it. So based on a couple of the, the volunteer developers out there, and one of my friends, and I also made a couple of interviews out there, people, based on, like what our folks are thinking, probably like the DX for the internationalization is not the best. So based on that, let's see, some numbers and statistics to have like the better overview, not just, like the subjective overview, but to have like general like overview. So here's some research I made and some surprising information that I'm going to share with you. So I'd like to start to talk about from something bigger numbers. Let's go from billions. And you can be creative. I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think this 5.07 billion stands for? Anyone? I wish. Say again? I heard somewhere over there. Oh, good one. Yes, you got the right answer. Yes, there are over 5 billion folks out there to use the internet nowadays and worldwide. So I like to break down these billions of numbers into some percentages. This time I start to pick from a little bit smaller numbers. So I tell you a little bit of kind of clue. It's a surprising one. What do you think this percentage stands for? 25.9%. Anyone? Oh, you almost got it right, or you actually got it right. Yes, that's the amount of the content on the internet. It's not even 50%, it's less than. And if you're good at it in math, which I'm not good at it, so I calculated for you, so let's make it easy. 74.1% users access the non-English content. Ooh, over 70%, which leads to another keyword, China. This single country itself has the highest numbers of the internet users worldwide, not just in Asia, it's worldwide, which leads to another keyword, Asia. Yes, Asia leads more than a half of the global internet users, not just half, it's more than half of this globe. Imagine the numbers of the users that you're not seeing it. I'm paranoid. Yes, literally, I was like this emoji. So maybe like at this point, you got kind of frustrated or overwhelmed, like, oh gee, Arisa, what are you telling to me? You just now told me like the DX around implementing internationalization is not so good, and now we need to face this, like statistics and the numbers that the demands from the users are high. Okay, my life is already grounded. No, I'm not in a position to actually like show you and tell you this boring message. Instead, I want to be more in a position to share with you by knowing the different approaches with more options will help you to pick the right, decisions to, solve and improve the I-18 and DX around. So let's now talk about the fundamental logic, how internationalization works, first of all. So there are in general 3 ways to determine the languages and the region. First one is detecting the location from the user's IP address. I see this cases a lot. And the second option is using the accept language header and navigator languages. And the last option is creating the identifiers in the URL. But honestly, I'm not going to recommend you to just go for the first approach out there. That's why I grade, because users like me, I'm from Japan. My native language is Japanese, and I speak English like as a second language. But my German is really awful. So I live in Germany, but my German is really awful. So imagine like users like me, like browsing the internet and searching something, but everything pops up in German. Oof, I'm not gonna have a look at and continue the content, the rest of the content. So that's why like don't just go with the IP address for the users. Instead, in this talk, we're going to use the 2 approaches to go hybrid. So the first one is, the second approach over there is respecting, like what your users have configured on the browser. So their users, your users, browsers, like preferred language setting could be like English or any preferred languages. That's what you're going to see first. And later on, you're going to give them the control to switch between back and forth, default language, or any other choices of the language from the user interface. So there, for the last approach, just for your information, to create identifiers in the URL, I want to show you the 3 patterns, because there are also like a couple of the patterns that you might want to choose depending on your cases. So the first approach is using the different domains, but I also don't kind of recommend this approach, because as you can see, it doesn't follow the same origin policy. Moving on to the pattern 2, so using the URL parameters. Maybe it works for the developers. It looks okay to us because we understand. Parameters, we deal with them like every day, but not so friendly for the users. So I also don't go with this way. So moving on to the last pattern, pattern 3, which is like localizing the subdirectory level. In this way, we follow the same origin policy, and the URL doesn't look so chaotic. So let's try to aim to have this approach in the end. And let's talk about the frameworks and the libraries. Maybe some of you have wondered, like, okay, why suddenly she's going to talk about frameworks and the libraries? You were going to talk about the fundamentals of the internationalization, right? Actually, it's related, because some of the frameworks and the libraries, they're using the I-18N frameworks under the hood. So let's see how it works in one of the frameworks, Remix. Because of the time slot I have, which is very limited, I'm going to only talk about the Remix, but you can have some grasp for the other frameworks too. So in general, from what I researched, there are 2 approaches to choose. So the first one is installing an I-18X related NPM package, and the other approach is the content management system. So first, this NPM package is called Remix I-18X because that's made for Remix. If you're looking for the other frameworks and the libraries, then you're not going to use this one. I recommend you to take a look at the other one. So let's have a look at the example. So we're going to get a little bit hands-on here. So we're going to see a couple of codes in my slides. So first, let's create the translation files. To be simple, I'm going to create one default language translation file and the other second translated language file. In this case, we just want to say hello in default language English and hello in Japanese. So next step, we're going to create the I18 next configuration file. I'm not doing like anything like too complicated or difficult stuff. All I'm doing is setting up the supported languages, English, Japanese, and then like fallback language. And there is the name default. Hey, the pointer works also, and the default name namespace. So why I already know the value should be the command? Well, it's because from the previous slide, I gave a name of these translation files to be command.json. That's the only reason why. So let's import this configuration into the i18next.server.js file. Don't worry about the rest of the code. All I want you to pay attention is the highlighted lines of the code. So there is the configuration where I import. I'm calling the the supported languages and the fallback languages, of course, and I am iterating these values because from the previous slide, you could see all the values that I have configured are just arrays and the strings. That's why I can iterate them. And the last step, what I'm doing is defining the paths for the translation files. So moving on to create the contents, client side, sorry, not the content, client side and the server side configuration files. I don't like to duplicate things. So I'm going to only show you the client side because the server side configuration will look pretty much the same. So you can check them out later on. So again, I just want you to pay attention to where I highlighted. So there is an important API called i18nextProvider. And what I'm doing is wrapping the Remix component called Remix Browser. So there are two things I'm doing, which I already mentioned one of them, wrapping the important Remix Browser component with this special API, which I'm going to show you why. And the second thing what I'm doing is making sure or waiting to ensure the translation should be loaded before the hydration happens. And we are going to see why in one of the following up slides. So first, why? Why precisely? I want to make sure that the translation should be loaded before the hydration happens. So instead of giving you like another gibberish of the source code, I wanted to give you two examples. So let's imagine this case. You as a user come to the, let's say like on the browser the application, and you want to see hello being translated into Japanese. You click the Japanese option, but you don't see hello in Japanese, and you're going to wonder why. So that's what is going to happen if the translation is not being loaded before the hydration happens. Well, it's because the reason is quite simple. Your application is not yet interactive. You kind of fake or make the user interface ready-ish, but behind the scenes, it's not ready. So that's the reason why. Let's imagine the other case. You as a user want to switch the language into Japanese to see hello, and now you can see that. Well, in this case, it's because the translation is loaded before the hydration happens, so that your app is interactive. On to the, that was close. Moving on to the next why. I'm kind of getting heart attack. Anyway, so moving on to the next why. So why I was wrapping, the Remix browser component with a special API. So I want to search things. So I went to a little bit deeper into the node modules. And here is where I was able to find this i18, what was the name of the API? I tend to forget. i18nextProvider, my bad. So this is where it was defined. So it uses the useMemo, a React hook, to prevent triggering the re-rendering. When is actually the timing to trigger the re-rendering? Well, if the value of the i18n or the default namespaces or the both values are updated, then that's the only time this useMemo is going to trigger the re-rendering. The rest, let's save our energy. So it is actually related to the performance. And let's use the configurations we have configured so far into the action. So here's the one of the, let's say, source code files inside of your Remix app and under the directory of the app. So in there, again, what I want you to focus on is the very fundamental 3 APIs that are provided from the Remix side. The rest, you can just forget. So first of all, there's an API called loader function. So this is a backend API that is defined from the Remix side. So you can just simply call them And what it does is it's creating the connection in between the other API. Again, it's coming from Remix called use loader data. So this use loader data in this case gets the locale from the loader function. And what I'm doing in the end is calling this JSON API instead of writing, new response, headers, blah, 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 which is going to consume minimum like 4 to 5 lines of the code. I can just do like in one-liner. Oh, before I'm going to that, let's not forget, there's the function. Sorry, maybe hard to see. Use change language. So this function is actually like updating the internationalization instance language to the correct and the current locale from the loader function. And the locale at this point will be updated, and then the I18 next will load the correct translation files. So here is what we have configured so far. And wherever in any route of your Remix app, you can call the value greetings that we have configured in one of the translation files to see the hello. But if you're good at guessing things, or if you're good at catching things from here in the screen, I have two things, which I'm kind of not being honest with you. So let me tell you. First of all, what is this? React I18 Next. It's another NPM package. I'm importing it. Do you want to import extra like NPM packages in your applications? No. Glad I heard a no. So that's the first thing. And the other thing, right here at the URL, I see a sneaky little glitch going on. So I have 3 confessions to make because I want to be honest with you. So first of all, yes, the sneaky little glitch is the URL parameter. I precisely mentioned in the beginning of my talk that I want to avoid using it, but I used. So, not so good. Better to admit when I have made a mistake, right? And second thing, do we developers need to maintain the translation files? Yes or no? What do you think? No. You don't want to. Yes, I take this as a kind of answer I wanted to hear. I don't want to. We don't want to. We actually need to do that in this, let's say, approach. And the last thing that I want to confession, did we translate the slides? Did I ever talk about it? No, I didn't mention anything about that yet. So by the end of my talk, I hope I still have time. We want to achieve like these rest of the things. I want to localize the URL in a subdirectory level, and then I do not want to have like any translation files in the source code level. So here it comes, the other example with the content management system. I'm not going to occupy another your 30 minutes. So here's the shortcut for you. Whatever the choices of your headless CMSs, you can do the same thing. But if you want to be quicker, just scan this QR code. Then you can create a connection in between the store block, one of the headless CMSs out there, and then, like with your Remix app. So depending on what you choose, the content management system or headless CMSs, the numbers of the approaches that you can make the I18N layout for the content editors and for yourself would be different. Some of them has less, some of them have more. So Storyblok has 4, and because of the time slot I have, I'm going to show you one of them. But if you're interested in, you can come and talk to me later on. I'm going to hang around, for the rest of the day. So as I said before, I'm going to focus on one of the approaches called folder level translation. I hope you can see it. And here, what you can see is like all the English content is stored into the English folder. And same thing follows for the Japanese, same thing follows for the German. So your content editors, first of all, do not need to go, wandering around like, where am I going to localize the content? They can just stick to the right folders, and so do you. So this is what we are going to achieve. I hope it's moving. Yes, it works. So this is what we are going to achieve by the end of this talk. So I want to have, first of all, like when I'm at the default language, in this case, one of the blog posts in the default language, I don't want to have the slug, included in the URL because this is the default language. But if I jump into the Japanese version of exactly the same, article, I want to see the Japanese slug, which is JA, being included in the URL. So as you can see on the right-hand side for you, you can see the content editors already can localize the content and can see the preview in the very same page. And if I go back to the previous like blog overview page, in Japanese version, you saw before in English, now you have the JS log being included. And if I go back to the default language and the home, let's say, page, I don't see this JS Japanese log being included. So it's quite visual, right? And by the way, with this approach, your content editors or whoever has access to your, let's say, Storyblog account in this application, they can actually generate these, I would say, like flexible routes by simply, like from the UI over here. But to create the little logic for them, here's the last step you need to help them. But I tell you, it's not too much work to do that because Remix already provides the approach code splats. Depending on the frameworks you use, modifying and configuring the routes would be like quite some tedious, let's say, processes. I've been there. I have been spending like a couple of like sleepless nights because of that. But Remix actually provides quite nice and neat, solution for it. So again, forget about the rest of the code in here, but just focus on where I highlighted, which will be like only 1, 2, 3, or even better, just here, 1. Because the rest of the 2 lines of the APIs, you already know. I already covered that content, so I'm not going to duplicate the content. So what I want you to pay attention is this line of the code where it includes the special parameter called params with square brackets and the string values of the asterisk. So I would highly recommend you to try that out by putting, the special parameter inside of the console.log and move back and forth between different, pages on the browser. And without doing, like anything like hard work from your side, you can just see all the full flags, like return for you. So you don't need to create such logic by yourself or tweak around to, like find so hard from the documentations on the framework side. I mean, they have, but the amount of the information they provide you is not too much overwhelming, and that's what I really like it. So anyway, here's a summary. Long story in short, from what we have seen together. So first of all, we saw together the demands from the users out there who want to see, localized content is very, very high. We now know the numbers, so we know what users want. But first of all, we also want to maintain like what we feel and how is our experience as well as developers. So here's the most important message from my talk. So by knowing more approaches to find a better DX for your cases will help you a lot later. So you do not need to suffer, like after everything is already like being set up, it's harder to, like change the structures later on. Instead, invest a very good amount of the time to pick the right technologies for later on. And last message for you would be like I18N is not just about localizing the content. It does matter for the performance, and also does matter a lot for the user interface, hence the user experience as well. So that will be all from my side. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you, Arisa. I was checking the question. Ooh, question are coming. The
Okay.
first one, nothing related with the talk. Tell us more about your emoji game.
What?
Tell us more about your emoji game.
Oh,
Is that
the
a private
emoji.
joke?
This paranoid one, right? It's actually, I think it was created by Cassidy,
I know.
probably. Yeah, that's where I found actually. She created this, I think, mild panic emoji. That's what it's officially called. And then like she submitted to, like register to include it into the official emoji stuff, but I heard it was rejected once. I hope it's included, but I don't see still yet on my phone.
Okay,
That's
thanks
where
for.
it came from.
Okay, perfect. So there is a bunch of questions. I don't think we have time to review them all, but go check with Arisa at their booth. Thanks for sponsoring one more time. Same question. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color, I would say.
You have 2 left,
Okay,
so 2 colors only. Let's say.
blue. Yes.
Perfect. We- This is for you,
Oh,
and let's
thank
do the
you.
picture.
Yay. It's my lucky day. This way?
All right,
Great.
right. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hear anything. All good. Thank you, Arisa.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna welcome our next speaker. He's working on Netflix. Thanks to him, we can watch TV shows, right? And he actually, a fun fact, he actually contributed to the Chromium code. So that's pretty cool. Welcome, Trent Willis, on stage to talk about biology. No, I'm kidding. Micro front end under the microscope.
Okay, can you all hear me? Awesome. Thank you. Yes, I have contributed to the Chromium project. It was a very small fix, but my name is officially in the source code, which is pretty cool. So last year, I was interviewing candidates to be the manager of my team at work. And my team is mostly made up of UI engineers. So finding someone that really understood the web development space and kind of what was going on there was a really important thing for us. So one of the questions that I like to ask all the candidates in these interviews was, what trends do you see happening in the web development space right now? And I would get a range of answers. Some folks talked about things like low-code app development, maybe new frameworks like Svelte or Quick. Some even mentioned things that weren't really front-end related, like Kubernetes. But in almost every conversation I had, one topic came up over and over again, and that was micro front-ends. And as I picked up on this trend of managers mentioning micro front-ends as a trend to keep an eye on, I start to ask the question, why all this hype? What's so interesting or compelling about micro front-ends? And as I listened to all their various answers, I kind of realized that to them, micro front-ends promise to make developing complex applications much easier and the teams that they were going to be managing more efficient. But a lot of them don't have firsthand experience with this approach to building web applications. And so the question really is that hype actually justified? Do you get those benefits and those promises when you actually use this in practice? And so that's what this talk is about today. We are going to put micro front-ends under the microscope, so to speak, and take a close look at some of the details that you don't often hear talked about in presentations and blog posts on the subject. So my name is Trent Willis, as you just heard, and I'm a staff software engineer at Netflix. And unfortunately, I work on internal tools, so nothing related to you actually streaming videos. But over the course of my career, I've had the privilege of working on several projects that actually used micro front-ends to build the application. They ranged from a project that had hundreds of contributors and probably a couple dozen teams contributing to it, to a project where we only had 2 engineers working on it, but still felt like we would get benefit from this approach. And along the way, I've learned a lot about the various nuances and details that go into using this approach effectively. So I want to start today's talk by doing the same thing that most speakers on micro front-ends do and talking about definitions. What are micro front-ends really? And I'm talking about what they are really, because I think most developers I speak to have a pretty general idea, but can't really articulate specifically what differentiates it from some other patterns. And if you start with a Google search, as most of us do when we have a question, you'll get a bunch of different definitions out there, like this one from Cam Jackson writing on martinfowler.com. And he defines micro front-ends as an architectural style where independently deliverable front-end applications are composed into a great whole. And if you kind of break this definition down, you notice 3 important characteristics. First is that it's an architectural style, right? It's not a specific technology. And the second is that they're independent applications. Here, he talks about them being specifically independently deliverable. And then finally, they are composed. So you're taking multiple of these things and putting them together into one. And if you look at other definitions from across the web, you'll see these 3 concepts repeated over and over and over again in pretty much every post out there. And so you can kind of distill it down into 3 basic terms, right? Architecture, composed, and independent. And I think those first two terms are pretty clear, like we get a pretty solid idea of what they mean. But that last idea, what does it mean for an app to be independent? Most developers I talk to would give you very different answers from each other. They might talk about things such as the apps being separately deployable. They might talk about them being able to be tested independently, or maybe even use the term loosely coupled. But I think those are all byproducts of what independence is rather than what it actually is. They're almost symptoms, if you will. And so I think to understand what independence is, we need to look at the motivations for why folks want micro front ends. In that same blog post by Cam Jackson, he talks about the fact that scaling up front end development so that many teams can work simultaneously on the same project is a really hard problem. And micro front ends promise to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of those teams working on a single project. And those motivations of kind of independent teams appear in basically every single blog post once again. So in other words, the focus here is more about what the apps are enabling the teams to do rather than what they are enabling any technical solution to do. And so in other words, it's primarily about solving a non-technical problem and not necessarily a strictly technical. So when we talk about apps being independent here, it really means that they are just enabling the teams developing them to operate independent of each other. And so with those ideas in mind, I would propose this relatively simple definition of what micro frontends are. That is, it's any application architecture that where an app is composed from sub-apps so that teams can operate independently. Now, earlier I mentioned that I worked on a project where there was only 2 developers working on it. And so in that case, you might ask, well, why did you need a micro front-end approach? And the reason is that application actually had a plugin system where other teams, in theory, could develop and contribute plugins to this code base. And those were deployed as basically very small front-end applications. And so that idea of being able to allow other teams to contribute independent of our own core development initiatives made micro front-end seem like a great fit. From this definition, though, you can kind of spot the first way in which we can figure out whether or not micro front-ends are actually working out well for a team when they use them. And that is, if your teams can't actually operate independently while using micro front-ends, then they're failing to deliver on their promises. Right? I've seen teams where they still have to coordinate their deployments across all the teams working on the project. They have to roll back because some other team broke their code. And in that case, they're not living up to what they're promising. Now, at this point, you might ask, but wait, aren't micro front-ends basically just microservices for the browser? Because that's where they get their name. And the short answer is no, they're not. At the very least, micro front-ends are hyphenated, and microservices are not. But all facetiousness about naming aside, on the surface, they really do sound quite similar. Right? Microservices, if you look at the definition from microservices.io, talk about them being an architectural style where it's a collection of services and they're independently deployable, loosely coupled. These are all things that we heard when looking at the various posts on micro front ends. But the reality is that there's at least 2 really important differences between the 2. And the first is that microservices don't share a runtime with each other, but micro front ends do. Micro front ends, when they're running on a user's device, have to run in the same browser with the same shared global variables, shared URL state, and so much more. Whereas most micro front ends, or microservices actually, don't even run on the same machine as each other. And that has lots of practical implications. On microfrontends.org, Michael Gears points this out and says that we should actually strive to isolate our team code and not share a runtime, really meaning don't share frameworks or other libraries, even if all teams are using the same frameworks and libraries. But the reality is that every project I've ever seen doesn't do this, right? In fact, lots of sharing happens. And there are many reasons for this, not the least of which is because of the performance concerns, right? We've heard a lot about performance today. And Arissa even just mentioned, like, you don't want to ship extra libraries and packages. And so why would you want to ship the same thing twice? Even when we do try to isolate our code from each other, though, it's impossible to do it perfectly, right? The sharing of a runtime for web apps makes this isolation idea pretty difficult, which can make it hard for your teams to actually operate independently because they're never truly decoupled from each other. And the second big difference with micro frontends is that microservices do not need to deliver a seamless user experience, but our micro frontends do. You want your app to feel like one single app developed by one team. It should have consistent design patterns, consistent UX behavior, and those are just things that just aren't concerns for backend services, right? You don't have end users navigating from page to page with your API. And so together, these ideas of sharing a runtime and wanting your app to feel seamless makes it really difficult for micro frontends to live up to actually letting your teams operate independently. And that in turn makes it harder for them to live up the hype and all the promises that seem to swirl about them. Now, up till now, we've kind of been talking about these high-level ideas and concepts and, architectural definitions. But what happens in reality? Like when you actually put micro frontends into practice, what are some of the issues or benefits that you get out of them? Well, in the projects that I've worked on, the first thing that we usually do is jump right to picking a technology, right? You want to know like, hey, what should we use to enable our micro frontend strategy? And today there are lots of options, right? Kind of like Sebastian pointed out in his opening talk, there's just so much going on in the web development space. Most commonly, you'll hear about Webpack Module Federation, usually used with React because those are just very widely used tools. But you might hear about some new and emerging frameworks like Single SPA or Luigi, and these seem to be really promising, but most of them are still relatively new and haven't seen super widespread adoption yet. You might also run into some framework-specific solutions, such as if you're using Ember.js, there's the concept of Ember engines. And then finally, you can do your own totally custom thing, like using dynamic imports with custom web elements, or if you want to go old school, just use iframes and put them all on the same page together. Throughout my career, I've actually gotten to use 3 of these strategies. The first project I ever worked on was with Ember engines. I've also implemented something totally custom, which you can talk to me about later. And most recently, I've used Webpack Module Federation. And using Module Federation has actually been the most pleasant experience because it has such widespread community support. But all of these have their pros and cons. And I think that the reality of the state right now is that there is no standard around micro front-end development and no standard technology to use. And I would say that that's yet. I think we're getting there, and I think we're starting to align on some common patterns. But the reality is that without kind of standard ideas of how we're building these things, it's really hard to land on a good set of best practices, right? This isn't to say that we have to align on a single technology, but it is to say that the more folks use a particular technology, the more you can socialize your ideas and what you've seen work and what has been successful. And I personally haven't seen those best practices socialized widely yet. Maybe they exist and I'm just out of the loop. But the reality is that without knowing those best practices, the pioneer tax or the cost of adopting something early is quite high today. The project that I'm working on right now actually has a team mostly made up of senior engineers. And even then, we've still struggled with delivering lots of value from our micro front-end architecture. And that's because most of the folks on the team don't have experience actually working with it. And so they're kind of learning and figuring it out as we go. Now, as a concrete example of kind of this lack of best practices, I want to talk about TypeScript integration. So if you have several different applications that are running together, in theory, you want to have type safety as you pass things between those applications, right? And so those connection points, you want to use common type definitions. You don't want to have to copy paste that into every single different repo and project. Now, this isn't really a problem if your apps are truly isolated, but as I talked about before, that's just not the reality of how most of these applications are developed. For our app, there's cases where we want to share data, not repeat queries, or we want to share contextual information about what the user has done. And in those cases, we want to make sure that we have type safety so that way all the apps are behaving appropriately. And most teams try to solve this, as we did, by creating a shared package where you kind of put all those shared type definitions. But the reality is that a shared package like this can very quickly become this kind of big monolithic dumping ground where folks are like, oh, okay, this is used by more than just my app, I'll just throw it in shared. And soon you have this package where you have multiple teams working that apply to multiple different apps, and you have to coordinate your changes. And all of a sudden, you're basically right back to where you were at the start, except for now you have to work in multiple different repos. If you're using Module Federation, there's actually a package that tries to solve this problem at Module Federation/TypeScript, but it's still somewhat new. I think it was first released last fall. And so if you're working on a complex project, you might actually still run into some edge cases or hit that pioneer tax that I mentioned just a moment ago. Micro frontends promise the greatest benefit to large and complex applications, right? And yet those are the apps that are also the most likely to run into weird edge cases and have difficult things that need to be handled. The TypeScript issue that I was just talking about is evidently not uncommon, right? Because there's an NPM package out there trying to solve it. But it really is only a problem if you're working in multiple separate repositories. Which brings me to the second big thing, or second big consideration that you should have when implementing micro frontends. And that is, what repository strategy are you going to use? Are you going to use separate repos or a multi-repo strategy or a mono repo? I think many projects kind of make this decision implicitly without talking about it much or without giving much thought to the future. But the reality is this is one of the most consequential decisions you can make when adopting micro frontends. When you're first getting started, right, the mental model of a mono repo just doesn't seem very independent because all this code is living in the same place. All these teams have to work together. Whereas you look at separate repositories and it's much easier to see how these are dependent and enable your teams to operate separately. But the reality is that over time, we share code, as I've mentioned, and most teams start to introduce other packages, and these packages get imported in other places. And then every time you want to make a change to that shared code, you now have to release a new version of this package, bump the version in the repos that use it. And all of a sudden you have this really tedious process that has a lot of overhead, especially for small changes. Now, if you're working with a mono repo on the other hand, sharing code is pretty easy because it all lives in the same project. And so you can just use a relative file path to import it. And then whenever you make a change, it just automatically gets imported anyway that it's being imported. So in other words, unless you're truly developing independent apps, the multi-repo strategy can actually add overhead and kind of decrease some of the independence you might get from using micro frontends. So in short, you need to ask yourself, how much code do you actually intend to share between your applications when you get started? Sharing code and micro frontends are both about, at least partially, improving and making development more efficient. But together, they can actually make your development process a little less efficient. And we're in an age, right, where design systems are super popular, component libraries are all the rage, and most of us grew up hearing, don't repeat yourself or keep it dry. So sharing code is super common, and to not share code kind of goes against most of what we've been taught for many years. But that goes directly against the kind of independence that micro frontends were inspired on. Beyond code sharing, though, there are other important differences to be aware of when you choose a repo strategy. And that is that first, monorepos do require an investment in tooling and processes up front in order to allow your teams to work in the same repository while still maintaining their independence. But it is possible, despite some stories you might have heard otherwise. Google infamously had at one point like 95% of its entire business's code in one single repository, which is wild. And Google probably is a much larger company than most of the companies that folks work at here. So this can be non-trivial cost upfront, but in the long run, it can be really beneficial. You should also keep in mind that without someone paying attention and keeping an eye out for it, it's actually really easy for code in a mono repository to start to become tightly coupled to where you need to make changes in multiple apps at the same time to implement a feature. That's less likely to happen when you have to do it across repositories, or it becomes a lot more obvious to notice, but it is still possible. The benefit of being in a mono repo is that when it happens, you can unwind it much more easily. All of these points up here, though, highlight a single idea for me, and that is that you need to have someone looking at these cross-app concerns and decisions. I would go so far as to say if you can't fund a dedicated support team for your architectural strategy when using micro frontends, you probably don't actually need them. Or at the very least, you're probably not going to get a ton of benefit from them. So someone needs to own those decisions and that infrastructure over the long term, not just in the early days of the project when you're bootstrapping it. So each repository strategy I just talked about has trade-offs, and choosing the wrong one might actually negate some of the benefits you expect to get from it. In general, I would say if your apps are really, truly independent, the multi-repo approach is probably going to work out really well for you. But for the vast majority of projects, a mono-repo approach is probably better. Now, I've also seen projects that kind of use both, where they enable you to either have a separate repo or develop in this one repo. But what winds up happening is you get a hybrid approach where neither one is really as good as it should be. And so I would encourage you to lean in to one approach or the other. So all the discussion that I've had so far about kind of shared code and sharing code and those issues brings up this really closely related topic of how are you going to manage your runtime dependencies? Right, I previously mentioned how if you have true isolation, you can wind up with duplicate dependencies. And like we all know, that's not really a great thing, especially if you're targeting customers on mobile devices. And in that scenario, if you do go that route, you also need to consider how are those dependencies going to work side by side. If you shipped 2 different versions of React to the client, will they both run? Or if you ship 2 different versions of your router to the browser, will they both run? Most engineers do not know the answer to such questions off the top of their head, and they're usually not written about in the library's readmes. And the reality is that those type of issues can lead to really weird bugs that you may not notice when you're developing locally, but as your user is clicking through the app, going through multiple different pages, all of a sudden things might start to break. And now you have no idea how to reproduce it, and it becomes really difficult to troubleshoot. And so these ideas also reinforce that notion from earlier, right, that the browser has non-isolated state no matter how well isolated your apps are. At the very least, you have to share a URL in a browser history. On the flip side, if you do go the route of sharing code, then you need to figure out how you're going to handle version upgrades, especially major versions, right? A new major version of React comes out, and now all of a sudden you have all these various micro frontends that you need to upgrade at the same time. How are you going to handle coordinating that across all your teams and deploying them so that various parts of your application aren't broken? And so in short, because micro frontends do share a runtime, you have to think about your runtime dependencies. Right? With good isolation, you might wind up with duplication, but with poor isolation, you might wind up with having to coordinate all these various dependency upgrades. And so this idea of coordination ties into kind of a third big thing that I want to talk about. And that is that you have to consider how you're going to divide up your application when you adopt micro frontends. Right? Are you going to do it route by route or by different features or by different screen sections? And how large or small are you going to make these divisions? And then most importantly, will those divisions survive organizational change? Right? You could imagine working on a social media app where you kind of have a profile page, a news feed, and a settings page. And when you first start the project, you say, hey, okay, let's divide it up this way. Seems pretty clear and simple. Over time, though, you have this avatar component that gets really complicated on your profile page, but your product folks come along and say, hey, it would be really great if we could use that on the feed so that way we have consistency. Now, all of a sudden, you're importing it into places. And then you decide, hey, we should probably also show the avatar on the user setting page. So you import it there as well. Similarly, you decide, oh, okay, we have this really complicated post summary component that we show on the feed. It would be awesome if we could show the latest post on the user's profile. And then big change comes along and they decide to reorganize your settings team. And now all the feed settings are owned by the feed team, but all the other settings are still owned by this other team. And now all of a sudden you have a single team, the feed team, that has to operate in multiple different repositories alongside the settings team. And so if you imagine these type of changes over many years and on a much more complicated project, all of a sudden you can start to see how this gets pretty confusing and pretty difficult to manage. And the reality is that deciding how to divide up an app so that your teams can operate independently while still having lots of consistency and maintaining clear organizational boundaries is a really hard problem in the long run. And this example also illustrates that no technical strategy or architecture is really going to fix organizational dysfunction, right? So if your company is constantly reorganizing teams and shuffling folks around, then adopting micro frontends isn't really going to protect or isolate you from that. How your organizations operate is also going to affect technical matters when you adopt micro frontends. For instance, how are you going to handle troubleshooting, right? One of those micro frontends throws an uncaught error. Who is responsible for handling that? And how does the correct team get notified when that error occurs? Right, within the React world, we're used to wrapping everything in error boundaries, but those don't catch everything, right? Maybe you have an uncaught promise exception. And you could leave each app to kind of handle it on their own, but you'd probably want it displayed to the user consistently and in the same manner. And what happens if you have a route where you have two micro frontends? Which one is responsible for handling it then? And so you need to figure out the best way to handle this. My recommendation would probably be that you have that infrastructure team I talked about that owns a host app that handles all of this. In a very similar vein, how are you going to deal with optimizing the app, right? Who's responsible for ensuring that the app as a whole is running performantly? And once you identify problem areas, who owns optimizing those problem areas? Separate builds means that it's really difficult to holistically analyze payload size and things like that. Similarly, you could run performance profiles on the page and kind of look into problem areas, but if you're not familiar with all the code or can't easily just grep in one code base, how do you know which team owns that code and needs to go and improve it? Now, I don't think these are the hardest parts of optimizing or troubleshooting in most applications, but they add extra overhead that can actually become a drag on your team over time. The reality is that every division you introduce into your app is going to add more complexity, and it has the potential to multiply the points of connections between your various teams. But more importantly, every decision you're going to make can also increase complexity. Now, this is true of every application out there, not just micro frontends. But I think with micro frontends, as I've talked about, there are lots of cases where we kind of make decisions implicitly without really giving a whole lot of thought to their long-term impact. Right? The reality is that that impact over the long term might actually make or break whether micro frontends are useful for you. So at this point in the talk, I've been talking for a while. Do micro frontends live up to the hype? You might think that my answer is going to be no, but I think the answer is actually they can, but only if you use the right strategy. There's a lot of hard problems that you need to think about, and there's a lot of stuff that you might have to work through. Right? The reality is that using micro frontends is really complex because building modern web applications is really complex. Right? Your architecture can influence and affect your testing strategy, how you handle authentication and authorization, privacy stuff, accessibility. As we've heard throughout the day, modern web app building and construction and development is hard. And your architecture will impact basically every single part of that. So the reality with micro frontends is that we are still figuring out best practices. And that means you're probably going to have some trial and error as you get things right. My advice, if you want my recommendation without a bunch of nuance, would be that you do use something like Module Federation because it has so much community support. And so you can learn from what others have gone through. And I would do it using a mono repo, so that way when you share code, it goes more easily. And you would do it with as few divisions as possible to start, so you can figure out where you should actually make those divisions. And you should do it with as little shared code as possible until you really identify what needs to be shared. And then finally, as I mentioned, I would do it with a dedicated team to support all of this. I think that strategy can get you to a pretty beneficial place with micro frontends pretty fast, but it still might take a good chunk of investment in the short term. As Tejas mentioned earlier, though, all of this is really, it depends, right? It depends on your specific situation. You might have other goals in mind, and you might run into other decisions and challenges based on your specific infrastructure and company culture. And so keep your specific goals in mind. We've talked a lot about the goal of team independence because that's really what micro frontends are promising us. But your project might have other goals that take higher priority over that, such as getting to market faster. And so micro frontends promise to make building complex applications easier and our teams more efficient. And they do that by allowing multiple teams to work on one single complex application. And I think they can do that, but we are very intentional and thoughtful with our investment into them, and involve everyone you work with, find the best solutions. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Trent. That's great. Actually, a lot of questions. We won't be able to answer them all. Of course, you can go there and check. And actually, you answer them all almost. It was funny to see all those questions, and you were, the next slide was the actual answer. So, question about performance: is it better or not? You mentioned that we can profile, etc. There is one question that is interesting: is about when should we switch to micro frontend? How complex our application should be to make the decision to go to micro frontend? Do you have a pick on that?
Let's see if I can give a short answer. I think the answer is probably very long and complicated, but I think my advice would be think about how complex your application is going to be organizationally. Are you going to have lots of different teams working on it? In that case, it might help, but my advice in most cases would be to iterate towards those and solve different problems as they pop up, right? Like if your problem is that your test suite is too large, look at simpler solutions such as parallelizing things or only running tests that have code related to them changed. Don't necessarily refactor your entire app into a new architecture. If you're starting a new project, my advice would be to think about how you want the development model of all your teams to go and use that to influence whether or not you think it's the right architecture. Whoever asked the question, if you have a specific project that you would like my thoughts on, feel free to come find me afterwards. And likewise, if anyone else has questions, feel free to find me, and I'd love to chat more.
Awesome, thank you. And you can check the question on the Slido app as well. Thank you again. Last question. Favorite color?
I don't know if you'll have it, but purple.
It's close enough. It's close enough. It's red. It could be. It's close enough, right?
Under the blue light, it looks purple.
All right, let's do the picture. Come this way, because this way we have the
Changing it
video
up.
things. All right, let's give it up for Trent. Okay, thank you. So this is now the lunch break. So we will be back here at 1 p.m., right? So enjoy the lunch. And maybe to finish this morning, I can give you another joke that I prepared. I'm looking for some good one. We're going to do two actually, right? How do you comfort a JavaScript bug? You console it. Thank you. You got cheese already. Okay, another one. What do programmers inherit? Errors? Class? Huh? Yeah. No, because we would be treated as objects. Not good. Not class. No, nothing. Yesterday someone gave me the answer spaghettis. It was close enough to the answer. It's actually technical debt. All right, that's it. I see you at 1 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, the sponsors as well. It was great. The speakers, sorry, sponsors, speakers. Right. All right. We are back. We are back. How was lunch? Was great. You ate so much. What did you eat? No, I don't know. All right. So it seems like everybody here. How about we start by a joke, right? To set up the mood and wait for the last people who are not here. Let's do for musician. Do we have some musician here? Musician. I know some musicians there. All right. What's a computer's favorite bit? 8 bits. That's a good one. That's a good answer. No. The algorithm. Thank you, Tedros. Thank you. The algorithm. All right. That was it. The next speaker is already here on my left. He has a story. He has a story in Norway. He actually hiked for 1,000 kilometers, right? With his daughter in his backpack. So she could sleep during the day and party during the night, right?
Yes, wonderful.
So Andreas has a skill. He do not need to sleep anymore. That's going to be useful for the party tonight.
Definitely.
So welcome Andreas on stage.
Thanks.
Talking about his great story about changing stuff. I let you.
Thanks for having me. Good. Yeah, it's. I want to say thank you first for that amazing morning. There has been so many valuable insights, and I think getting these insights from somebody else, so from outside, it's always a very good possibility to grow, because then it's some more diverse input, something from a different perspective. And really, so thanks again for organizing that that day, and also for everybody presenting here. Yeah, I actually start with. Does it work? Yes, with something very simple. So this is this number. It's 4.6 trillion this year. This is actually the amount of money which is going to be spent for IT services and IT development this year. So it's globally in the public sector, which is going to be around this for next year. And that whole development is actually something we are influenced as heavily also by Porsche. So I started many years ago for Porsche at the development center, so developing cars, and later working for the production line, and now these days for sales and marketing. And if I see how our budget and our organization grew in this time, it's off the scale. It's you cannot believe it actually what we're doing. And where does it come from? I think it's pretty easy. Information retrieval, communications, storage, refinement is actually part of our society since 1 million years. So it's a part of what we are doing. And based on that, these more and more effective means actually also are transformed into more and more needs. And yeah, this is actually something I was just taking out of some slides from Gartner and some of these digitalization experts. This whole movement is actually supercharged by lots of people out there, experts, framework, evangelists, whole agency with 1,000 of people bringing new stuff to the table, which is super valuable, like whatever, the cloud, augmented reality, sustainable IT, software-defined vehicle, super apps where all your stuff is converted in one touch point. So it's super cool, but it's this hyping is even making it more interesting. And there are so many questions actually as coming to our organization all the time is, okay, what do we need for the new app, or should we now also make that augmented stuff, or software-defined vehicle, is it us doing it right? Is it Tesla doing it right, or NIO? Are they, what to do? And based on that, the organizations actually normally tend to react instead of act. And our company and all your companies on the different companies are always better when they act and not react on trends or hypes or whatsoever. And yeah, they still act because they would like to preserve their success. And the highest risk what we saw in the last years is only because we can do it doesn't mean that we have to do it, because we do have to do the right thing. And I'll talk about that later. This is actually something what we are doing. So what we're doing. So if you have a decision, so from management side, it's normally like that. Okay, should we get data handled properly or build a new augmented reality app? Let's do both, because we have to do both. Others are doing it. Yeah, this is basically it. And I will now, in the first few minutes, actually tell you how we handled that, how we organized in the last 7 years. But I will start first with something like 3 minutes where we come from, because I'm working for Porsche. My name is Andreas Weber. I'm an enterprise architect for digital commerce, and yeah, I would say I'm a facility manager for our organization, having a look that everything is there, that teams can work, and that everybody is happy. Yeah, what we do is, I think everybody knows, we are developing cars at Porsche. We are producing them. We actually have an organization globally making sure that the customers are being happy. In the end, this is even a picture from Norway, that the people can actually enjoy driving these very nice products. What you see here, and this is I think very important, is so something what we always think is, we always think of the user. So there's lots of who actually involved. So we have production workers, we're working for engineers, customer, prospect, fans, dealers, importers, drivers, investors, and you always have to know who you're working for, so why you are here. And yeah, that's actually so the way our way of thinking. And based on that, so for customer relation, we actually what we do is we have around about 40 teams in the world, so in 3 continents, building solutions for customers in over 100 countries. They do basically different stuff like excitement, making sure that cars can be bought, accessories can be bought and consumed, all the additional services around the car, like vehicle charging and enabling gamification in the cars. This is what we do, and yeah, and it's a lot. And this kind of scaling, yeah, has been really an uphill battle. Yeah, I will have. Oh, it's difficult to read. I thought so on the Beamer. I have 3 chapters basically. The one thing is how did we organize it? So what were our learnings? How did we survive the scaling without getting it completely chaos and people actually quitting their job? What is our foundation? And it is slide heavy. I'm really deeply sorry. But there are a few people out of our team also here where you can ask detailed questions later, or also if we have some time left now. Getting it organized. Like I told, everything is actually starting at work. Everything starts always with the user, with the customer. This is how we think. It actually starts with a need, and it actually ends with a key moment as a customer or user would like to have in reality. I need mobility, so I get it. And this is always how we organize, because it's something like we don't always start from scratch. And so starting from scratch is actually always following a pretty generic pattern. Doesn't matter what we do, it should be attractive for a customer. Customer should get himself informed. He should evaluate the option if it's nice for him. We should make him convert if he needs to. Contract, payment, use, and return. So this is actually something like we actually learned from our production system at Porsche, where we do actually the same kind of process. And what we do is in this area is normally when we start something new, like building a new product, we bring everybody to the table. So we put everything in it. There are thousands of different kind of workshop formats, event modeling, event storming, whatsoever. We normally bring all the business departments together and I say, okay, what is needed? It's normally far too much. So we have so many experienced people in our company. We have 75 years of history, and it's far too much. But it's important that you involve everybody so that everybody is speaking in common terms, that there's a grounding actually somewhere. And what we do in this context of organizing ourselves is we always bring the operation and the digital people together. So what we realized in the whole product team development was, okay, if you would like to have a new product in China, for instance, a new app, or if you would like to have a new digital service in a car, you from the first moment on, you really have to create a full stack team. And full stack team in this context always means the business is in there. So it's part of the team. They make a product. And it's not only that they develop stuff, that they use React. So it doesn't matter. So they have to decide the means. And not only something like the digital solution, but also how do you get it to the market? So how do you talk to the customer? How do you do the e-commerce stream? How do you do the logistics? It's important. Maybe this involves then the technical solution behind it. And what we normally have, so in this context, if we have that picture is, okay, this is always what I ask. What is your vision? Where are you heading to? Do you have goals? Who's giving you these goals? And what are, I would say, policies of that stream? So what are the ground rules? Do you invoice customers, or is it free to play? Do you is it international, or is it just for Singapore? It's interesting. So what are the principles? Most people in the beginning, when we start something like that, it was never there. Because it evolved, and there were hidden sentences, hidden truth, which actually were unknown, even for the ones actually collaborating in that stream. And then basically, this is then, it's actually certain. This is, I think, of something very important where we also struggle in the past a lot. This really cross-function already told, and it has to be built around. It has to be built with the people, not around. So especially in this organization, these larger organizations, is something like, this guy there, no, we don't want to play with him. It's strange. And you build a system around him, and then it's actually not really for that person at the right-hand side. Build a solution around somebody this person doesn't know, but he will feel it as the customer. Yeah, cool. I think most of you have done something like that, like value stream analysis, event storming. I think these are common formats. But I don't know. It does not really help in scaling. So it helps to organize properly. But really having then something like a decision, should we have a generative AI in car sales? Not sure if we are already there at this pace. So it's only part of the solution organizing properly. That's why, the second part of it is basically building the machine. If you have so many different needs, so many different countries in the world, different personalities, different cultures, different personas, it's a scaled big machine you are building. So you could actually build everything what we are doing. You could build in a Spring Boot monolith. You would install it in the car. You could install it in the app, in the web, and it's all in there. Would work, maybe. But of course it wouldn't work. So we were actually, for that whole machine building on a global scale, we applied some principles actually which were mandatory. So something where I say, okay, this is something you have to, something like a North Star if you're in doubt where you're going to. Does it work? Yeah. So doesn't matter. You have to start from the customer and actually what he needs. And based on that, what we said, okay, there is some foundation we have to work on. So it doesn't matter if you are a little local team in Beijing or in Shanghai or in Atlanta, San Jose, Tel Aviv, or Barcelona. There's some. We want to create an integrated experience. So we want so that the customer doesn't feel that we are globally spread, that we are whatever, so many people so work all over the globe. So that's why we have some basic, I would say, principles applied. The one thing is basically the experience. I think in the one presentation, something like before, we have some experience frame around it. We say, okay, like before, like a common design system, or how is the web touch point actually maintained? Where's the UX guild for that? How does the app work? How does the vehicle work? So there's always something like an experience management, so that the journey is consistent and not fragmented. Because if you work with whatever 30 teams on a journey, and they don't, the one is making an app, the other one is making making web, it all looks different. You have to have some basic principles. Then something really funny. 7 years ago, I was counting. We are having 18 logins in the web. So I could log in as a guy buying a car, or going to the shop, or going to. There were many places, many customers, and the whole. I would say, if you were then aggregating the data, it was really funny, because it was always in a certain context. So this is something where we are aligned on very early, and only basically so in some countries which are firewalled, we have exceptions, but still we handle it in one certain way. And then basically the very important thing is the playbook. So if you organize so many people, it's like that you don't know each of them. So yes, even though I'm very long in the game, I maybe from this 1,000 people, I know maybe 200 or 300, and I meet them not really regularly. So you need some playbook that people can trust each other and still follow his goals, and still follow so a role in goals actually in that. So, and this playbook actually create a shared understanding what we don't discuss. So for instance, we say globally we on AWS. That's it. So that's it. Don't do this Google Cloud discussion once more. We had it. We can start it again. We can, but then basically really for that context only, or whatever. Say okay, pipelines of teams, they are private. They are not shared. That's it. So it's nothing to be discussed. We don't want the discussion anymore. We had a discussion with 200 people in a room, and we can restart it, but then we have to come together again with 200 people and rediscuss it. And we shouldn't discuss it every time. Then also these kind of things like whatever guilds, to say, okay, if you are a nerd, you have to go to the tech sync. If you are a UX guy, you have to go to the UX guild. If you have a fresh idea, go to that workshop, which is every week. If you have a fresh idea, business, there is the place you go. You don't just start, because it's needed. Otherwise, you just die in chaos. And doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how stupid or bizarre the idea. Doesn't matter how stupid or bizarre the ritual is we introduce. It is needed. So otherwise, we don't trust each other. And this comes then, of course, in other things like whatever. Prioritization, budget, and so on, and so then the playbook. Based on that, and this is now, sorry, the most technical it actually gets, even though I'm an architect, we were creating something like a verticalized approach. So it's one way of doing it, but we normally say every team is also not only business side, full stack, but also from a technology point of view, you are making the front end to actually the service which is going down. This is mandatory. You're not allowed to do it so differently. You as a team decide where to bring in your value. So is the customer interaction center the most valuable touch point, or is it the app, or the web, or the car? It's up to you to decide where you bring in your value in that step up there. And then actually, and this goes a little bit into the discussion before, your product is actually, it is a product. So if another team would like to consume your product, it needs to be accessible as a shared service, meaning that whatever, if you have a UI component you would like to have everywhere in the streams, you have to build it as a microfrontend or a component basically, which is then possible to be integrated into a monorepo approach or into the other way. Build a product to achieve a goal, cross-functional, already told. Being resilient, we applied that approach because we cannot control. So like whatever. So if one of our services is attacked, we have to make sure that this service can handle the attack themselves, because we should not scale an attack over the whole ecosystem. So you're responsible for scaling. Baked-in compliance is basically the same. So every team, every product is responsible for security. So data protection, security, it's just what you need to do is clear, the law, but how you do it, it's up to you, basically. Autonomously as a self-service. So yeah, I think it was looked at in this shared pipeline approach. Everything has to be a self-service. If you have 40 teams talking to each other, I'm not really good in math. It doesn't work. So if you would like to use the Porsche ID for login, the payment service, a content service, a product data service, a checkout, you should not talk to that team. You just use it. Otherwise, yeah, you just create buzz and you stop us in delivering value. Localized decisions. This is this goes a little bit in the direction of the intro of that meeting. This is also the answer. So whatever, if you would like to use some as an open AI service, some Crystallize, so a data management or content management, it's up to you. You have to decide it. There will be nobody else doing it for you. And that is actually also one part going to that make and buy. So we developers, and I developed software over 15 years, we tend to make because we love to make. So it's fun. The best thing actually you can do. But on the other hand, you should really focus yourself on value creation. And there's so many generic services out there which are, we are nearly free of charge. And on the other hand, if you develop these, you just invest 2 years into something which is not your core business. And you really have to have a look what this person up there actually really needs and how this key moment is actually achieved. This was one of my, this was something it's a really ugly image of something, but I have to show it. Every few weeks, every 2 weeks, better to say, there are new ideas, whatever, a new product, like let's build to order T-shirts, for instance, or whatever. Let's have a charging lounges where electric vehicle drivers can actually go in there and get a coffee while they charge their car. It's really good. So any idea is open, but the thing is, and as I told before, is if you introduce an idea like that to our ecosystem, you always go into an area that you are not on a green field. So we have Porsche. We are right now at iteration 3,500. So the 3,500 sprint, so 75 years. So there's so much already there. There's so strong teams doing stuff, and yeah, how to say? Maybe they just don't fit that. And so, for instance, there's a B2B process, and they do take care of invoicing or fulfillment or so CRM. Maybe they don't fit. And what we learned in that past is, and this is something very important, in my opinion, to see is, if you do something like that, you have a new idea in a big company, you normally say, okay, let's be efficient. Let's reuse some capability which is somewhere in the system, like whatever, this nice service for dealers or for logistics or finance. And what you normally do is then in this area is, yeah, you create a facade because they have a different customer. They also have different goals. And what you do is basically you add lots of complexity to it, and it makes you slow. Complexity, lots of complexity in the end. So in the beginning at the MVP makes you, there's no MVP anymore. And also it creates errors and failures. So you make your customer fail. And then even though if it works very well, so if you have the best engineers having process, some AWS step function, really very nice done, it's even though, even then, these people maybe, they have different goals. They have a different customer. They are serving whatever, a dealer, making a very good work for them, but the other one is serving a customer. So maybe you don't even have the same priority, and then maybe also don't even the same terms to speak. And that's why actually, and it's something like, it's a very it's a very, very important lesson. What we learned is only align stuff which has the same goals. So if you can align the goals, it's something else. If it's the same customer, if it's a different customer, it's something else. It's a different goal. What you're doing. Then build a stream around it. So whatever, if you have whatever, you have an attract phase, you have a convert phase, you have a fulfillment phase, streamline it that you can deliver as a stream the value for yourself, and then actually also, and this is something which also goes in the direction of the last talk, share nothing. Share nothing that is not a product. So if somebody else has a nice API which works for you, consume it, but don't have a shared initiative. That's really people tend not to agree here in our company. So all of them, so I would say we are 50-50 right now. But that does not mean that we are then different families. So splitting the stuff up, delivering value in different streams doesn't mean that we are not meeting anymore, that we are not collaborating anymore. But it's just not that we are. In the end, we're just moving out. It means that for Christmas and Easter we meet, but we just not watch The Mandalorian every evening. That's just yeah. But I always say we're still friends. It's no problem. Yeah. Another painful experience, and sorry that I talk about all these pains, what we struggled, but we resolved most of it, is how are we going to market? So if you have so many smart people, it's you need a go-to-market strategy. And the thing is, if you have so many so smart people and you bring everybody to the table, I started in the beginning, is you have so many good ideas. So whatever, if you have 20 years of experience in selling a car, I'm sure that we have the best skilled people in our organization who can tell you the complete process from Albania to Zaire and from attract to returning the car for finance and leasing. They know it. They will definitely bring everything to the table from their perspective. And what we normally do is it's their perspective. It's not the customer perspective. We always say, get it before implementing MVP, remove everything for what you know. So really remove it. Let's just say what is really needed and what is the start we would really start with, and then check it early. And this is basically there to approve the basics and also to make sure that we don't optimize the unknowns. So a very simple case is we're all digital. We say, okay, come on, let's send so a customer a WhatsApp message or iMessage or an email if we have a new product. Our experience, for instance, 10 of 10 times is they ignore it. They ignore it. What they want is a letter or a call or a face-to-face meeting. It's amazing. It's just Marcus can tell a song. It's really it's absolutely amazing. Really try it and then see, does it really work? And if then even the basics don't work, iterate from over there. And because otherwise you add complexity to a system which is not needed from the beginning. And but at the same time, and this is something what we struggled also in the past, is very early we had, if we were not thinking about scaling the solution before, what are the boundaries of our system, we were always failing. So very simple. So if you know that you have a go-to-market strategy for 100 markets, you have to think about the basics. How do you make compliance? How do you do all the legal checks in all the country? Yeah, you have to realize that. If you realize that after whatever country 5, you maybe have to rebuild the system because some scalability measures have to be identified early, even though they're not built yet. So whatever let's check in 6 months if we need it, so that it's not something like that we forget it. So that's something. So we failed there multiple times. I would say in the last 10 years, because, and this is something what actually. So the only thing I should say in this area is in the end, and this is even for the areas where we're the most smart as a company, the solutions look very different in the end. So yeah, and it always is like that. Today we think we're going to sell the product. In 1 year, we maybe would like to give it for free. and maybe in the end we are ending at a subscription business because everybody else is doing it, even though it doesn't make sense. And this is our learning from this whole MVP approach. So we say, which was difficult to implement into our organization, full of engineers, full of super smart people, which outsmart me in nearly anything what we're doing. And yeah, I'm the architect, so I sent you lots of theory, lots of boxes and arrows, like promised, actually. For all of these things, you can have a look at lots of whatever documentation, the internet, YouTube channels. I'm sure if we have a look at some of your YouTube channels, it's all in there, written in detail and much more correct than I can actually that I can communicate here. But there's actually one more thing, and I was not talking about scaling and building one product. It's one thing to sell, whatever. It's something in one country, maybe even only in your village. If you would like to scale it, so from organization perspective, you also have to take the people. You have to integrate the people into the solution. And if you would like to climb that ladder, because scaling it comes from scalare, from taking a ladder, you need people to take that ladder, and also you need the people that they want to take that ladder, that they want to scale, that they want to become big. And there we actually have, so a few learnings which were coming out of a future perspective, something like a few months ago. And the base of that is actually people want to grow. So people want to grow. People want to be happy and want to become bigger than they are today. And what does it mean? That means that people have more skill and more mindset, that they're better people. And this is actually only coming from positive and owned experiences. So these kind of appointments here, they're really good. Oh, I'm far. How much? Well, sorry. So they're really good. You get good experience, but you also have to own the experience. You have to make the mistakes, that you reached goals, that you created value in a diverse environment where people brought in the different opinions at different places. And this actually means, connecting the personal development with the value. The second thing is, you have to bring the customer and the person actually working at the product together. So this was always, so they have to talk to each other. So if you have a customer at the West Coast in the US, you need to go there, you have to talk to him, and you have to understand what his challenge is, what his needs is. Because if your boss is telling what to do, it's definitely wrong. Simple. So also, if I'm telling it, it's wrong. So that's that's very simple. Scale experience. So if you would like to have skilled people and you think this is important, you have to scale experience. You have to teams, make people move from team to team, because only if you have a skilled organization, the trust is there to scale. Then you trust, hey, you can do that. So you can create that service. I trust you that it works. It's fine. Because if you see that they fail all the time, you don't trust in the system. You don't trust anymore in the machine. And if you don't have that skill-based trust, the machine will die. It will kill you. So this trust kills you in scaling. That's absolutely true. That I'm pretty sure. And the last one is scale the spirit and scale the love. So basically, you have to create a place where people love to create, where people are there for each other. Really, something like, I have a problem, even though it might be a personal problem. It has to work that people love to come to that place, and that their role, what they have, fits into that organization. So it has to fit in. So people have different needs, and it has to fit in. If it doesn't fit, we have a problem. And definitely, and this is also something what we have to say here in this area is no fundamentalism. So don't exchange it with love. So it's nice that you have excitement for your product, but if you're seeing that as the only truth which is there, then there's no truth. It's just your view in the world. Yeah, we will fail, and we will fail us, and we're not happy. And if we are not happy, we fail the customer, and then he won't be happy. And this is the only reason why we're here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you, Andre. We have actually a really good question here. It's the web experience is not the core business of Porsche, right? But do you think one day it will be, where instead of car company, it will be an internet company selling cars?
I don't know. So the
Do
web
you think
experience.
there will be a shift, kind of?
The web experience is I don't know if you get the question right. The web experience is a major part of our core business, because this is the place where people get excited for the brand, where they inform about the product, and there is I would say, I don't have the numbers, but I would say there's no customer who hasn't been in the web configuring a car, searching already, informing himself before entering the first dealership. So that's why I think Marcus can tell the numbers most likely. So the web experience, so that this is good, there's no option for Porsche. So very simple spoken.
Thanks. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And to see the scales of this, it's awesome. Last question. What's your favorite color?
What
Favorite
blue.
color? Blue. So I don't know
I'm sure that you
if
don't have
we
blue
have
cheese.
blues.
Norwegian blue cheese? No.
Blue cheese? No, you need to come to
It's
France
really
for
blue?
blue cheese. But
Ah, wonderful.
here we go.
My son will love. I will love it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's awesome to see the scale of a company like Porsche still scaling, right? So the photo, sure, the photo. Here we go. Give it up for Andres. Awesome. Thanks. All right, all right. So the next speaker loves to work with trees, even though he's scared of height, right? But don't be confused. He started TypeScript in 2016. Give it up to Olavi on stage.
It's on now. Okay, so this works, and yeah, so wish me luck, because this is my first conference talk, and I'm using Linux. So I'm the first one using Linux, so I have zero confidence this will work, and I think it doesn't work, but we have a plan B, but let's see. So I'll try to plug my laptop with HDMI, and the mirroring probably doesn't work, but yeah, so it's my second screen. I'll just move my window there. That's okay. Let's go with this. It's okay. Yeah, I can work with this. Thanks. So before I start my talk, I'll just do one quick thing. So let's reset this first. So let's assume I'm a developer, so I'm bad at estimating. But anyways, we are something like at least 100 people here, and I think 100 was the maximum here. So let's say 100 people. I don't know about the hourly prices in Norway, so let's say like, I don't know, let's pick some random number, 160 per hour euro. So now we can just watch. Yeah, just kidding. I hope this presentation will not be a waste of money, but I made this service because I feel some meetings at work is a waste of money, and sometimes a meeting should have been actually an email. So yeah, my talk will not be that educational, but I hope it will be somewhat funny and hopefully inspiring. And so I made this talk mostly because I loved, or I have made a lot of silly side projects that I have loved doing, and they have been fun. And also, I had this one a bit more serious side project, and I got my last job because of this project. So it was an open source working hours tracker app for Selfish OS. I don't know. Has anyone heard about Selfish OS? Some people. Cool. It's yeah. I won't go into details there. But this was a funny project because I actually have had just a presentation about all the mistakes I made in this project. So I made such dumb things in this, and like, yeah. First of all, the biggest mistake was handling times as strings. So like just saving the start time as a string into database and then trying to calculate the time difference, how long you have been working. Don't do it. Anyone here running their own business? Only a couple? Okay, cool. So the best part about running your own business, at least for me, is that I can just choose my own title myself. Nobody cares. So hi, I'm Olavi, and I'm the branch manager at my company, Iltametsuri. And it's funny because the company name is Evening Lumberjack. So I actually work with trees, and I'm the branch manager. So yeah, I'm also a software developer as a consultant, and I have been working with Next.js for the past, I don't know, time flies so fast, so like 6 years, no, anyways, several years. And sometimes the web development is just horrible. Like it just makes me nuts sometimes. So I just want to go out and cut down some trees, and that's actually what I do. So that's why I started this company, doing tree cutting on the side and also climbing in the trees. And yeah, I'm actually I have fear of heights, but I'm getting used to it. Yeah, you can see the fear in my eyes. Yeah. Yeah, so running your own business, you can also think that you can do whatever you want when you run your own business, and you can, but then the reality hits you in the face, and you have to pay the bills as well. So then you have to start working on something boring like React. So yeah, React is boring, but it's boring in a good way. So there's this thing that boring tech is actually good. So it's a safe choice, like Next.js or even Remix nowadays. It's quite safe choice, actual production grade project. But that's why we need that's why we need side projects, because in side projects you can experiment with whatever tech you want, and nobody's gonna tell you not to rewrite it with like several times during the project, and you can do whatever you want. And also when you do side projects in some companies, at least I know in Finland we have a couple of companies where I used to work, we got paid for doing side projects. So we got paid for a certain amount of hours per month if we worked on open source. At first it was just open source, but then we changed it to whatever you want to do, volunteer work or whatever, and that was really nice. So most of these, actually, the examples I'm going to show, I got paid for doing them. Yeah, and you'll learn a lot of stuff, and you'll grow as a developer. Oh, I forgot to start my stopwatch, but I'll just look at the time. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll show some of the examples of the side projects that I've been working on, and I'll show more about the meeting price calculator as well. So here's a silly example. It has something like 10 million euros because I left it running for 6 months, but hopefully no one is running this long meetings. But anyways, I built this just because, and this is built with CycleJS. Anyone heard about CycleJS? Yeah, so it's not that popular anymore, or it never was. But it's a nice framework, or was, and it's a functional reactive, based on functional reactive programming and observables and stuff like that. So, and I tried to actually add Norwegian crowns to this how do you call it? It's a product, yeah, but it doesn't work anymore. So there's like this deprecated file type parameter in one package, and yeah, it doesn't work. That's what happens with JavaScript projects anyways. You leave them, they just die. Then a second funny project I built. So people who know Ken Wheeler, he actually at least used to change his Twitter names quite often. So then I made a website, a service that would scrape his username and save it into the database and tweet every time he changed the name, and also then display them on the website. And this was fun. And while doing this project, I learned a lot about Twitter API, which probably has changed a lot since. But anyways, it wasn't that difficult to build a Twitter bot. And also building a backend service that polls runs every, with a cron job, runs every 15 seconds or 1 minute. I can't remember how often it ran. But anyways, this was fun as well. And then in Finland, in Helsinki area, there was this expansion of the metro recently, maybe like a couple of years ago. And there was this website, because the project was delayed. So somebody made a website that would show if the metro is ready or like finished. And it just had a big red no on the website and nothing else. So I got inspired by that. So I made, and once the metro was ready, it was always broken. So then I made this service. The address is the metro broken.fi in Finnish. So you could go to the website and it would just say green no if it isn't broken, and then it would show if there are some exceptions in the traffic at that moment. And then it also had a dark theme and a refresh button and even internationalization. So because in Finland we have 2 official languages, we have Swedish and Finnish, and then English is of course quite used in Helsinki area. So you need to have 3 languages. And it also had a Telegram bot that you could use to ask for the status. And then this was my biggest achievement. My Twitter bot for this one managed to tweet a couple seconds before the official account. So this project was built on Elm. I first started with React, and then I wanted to try something more exciting. So React is boring. So Elm is pretty nice, and the best thing about Elm, even in that when we built the internationalization, you have no runtime errors. So I actually deployed the internationalization live on a stage during a presentation about this project, and everything just worked, no problems. So I learned more about Twitter bots doing this, and in this case, I needed to actually pull the API quite often in order to be faster than the official. And I learned a lot about caching, because caching is super difficult, and stuff that I learned during this side project actually made the biggest news site in Finland faster, because I worked on it. So caching on different levels, I optimized this backend service to like one single digit millisecond times response times, and it would always be up to date. So it was super fun. And making a Telegram bot, there was this one package that helped a lot while building the Telegram bot, so it wasn't that difficult, but it was fun as well. It's a bit like weird API, because you have to actually use the one bot in Telegram in order to create the bot. You can't like just use an API from command line or stuff like that. Or maybe you can nowadays. I might be wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Then building the dark light theme. Actually, my colleague made a pull request to this project, building the light dark theme. And in Elm, it was quite interesting. And I learned a lot while he did it. And because I, of course, went through the code. And then also internationalization for this project, which was of course quite easy to translate because there were just a couple of strings to translate, but it's fun to over-engineer it. And yeah, I had open source contributors on this project, and I talked about it several times in meetups. And now that this service is dead because my backend was in Heroku, and as you know, they stopped offering those free services. So I should probably just move it to somewhere, maybe platform, or yeah, let's see. And my most recent one was, so I have had this weird idea that, okay, what if you could use Google Sheets as a backend? And then I found a blog post about it. So then I just went and tried it. It was surprisingly many clicks to go through in order to get started. But then once you get started, then it's really nice because the like Excel, it's actually reactive. So you can have live data and you can have your input data. So I used a Google form where people would send some numbers, and then I had the responses in one sheet, and then I would do some pre-calculations on a next sheet, and then only fetch those from the backend, and it works really well. And yeah, maybe you could even use that in production. I don't know. It depends. And I've heard some company actually does something with Google Sheets in production. But you just have to remember there's probably the row limit of after some millions of rows. So I wrote it in Next.js because I knew Next.js and it was easy to get started. And that's also one point in my talk is that when you do some side projects, it's more important to get started quickly and than to like make it perfect. Don't make it perfect. Just do something, publish it immediately. Like do a 5-minute demo and then publish it. Or like probably you don't have to like announce it publicly, but just deploy it so that it's deployed, and then you can start working on it and rewriting it many times. So I started rewriting it in Remix, but I unfortunately didn't manage to finalize that yet. But it's also nice way if you have a small Next.js application and then you start rewriting it in Remix, because then you have to actually like check that, okay, I did this in Next.js, how do we do this in Remix? But of course, in a really small scale, there's not that big differences in frameworks, but then when you use them in production scale applications, then there are more differences. And I could also have a presentation about my experiences with Next.js, but yeah, let's not go there. It's a bit salty. Yeah. So in conclusion, do silly side projects because they're fun. And yeah, did I mention? I probably didn't mention, but the meeting price calculator, I started doing it just because they had in their example documentation, they had a slider component. So I was thinking like, okay, slider, what can I do with the slider? And then I came up with this silly idea. You'll learn a bunch of stuff. And nobody is there to tell you not to rewrite it. So that's fun. And don't be scared about like, this is especially for some junior people who need to get a job, first job. Don't be scared what you put in your GitHub. All the code that you write anyways, they look horrible after a couple months. Nobody cares. Like, yeah, of course it's good if you have quality code, but nobody writes like, if your own code doesn't look bad after a while, it means you haven't grown as a developer. And yeah, you have the freedom to try out new tech, like bleeding edge techs, even before they are stable. But you can do that also at work. We have been actually using the Next.js middleware, which they say it's not stable, so you shouldn't use it in production. But we've been using it for 1.5 years in production and no issues with it. And then you can also have a tech talk about your silly side projects, and that's a nice way to learn more as well. So my recommendation is go ahead and try out something new, maybe even today, and publish it almost immediately when you get something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Olavi. I can relate. I like side project. That's great, right? So you mentioned the Google spreadsheet at the back end.
Yeah.
It's not that silly. Do you have another silly side project in mind that you're working on?
Another.
Yeah, another one. No, I don't know. Just asking.
Yeah. Well, I need to build, and it's not a silly idea, but I needed to build a service or a web app where I can calculate quotes for my customers. So
Okay.
I'm probably gonna make a service where I can just input some estimates of how long a job, like tree cutting job, takes, and then it will output the
Cool. Which tech?
maybe
Yeah.
it will remix.
But that's great, right? The paradox be when you want to release something fast, but at the same time you want to over-engineer your side project.
Yeah.
This is all true, right? Who has a side project?
Good.
No, don't lie. More of you, I'm sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. What's your favorite color?
Blue
You
is
can
actually
clap.
my
You can clap.
blue.
Blue.
But yeah.
And let's do the
thanks.
picture.
Yeah. Where should I?
And you're gonna have to clap again. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next speaker, can you still hear me? Yeah. The next speaker is here. Awesome. He's from Norway, right? And if I'm not wrong, you used to like bacon, at least bacon GS, right? Am I right? Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the functional stuff. The function. Yeah. Functional. Okay. Are you on? All right. Clap it for Michael.
Okay, I have to connect here as well. So at the spot I'm sitting on now, this was placed in front, which is a fantastic drawing. I don't know who drew it, but it says it's something I can only describe as a hype zombie with a needle with hype injected directly into the bone marrow back here, which I think was very, first of all, well drawn, but also let's talk a bit more about hype. Let's see. So, was it yours? Is there? Okay, so we're not actually going to talk about hype. We're going to talk about more like hype, or surrounding hype topics. So I'm going to look into 3 different ways and major drivers for how I think the front-end architecture is changing. It's kind of related to the previous talks earlier today, but with a different angle, I guess. So I like to see myself as an internet historian, and at some point that meant I had to do a lot of research and how it used to be. Nowadays it's more like remembering. So it's changed a lot. But in, I think, 2016, there was a lot of talk about tech fatigue. So the concept that there is so much things to learn in the front-end universe that it's impossible to keep track. At some point, this was like the major concern. It still is in some circles, but it's not talked about as much anymore. And in 2016, I was trying to make a point that actually, if you're, again, that might be true in any case, but if you're zooming out enough, it's actually not that much changes. But what's been important for the front-end landscape in entire time has been that the explorations and the iterations on the different types of doing abstractions and doing architecture and doing libraries has always happened in the user land. So it's not like a big business discovering something in a secret lab and then releasing it for the masses, which has been the case of some other frameworks and some other ecosystems. But in JavaScript land, it has always happened in the open, so it's hard to keep track of what is actual changes, what is actual things to bear in mind. And at this point, I was also in 2016, I was pointing to React that it was released in 2013. And fast forward to today, how does the landscape change? Essentially nothing. So, and that's rather amazing actually, because if you're looking into this, you see that we've now lived longer with React than we had with jQuery when React was introduced. And we still think of jQuery as the biggest revolution inside of web development in some cases, because it meant the dawn of the single page application era. And even on React, we took that further, but it was a new way of thinking on how to make applications. And this is important because this is still, it paints a picture that still React 10 years later is still as relevant and still as important as it was back then. I think Olavi also mentioned something about it, but it also says that nobody ever got fired from using React. And also think about it. So rich applications or DHTML and dynamic interactive applications just became a thing in 2003. So that's 20 years ago. But that also means that React has been existing and stable in 10 years. That's almost half the time of the entire evolution of dynamic applications. And it also means that you can actually still write the same code for 10 years ago and have it run in React from today. This is actually a revolution in web development. Think about all the things that changes, all the user patterns, all the different ways we're using the internet now compared to for 10 years ago. But we can still kind of use the same code still in browsers today. There are some caveats, but for the most part it is. And I think this is the reason this is because there's differences between how we see and how we develop developer experience and how we're changing the way we think. So developer experiences and libraries and changes to that, it changes maybe how you write the code, but paradigm shifts such as jQuery, React, they are changes the way you think about creating applications. And that's much more long lasting than just changing the way you think. So of course, this doesn't paint the entire picture. There's been a lot of different implementations, a lot of different things happening in between here. But reducing it and seeing that in essence, every library, every framework that's introduced also before React and later updated after React is essentially the same type of architecture. It's the same composable component architecture that has gone that was introduced by React in 2013. There's different implementation details. There are different things, different developer experience, and there are good alternatives. Things like Preact, Vue, Svelte, Ember, Quick, Solid, Lit. Everything is, there is good implementations and they're widely adopted. But I think there's a reason why none of them has taken the entire mainstream control like React did, and that's because they haven't had enough of a change in how you think about when you're writing your code. So it hasn't been a paradigm shift. It's been improvements of developer experiences, but that only lasts so long. So, and I'll talk about why I think maybe we're now in a period again where this thought pattern and then changes how you think might be introduced. And there are, like I said, there are three main drivers, I think. So one thing is meta frameworks, and we'll see what that is. But the rise of the meta frameworks allow for these changes because there are more opinionated and they're blessed ways to ensure that developer experience is good. And I think they are using that opinions to drive things like server client relationship and how we can flip that on its head. And also as a consequence of that, how data loading is handled and how ownership of data is. So meta frameworks. What even is it? How is it not just a framework? Spoiler, it is. But we're painting ourselves in a corner for many years when talking about this kind of distinction between frameworks and libraries and UI libraries. That's not actually a library, that's a framework, or that's just not a framework, that's a library because it doesn't have whatever. So at some point, we're painting ourselves up in a corner and saying that, okay, we have something that's actually frameworks, but we didn't call them libraries and whatnot. But now we're introducing more tools, more opinions, more things, and less flexibility on top of that. What do we call them? So a lot of people have started calling them meta frameworks for the last 2 years. And again, it's kind of nonsensical, but it is a term that's circulating out there. So we can see more clearly what it is by seeing some examples. And we've seen, I think Ruby mentioned this previously, but things like React has Next.js, it has Remix, Svelte has SvelteKit, Quick has Quick City, and we also have different things like Astro, which has different types of libraries and things that you can use agnostically into the framework itself. So what are the advantages of this? So a meta framework takes control over more of your application. It handles things like routing, data loading, how file systems, bundling, whatever. It takes a lot more into consideration than just, for instance, the UI. And that also means they can provide more opinions. They can change things easier. They can enforce more changes. So before, when we're having much more fragmented, choose your own character types of architecture, it's harder to enforce changes in a quick pace because you're exclusively you're pretty much required to have adoption between the user land just to do some sort of innovation. But when there is more type of opinions, it also means less flexibility. And for just like 7-8 years ago, this was unimaginable in the front-end land because we took so much pride in having to choose our own technology and having to choose, I will use this as a state management, I will use this library as that. And having opinions on us, we just wasn't ready. Now it's more, I think people are tired of having to choose everything. So I think now when having more opinions, less flexibility is regarded as a positive thing instead of a negative thing. But again, it also means that when we're one single actor, for instance, gets more control over your architecture, they can also drive changes in a faster pace than previously. One of these changes, I think, is also apparent is the server-client relationship and how those can be flipped on its head. So let's see on a traditional way of handling server-client relationship. This is the traditional single-page application of client-side rendering, where you're starting with an empty page, we're moving that over, it's getting populated on the client side in the browser, and we're creating the entire application context. And if they changes, a single thing changes, the entire application changes. Yes, we have some smart algorithms to reduce the amount of work when things change, but in a sense, the entire application changes, and then we're smart about. But still, it has some drawbacks. Another drawback is we're having to cross the magical threshold of HTTP a lot of times. So when the entire source of truth or the entire drivers are in the client side, we have to get information from the server side. And again, crossing the magical threshold, that means performance hits, for instance, but it also means risks. And what's worse is that in many cases, you have things like waterfall problems, where the first request requires a different request, which requires a different request. And for every time you do a sequential request like that, you have to add multiply the latency, for instance, and multiply the risk as well. So this is a common problem. We can mitigate some of the problems by doing server-side renderings. So instead of doing the application on the entire side, and constructing it. We're constructing it on the server, passing it over, and then creating the application on the other hand. So in this case, we're getting a lot of advantages. We can have more secure code that's login can be handled on the server. We get search motor optimization. We can do some progressive enhancement, but there's still the problem that you're in creating the entire application on the server, the client side. So you still have the problem then. If you're changing one thing, you're changing the entire thing. And you still have the problem of waterfall problems, so crossing the threshold of HTTP a lot. So here comes, like, again, partial hydration, island architecture, whatever have you. The jQuery model, you can also call it. But instead of parsing in the entire things that want to change, you're marking from the server what is actually about to change at some point when you're turning it over. And when that is interacted with, or when something happens, that only that part is changed. So again, we get a lot of the advantages of server-side rendering, but we also get a lot different advantages, such as not being so exposed to the waterfall problem, because we can do one request when we need it from the browser, and instead of getting all the information, passing it back and forth through the threshold, we're letting the server handle them. And we've seen this already today, but and then we have control over where is it located in regards to other servers, how big is the latency, they're co-located on the same tenant of cloud provider, etc. In code, this can look like this. This is React Server components. I won't go into details. That's a talk for later. But here we see that instead of doing the client side marking and marking what should be on the server side, we're doing the exact opposite. So passing everything from the left-hand side here, and that's server by default, and then you're explicitly marking one specific component at component declaration level, what is an actual client. And again, the implementation doesn't really matter, but what actually matters is that this is flipping how we're seeing different sets of and how we're seeing what is the source of truth and what is the main driver of your applications and what is your main driver in the architecture. So in this sense, it's server first and client or browser second. I'm hesitant in using actually the word client because it's tough to say what is the actual client just because it's separated by technology. It's not architecturally separated. So the entire solution is actually the client, but one part of the client application just happens to run in the browser. But this is an example from React Server Components and Next.js, which is default by Next.js 13.4, I guess. So when creating a new Next app, when using the app directory, this is the default behavior. And trying to write applications the same way as before with this pattern will be a bad time, because you have to change a lot of ways how you think about writing the applications. There was a question, I guess, earlier today about wouldn't this reduce performance and whatnot? So this is able to be streamed by some reconciliation algorithms in React that's been there from almost 8 years, but it also automatically worked like a streaming. So now they're often thinking about this as, instead of just a composable component architecture, it's a streamable composable component architecture, which I guess really requires an acronym at some point. But the main difference here is that you can start from the top of the tree and render what's ready afterwards. And then you can switch out specific parts of this when you go. Okay, this is another example of how the server-client relationship is changed. This is an example from Astro. So it's essentially the same concept. It requires the same thought patterns. It requires the same ways of building architecture in many ways. Here, in the front matter part is the actual threshold between what is happening on the server and what is happening on the client in a way. But as before in Astro, everything is by default on the server, and you have to explicitly mark specific components as this is something I want to send over to the client. Again, it's an implementation detail, but it's changed with on Astro, you're marking components on the consumption side, but in Next and React Server components, you're marking it on the declaration side. So there's different ways of handling this, but the thought pattern on the how and what is running in what context is the same. So again, I think this flips the entire relationship of what has the source of truth, what is regarded as your main component in the architecture, and it changes how you have to think about it. I also think that this requires us to rethink how we load data. So if the server is, if you were having a server first thought pattern, it also says that data loading and ownership of data should be on the server. So I think it's a natural consequence of that. And we've seen lately there's a lot of introduction of RPC again, so remote procedure calls. It's a bigger thing in gRPC and microservice architecture, but we're also seeing it more and more in the front end stuff. Some things like tRPC for TypeScript, but also like a general pattern for loading data. Again, RPC seems fancy, but it's just HTTP, and HTTP itself is an RPC in a way. But we'll see in examples here. So from and we're experts at counters by now, so I won't bore you with the details. And this is an example that's shown previously as well. It's not as important what it does, I think. Again, we have gotten this explained earlier in a far better way. But this is an interesting part because, again, it flips what is the source of truth. In this exact example for quick, we can reduce it to this. So say that it's just a general listener and seeing if there's something clicked, and then we'll resolve it. It just happens to be reduced as a import statement. But again, this is the server side, so the client side. But everything else comes from the server. So it's just a thin layer in the browser, and then the server handles everything rest in a way, because this is injected through service workers and doing resolvents. So in this particular example, the state and the source of truth is in the browser. So if I'm opening a new tab here, it won't be persisted state, for instance. But also in Quick, you can do things like having the source of the state in the server side aspects of things. And in React and React Server Components and server actions, we can see a really dumb example of this with just a state, in-memory state used on our servers, and doing a counter and revalidating that path. And we can change and persist state. Again, the details aren't important, but the important part here is who owns the data, who provides who with data. So in this sense, we can add an XHR listener and see what it actually returns to, and see it's just a fetch to itself with a post request. That's what's triggered when you're doing a server action like the shown before. And what's interesting with that is that if we back to the HTML that's outputted, we see it's created a form, and we know from common HTML that forms without an action or forms with an action that's as empty string, that's a reference to itself. And then doing a method of post, we can do post requests to ourselves. And the entire state here, much like it was used like for JFS or JSP and ASP.NET, when you're storing the entire states in the forms. But again, that means that the output is from the server. The output, the source of truth, is from the server, and the client is just a stateless aspect that passes it back again through the HTML output and form hidden items. What this means also is that this is essentially progressive enhanced by default. So when disabling JavaScript with this, as it's just a common form with a post request, you can do the entire functionality of this form, of this great counter, even with JavaScript disabled. It's not a point in itself that JavaScript should be disabled, but there are a lot of different devices, a lot of people they're having assistant devices that not supporting the entirety of the complexity of your applications. So building applications progressively enhanced and having base functionality and building complexity on top, it's a feature that's been lacking for the 7-8 years, and nothing that's something that's been under communicated enough in the community. So this enables it by default, which is a great thing. Of course, this isn't without its footguns and caveats, but for instance, one major drawback here is that we're creating essentially, for instance, with the server actions example, we're automatically extracting specific functions from our source code, creating HTTP endpoints for them and pointing a form to that. So from the source code we're writing over to the applications we're debugging, for instance, we're creating a larger distance. So it's harder to debug. It's more complexity to find out things. At some point, we were able to do. For instance, when mangling and minifying of source codes and bundles came about, we introduced source maps that can map reversely back to get to the same source code. This creates an even bigger distance. So the problems having, for instance, with WASMs and I guess even like the Rust people that so sorely wants to use Rust on the front end aren't really able to do it because of the debugging is so hard. This is also a direction further towards that, because again, you're creating different thresholds or different places and contexts the code is running, and you have to do search for that, and the distance is larger. But again, the advantage here is that we're doing real coupling of data, semantic coupling and architectural coupling instead of doing technological coupling. But complexity cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed from one form to another. It's a quote. It's obviously not true. I introduce complexity every day, but it's also not true in architectural sense, because having an architecture and trying to abstract it in a different way, we're not reducing the complexity, we're just shuffling it around. And this is true for this case also. So for instance, in the server example part, or in the Next.js part, in the Astro parts, we're not reducing complexity, we're just moving complexity over the parts that we don't control, on good or on bad. So it means that, for instance, in this composable architecture, in the composable component architecture, with or without streaming, we're letting React, for instance, handle more of the complexity for us. And again, it's a good thing and a bad in some cases. So to summarize, I think there are 3 major building blocks that are now working in sequence, in essence, to in larger way change the way we think about computers, or at least not computers, but architecture and front end. Meta frameworks get more opinions, it get more blessed developer experience. It's more bigger actors that control these meta frameworks, and they have, again, on good and bad, some agendas in pushing different directions. So it means that we can also, in the hidden, try to change things and come with larger gaps of development in architecture and abstractions. And some example of this is React Server Components, for instance, SvelteKit, and all the other frameworks as well. And also as a consequence of that, we have to rethink who owns the data, who owns the state. And I think one important part here that I want to take away from this is many of the changes we've seen is, again, changes in how we write. We're experts in discussing how we're writing things. We're not as good as discussing how we think about when we're writing things. And I think there's a reason why, again, many small technologies and libraries and frameworks has come and went, but we're still thinking more or less in the same capacity, in the same way for the overall architecture, and that's interoperable between the different implementations. That's the component part of it. But I think now with the more server-first oriented way of thinking about it, we're seeing a lot more changes in how we're going about writing the application. So I don't think it's been necessary for the last 10 years to follow every trend, for instance, but I think this is some sort of indication of something shifting and something that's might be good to look into to see if this is something that will affect you in the coming years and months. There are obviously a lot of improvement that could be made, and the implementations will differ, the implementations will change, but the movement over to server-first thinking will affect in any implementation detail. That's it. Twitter, questions, Norwegian podcasts. Doesn't make sense for anyone not speaking Norwegian because it's heavily dialected, but it's great.
Woo! Thank you, Michael. We have a question I would love to ask you. Even though I know the answer, I would love to have your pick on this. If React server-side rendering was so great, so many advantages compared to client-side rendering, why wasn't it popularized much earlier? That's the question from someone.
And the answer is it was, in a way, because so technology moves in a pendulum, right? And at some point we did the same thought patterns, but we didn't have the same tooling, for instance. So and the way I like to think about this is when a pendulum moves from side to side, it always picks up some. I imagine the mental model of two sides being painted brightly colors. So every time the pendulum moves over to this side, it gets, for instance, a part of red, and then it brings red back. And then gradually you're moving and iterating over time. So the concepts aren't new. The implementations are kind of new. The technology has evolved to be able to do different things and better tooling, better developer experience. But in essence, this isn't much different than, for instance, Razor pages in .NET or PHP and whatever. So it's the same things, but with better tooling and more integrated way of thinking about it from a front-end perspective.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And for the one of you who would want to talk about that, the party would be great to discuss those geeky things. But yeah, I mean, HTTP has what, 26 years old? I mean, so we're still relying on top of HTTP at the end of the day, right?
That's an example of a perfect abstraction. HTTP is just strings that's sent over the wire, but works perfectly.
Yep. Favorite color?
Of Jesus, white.
I don't think I have white. Let me check that. Do I have white?
Oh, it's just a joke. It's old brown cheese.
I know. So that's why you're gonna get this orange one. And let's do the picture. Thank you. We can clap one more time. Thank you, Michael. So the next speaker, he had a gym before. He used to swim in open water before to surf on the web. And he has a weird story about roosters in Mexico. I don't know the story, but you can ask him. Italy? Italy, close enough. Welcome, Attila. Welcome, Attila, on stage. And finally, we're going to talk a little bit more about React server components. I can give you a talk. A joke.
Yeah. So do you know why developers don't like light mode? You gotta know that. That's the oldest joke ever. Because it attracts bugs. Thank you, Tejas. I love you too. So, yeah, already? Awesome. So, yeah, we've been talking a lot about server components and client components and the changes in React, and I guess we all like React. I just have one question before I get started. How many of you have played with server components already? Can you please raise your hand just so I know? Awesome. How many of you have it in production? Keep your hand up if you, yeah. Pet projects are counting. How many, how many of you use server components but not in a Next.js app? Yeah. Oh, nice. 2 people. Oh, cool. So, so that's one of the things we're going to talk about, and also the title of this talk is a tiny bit misleading, maybe, because yeah, our community likes a good old fight, like when React came out, React versus Angular, then React versus Vue.js, then Next versus Nuxt, then Remix versus Next, and now we got to this ludicrous moment where we have React versus React, which is interesting. So basically, the point of this talk is actually not about, it's not a fight. We're going to see how server components and client components differ, how they're different from each other, and then when would you use one and the other, but most importantly, how to use them together. Because the idea is, although defaults might be changing and recommendations might be changing, the idea is that both of them work into getting you to a more complete user experience and reaching the best user-centric application easier. That's the whole point of a framework. But anyways, who am I? So my name is Attila, however rolls off your tongue easier. If I understand you're talking to me, I'm fine. And I work as a developer experience engineer at a company called Zeta. So Zeta is in the serverless database space. So we're a serverless data platform. And as you can imagine, when server components came out, I was all about it, because a big portion of my time is helping front-end developers or web developers to query their databases. And as I hope most of you know, you cannot query your database straight from the front end because of security issues, most likely. So I was all around it, playing around with it, and basically it's a technology that's very likely to make my life easier going forward. But anyway, we have quite a lot of ground to cover, so let's get into it. So as we just saw, React is about just complete 10 years old, and React was probably the biggest proponent of this component architecture. So React got popularized the idea of everything is a component. We make it components. We have components that have components, and then our components have other components, and everything is a component. You have data, you put it in a component, and then the components handle the data. And now we don't actually, we kind of have client components, and that's the point. So the components we've been talking for the past 10 years, they're now called client components, and they're not even the default anymore. But we all have this mental model now, and then what changes? Okay, so now it changed the name, so but nothing actually changes. So it's pretty much this. You have a parent component that passes some props, to the client component. So data comes in, and that data is passed by, right? And then as we got to this meta frameworks or whatever you want to call them age, where you got Next.js, you got Remix, a bunch of other frameworks. The difference is that our pages, our routes became components. And then those components were actually the ones that were handling all the data and passing down. So basically, you could pass down from this parent component to them any kind of prop, because they would be getting those. And then the serialization boundary that was being crossing from the server was right up there, which meant that the relationship between a parent component and a client component was mostly hierarchical. So it's the root that's passing down those props. And other than that, they're pretty much the same. Sounds simple, right? But it's definitely not. It's just that we're used to it, because the first problem we ran into was as our components as our apps start getting more complex, our descendant tree start getting super long. And then we had to pass, like if we want to pass from the data was coming in from one side and we need to have it reaching all the other side. And then we had to pass it down, and it was like the most annoying thing to do. That's called prop drilling. So we had this API called context API that's basically used to avoid this. And so this is a solution that we had for the problem then, for this client component problem where the data needs to come, we have to have this unidirectional data flow and so on. And one of the problems. Another problem that we have is that eventually somewhere along our tree, we get this big component that was very expensive to render. So then what do? We memorize that. We make sure that it doesn't re-render. And then again, and this is actually has a bunch of ramifications on this problem as well, because the problem that then we needed to convey in this situation is that the virtual DOM model, and I'm not even saying React, I'm talking virtual DOM, is a model that is greedy. It's a coarse reactivity model, which means it is likely to re-render a lot. That's not a problem. It technically, like it can re-render fast. The problem is that somewhere along the way you have something that's doing something very expensive. So like the example we saw in the first talk from Tejas, that was like re-rendering a bunch of components. That was a problem because that component was basically affecting the UI as it re-rendered. But it was a contrived example about greedy re-rendering. But technically, you have a bunch of components that re-render often, and they usually don't cause performance bottlenecks. So then you had another problem, which in this case would be if the component was big that you needed to memorize. Was it too big? Would it cause other ramifications? Would it cause stale data somewhere along the way? So that got into like a whole different got us into a whole different bunch of problems, to the point that there are works now to mitigate that are not even related to React, to server components, which is React for Get, React as a compiler, whatever you want to say. That's topic for a whole different discussion. But anyway, and don't even get me started on use effect. There was like last year, there was a whole talk about the foot guns that we can find with use effect. So there was a bunch of problems that we got, complexity problems that we get from the client component model. I'm not saying the client component model is bad. I'm saying that it's not as simple as it. It's just a model that we're used to. And that's why server components sound weird if we're getting into, because it's a mental model we need to shift. But in reality, it's coming to solve a bunch of problems. It's coming to ease or facilitate our lives. So for the sake of understanding how server components work, I'm going to ask you to park the client side, the client component mental model for a bit. So if you're not familiar with server components, just park your the idea is. So let's talk about this model. So we have a component, and that component is going to get data from whatever else. It's going to get data from external API. It's going to get data from some computation you have inside your app. It's going to get data from your own database and whatsoever. And the point is, this component is actually behind the serialization boundary now. So this means that the parent component actually it can only have serializable props, which means before, as we were dealing with client components, our parent component could have any kind of prop. You could pass functions as render props. You could pass dates or stuff like that. And now we can't. Now we can't because it needs to cross the serialization boundary. So yeah. And then after this, once you have that, then your component is going to go down the wire. And it actually goes like, I like to split that to make it a little bit easier for us to understand, but it actually has two moments where it's getting shipped. It's going to get shipped as static markup, and it's also going to have this JSON-like structure carrying the props and everything else. It's going to come down the wire. So this is how a server component is rendered. Then that's the moment our client-side JavaScript kicks in. Because our client-side JavaScript is going to pick that component and say, oh, I have now this, and I know what slot it needs to go in, because as we're streaming, our main HTML is going, if our HTML is going to come in one way, how are you going to say which part to put? Are you going to append it? Are you going to prepend it? Are you going to put in the middle? In which part of the middle? So we need JavaScript for that. And then also JavaScript to hydrate the app. Hydrate is basically when you get the static markup, and then you make React understand where inside those markups are the React components. So once that happens, finally, we have our app. And then that's essentially, like, in a nutshell, that's what React server components are here for. So they're actually creating this more granular approach of handling your data on a per component basis. That's what they're here for. And then if we look at this model, there is a little bit of differences that React component imposes on the way we think of things. One of them being, if a component cannot ship down functions, for example, it cannot have hooks, right? So we cannot cross hooks through the serialization boundary like that, at least not yet. So this is one thing. So that's why they cannot use hooks, they cannot have interactivity. That's why there's even people saying that the whole use client directive that we need to pass should be using interactivity, because that's a little bit more specific and that's a little bit more clear. And then once you realize that, and then, but there's like a very important superpower that the React Server components give you, is that now, do you remember how hard it is on client components to fetch data when you're rendering? Do you remember the times that you use like Redux Thunk, I think, or something like that, or fetching data inside use effect? That was like, oh my God, that was tough. That was like, but now we can just fetch inside our components. But there's a problem here. There's something we need to know about, because if we fetch on the classic way, as we do, like you do the promise and then you await the promise, you await the fetch, and then you await another fetch, and then you await another fetch, we're creating a waterfall inside our component. Because the way we're doing now, we are awaiting for the artist, and then we are awaiting for the albums, and then we're rendering our component. So that's the blank screen of that our user is looking at while we're doing all these things. So there are patterns we need to learn then how to do them. So we can fire those requests concurrently if we don't await the fetch request, and then we can await all the promises at the same time, which means that we're still only going to render our component if we have all the data, but meanwhile, the requests are in flight at the same time. So we issue parallel requests, we await for everything, and then it's way faster, or at least should be faster. So the third situation is that there are some cases where only part of the data is important for our experience. Maybe, I don't know, you're rendering a user dashboard, so you need to make sure you have the user data, but then the feed or like the stats they're going to see can come later. That's okay. You just load the skeleton, whatever, and then you populate the graph as it's coming by. So you can load the interface and stream that down. So server components, React server components basically introduce the idea of an asynchronous component, because it's coming, you're streaming down not only the data, but the whole component through the wire, which means you can pass the components as a promise. You can pass the data as a promise, and that means the albums inside, they have a suspense boundary inside them, and then that can allow us to have this loading spinner, and our data then, though sending the parallel request, so it's still going to fetch as early as possible, but we're only awaiting for what's really important to us. And then the rest is going to be streamed down as soon as we get the data. So if the user, if we, in a very ideal case, the experience is going to be the same in this case as waiting with the promise.all, but there's also a case that it won't be, and then your user is going to get everything in the fastest way possible. Okay, so we got how server components work, right? So let's put all together now. But we need to be careful because it is a complex model nonetheless. So let's look at two different components. One is a server component on my right-hand side, and right here, as you see the directive, use client, that's a client component. And we can observe the way we are supposed to write those components. There are two fundamental differences. One of them is that the server component only gets a string as a prop. Meanwhile, the client component gets the whole object, because the client component is on the browser runtime, and the server component, serialization boundary. So, and that is actually shipped with the component. So the more data you pass as props, the more props your server component has in their rendered state is going to make the component bigger. So in this case, this is actually how you can make a big mess on your app using a React server component. So in this case, we have a list of things, and as a common pattern, I've seen this pattern a lot in many places. You pass props from the item to that item, and for some reason, maybe you have a drag and drop, maybe you want something else, you want to show indexes or whatever, you pass the whole list, which means that because that item is a server component, it's going to pass the entire list on every single item you're going to render. This means that your props, your JSON that's going to be, React's going to receive on the wire in order to make that composition after is going to be huge. Let's look at this. Like, that's the same graph we saw before, but that's how basically React's going to work under the hood. You have the JSX template, and that template is going to be rendered on the server. Then our rendering tree is going to be built as this JSON-like structure, which is not quite like that, but that's an illustration. And as you can see, we have the object, the one that's going to be static. That's probably a client component, or that's just a static component. And the other one with that $sign L2 is a slot. And that slot's a component that's about to be streamed down. And then later on, we get that component coming down the wire, and then that's where our JavaScript, client-side JavaScript kicks in and stitches and say, okay, so I got this component that has this label, $L2, and I have a slot that says $L2, so I know where to put it. I know where to put on this stuff. And this is actually why React Server components, as far as I can understand, is always going to need some client-side JavaScript, because otherwise your HTML is going to be out of order. And this is actually the problem I was telling you about. Not actually the slug itself, because if the slug doesn't get the render output, it's not going to end up in the props. But that's why having a huge amount of props on your render JSX is going to be a problem to your client-side performance. And that's basically if you stick to the mental model. And that's why I asked you to park the mental model of client components coming server components, because if you try to transpose your mental model from client components to server components, you might end up doing stuff like this. And making your app actually perform worse. So yeah. So yeah, and basically to be very clear, in reality, what's going to happen, and that's actually Next.js, and that's actually what the frameworks are going to be doing for us, is that we are going to render our components on the server and then statically cache them in some CDN. That's the recommended way. And then those things that are happening is actually going to be closer to the user. And just quoting the React team where they said, oh, use a framework, and what they just brought to the talk, like frameworks are supposed to make your life easier. And we saw that on a lot of other talks as well. The idea is to make the developer experience better, to create better user experience. That's what Next.js is doing for you under the hood. That's why you need a framework to use React Server Components. For this reason, in the terms of splitting the rendering part and making the rendering part as performant as possible. And for the second reason is that you need a router in the end, right? And then we get to all those jokes, right? We've seen those, and they're they are fun, but I still think that they, if for the people that haven't been around on those big moments where there was like CoffeeScript and JavaScript, and then JavaScript becoming a compiling language, and so this actually shifts away a little bit of what we actually have as an advantage. It's not that Next.js is becoming Ruby on Rails or PHP or whatever. It's that there are good things about these approaches, and we're just using them as much as we can. And talking about Next.js, we are going to see some action now. And server actions are Next.js way of handling the mutations on our components, our client side, more or less. It's a progressive enhansive approach, or yeah, it's more progressive enhance. And it's supposed to handle client-side mutations. It's supposed to give you pending UI, which is still experimental, and optimistic UI, which is super experimental. So I brought you some demo. So let's see if I can have a look at this. I have a few minutes, so it's gonna be okay. So I have this little app, which you can catch a Pokemon and stuff like this. So this app is actually an Next.js app, and using the app directory and everything. So what happens here is the font good? Yeah, can everybody see? So what's happening here is that we have this list because it's a server component. It's an asynchronous component, as you can see, so server. And we're firing this fetch request, and as you can see, I'm using incremental ISR in my next directly on my fetch, because the fetch request needs to be patched. So React can deduplicate it, and then Next.js also patched it a little bit so they can actually use the ISR straight on the fetch. So now I'm saying, okay, I don't want to get rate limited by this guy over here. So I want it to only revalidate once a day. So I'm only shipping one request and letting Next.js do all the caching and flushing and everything else for me. I just do this little one line. So once that's done, I'm going to pick a random Pokemon, and I'm going to show my users. Once that's done, I have this trainer one, which that's the one we're going to be playing around with. So this server one is this component over here, which has which is a client component, as you can see, because it has some interaction. And then I have this form. The form I'm going to pass is an asynchronous function, and that form is being imported somewhere else, and this form is actually going to only execute on the server. Next.js is going to do that for me on the compiling side. It's going to make sure that this thing doesn't end up on my client. And then I just have a regular, like I just abstracted the components away so you don't see my huge Tailwind classes. And after the, and then in the action file, what I have is I have this use server. So it's a way of now telling my compiler to say, okay, now I'm opting out of that use client model that I'm right in, and I want that to only exist on the server. Once this is done, I can even query my database from here because I know it's going to be on the server side. and then I can handle the logic of my form submission. So let's see it working. Finish and start the server again. So just so we get clean. I said clean. Terminal? No? Okay. So now if I pass, I can see it's passing. If I catch, I'm trying to catch. And if I have like an artificial delay, and then it's going to check if the number is multiple of something. So let's implement this part actually. So the catch, I have this wait, and then if the number, if my random number is a multiple of 3, I catch it, and that's it. So now I actually want to persist this thing. So how do I do that? Let's implement it. So let me please persist the gains as my former gym students would have. So now I'm pushing to my database. So I'm actually going to create this new item, and I'm going to pass the Pokemon ID, I'm going to pass the image, and I'm going to pass the name. And I use different names here. So ID, image, and name. And now that I do that, I need a way to have my page uploading, because revalidating, because I actually have a component here to show the stuff. So I need now to have return something here and then refresh it and make sure I have a window.refresh and etc. But yeah, I'm on a framework, so I can just say, yeah, just revalidate the path for me. So now I'm here, and let's make it a little bit easier. So let's try to catch it. So I'm trying to catch. 5 or 6 seconds, I think. I'm running out of time. We could failed. So we try again. And now we're caught. So then it shows up over there. But this one, I actually don't wanna catch this one, but it's not really doing anything. So let's implement it. Awesome. So now when I pass, I actually renew the Pokemon. Oh, this one I want to catch, and so on. So that's it. That's one of the beauties of having a framework. But now, what happens if my users start thinking they're playing God of War, and then they click a bunch of times? So my app gets frozen, it gets complicated. Oh my God. So now I need to disable this thing, and oh crap. Oh, yeah. So let's go back. And how do we do that actually? I think it would be nice if we have a one-liner that could give me an is pending, and I'm just gonna let you know that I'm starting a transition. And then what I'm going to do here is that I'm gonna pass the is pending to my component, and then I'm going to make my button disabled. And hopefully I can just do something like this and put my stuff inside. Start transition. So now we start it, refresh it. And now if I try to catch, everything breaks because I didn't save. Now if I try to catch, it's gonna bump a little bit. I cannot click it. Awesome. It was just a one-liner. That's the nice thing. And I can see, I can even see if it was a cache miss or not. So the point is, the idea of the server actions is that it's going to be isolated from our front end, from our back end, and it's also going to help us with all these little functions. There's also the use optimistic, where it's even going to do the cache for us, if anyone is familiar with React Query, for example. And thanks a lot for having me. It lost. Yeah. So thank you. I said, okay. Okay, the demo worked at least. So thank you very much for having me. I had some fun. And yeah, that's it. I'll be around for, I think we have a break now, or yeah.
Yep.
So I'll
Yep.
be around questions or anything you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attila. As usual, really clear. We have one question. I think maybe some people in the audience didn't get the suspense kind of things when you pass a promise as a props. Can you explain how it's working real quick?
Yeah, so the idea is that suspense is to let React knows that that component is going to be streamed down. So basically, it's what enables concurrent React to support the asynchronous component. So the suspense is basically a React helper or component. It's built in. And the way it actually works, can I have my screen back, please? So under the hood, what you I don't have in this one. So under the hood, what you have in is you can come over to, let's see, in the app. So you could create like suspense boundaries on things. So you would basically just use a suspense component, and then this means you're telling React, okay, this component is actually going to be asynchronous, and I'm going to pass. You can pass a fallback, which can be a text or it can be another component, and you can say, I don't know, image is coming. Please wait. And then React's gonna handle it out for you. It's going to put that as a skeleton, as whatever you put there, and it's going to hold it until the data comes down or the component comes down. React's gonna replace on that specific slot. So in practice, that's how suspense works. And yeah, so that's the whole point. And that's why you're enabled to have asynchronous components, because React has something to put there while it waits.
Awesome. Thank you. I do have another question. I don't know if you're gonna want to answer though. It's Next.js or Remix? You don't have to answer.
It's not a fight, man. I told you.
All right. So last question.
So yeah, so
you want to answer this one?
I can answer.
Oh, it's a point.
I think as long as you don't use both at the same time, it's okay. You just need to understand what are the things. The same way for like if you're going to use Next.js or Quick or whatever. The point that I try to bring is that if you understand how the things are, what are the trade-offs, where are the foot guns, you can build nice applications with whatever. So that's my point. As long like whatever the DX is more comfortable for you to deliver, I think that's it. I use all of them.
Thank you. What favorite color?
Color for cheese, I think orange. Do you still have orange?
Yeah, we do have orange.
Or yeah, thank you.
Picture time. Picture time.
Here, there.
Yeah.
But you need to take a selfie style.
I know it's all about you. But you guys, thank you again.
Thank you.
So it's now the break again. So we will be back in 30 minutes. Go get a coffee. The conference is not done. Maybe I have a joke before you all go somewhere. How long does a loop last? Nope, not infinity. For a while. Woo! You get some cheese. Some cheese. No, I'm not gonna throw it. I can throw it to you. All right. Yeah, I keep the other one for after the breaks. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Wait a minute. There is a workshop actually right now with Velko. Velko, come here on stage. Yeah. And so you should not miss that. It's about how to build a shop in 30 minutes with Midjourney. So that's going to be cool. So Velko, you should have jumped on stage before, right? Come here. Go for it. Clap for Velko and go see the web shop. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. And I can go to the break. Yeah. Thank you, Tejis. I sure it was not Tejis. Thank you.
hearing anything. Hopefully. Let's do this. Oh, you're hearing me already.
All right. Hello, hello. So let's wait one more minute.
Yeah, let's do it.
How about a joke?
Yes.
To wait for the people. A really bad one. No, I have the best one I keep for the end. This one. How do functions break up? He knows everything.
They just know.
Did you get that one? How a function breaks up? How does function they do break up to each other? Do you know? They stop calling each other. Okay, let's do another one. Did you know? Fun fact. Did you know that to understand recursion, you need to start by understanding recursion? Okay, that's it. Everybody's here. The next speaker is a collectioner, whatever. He has more comic books that he can read. He's going to talk about Remix and the web. Welcome, Daniel, on stage.
Okay. Sound test. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Okay, so let's wait a bit for the slides to show up. Let's just see a bit. My computer tells me it's connected, so are you getting it back there? Let's try plugging everything on. Turned off. Now plugging it back on. Oh wow. Amazing time to have technical difficulties. Let's do something different. I don't know jokes. Let's see if I can do this different. Oh, I'm just going to show you what's happening. Computer is not reacting. Let's just force shut it.
Tell us who would win in a fight, Batman or Dave?
Batman or who? Something. Wolverine. Oh, that depends. I'm probably gonna say Wolverine because of the healing factor. And it's because you are the one who's asking. Okay, the computer is just resetting. Let's wait a bit. Okay, that's better. So just to give you some update, the computer is starting. But in the meanwhile, it's just something to tell you, well, this thing doesn't show up. Oh, wait, asking me for my password. Okay.
I have another joke if you want.
Okay, you can do a joke. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the help.
What is the most used language in programming? Huh? Oh, we're good one here. Yes, profanity. Which famous rappers knows assembly? Yeah, go ahead there. Ah, it was okay. Not you. No, it's Jay-Z. Why do programmers keep pressing the F5 button?
Okay.
Just because it's refreshing.
Woohoo! Okay, let's try this thing again.
How slow is the computer, Daniel?
Okay, let's hope now it works and nothing burns. Let's see. HDMI plugged in. We might have to do something different. Let's see. No slides. Oh, that would be brave. Nothing back there?
No, it's on.
I have it on Keynote. No, the thing is, I think now it's not even detecting. Let's figure this out differently. Different port. I'm just going to use another adapter, just in case. Let's try with this one.
There it is. Yeah.
Woo! Amazing. That's the best clap I'm going to get in this entire talk. So before we start, let me just get my Keynote, the slides, which should be this one. Just going to already open everything because now I have to do all the setup again, but let's pray everything works this time. Okay, we have slides. So sorry for that. Sorry for making you wait a bit. And with that, hello, React Norway. How are you all doing? I hope you still have a bit more energy because there's still 2 more talks, this one and the next one. And I think there's also a surprise at the end. I'm the first Daniel from Portugal that is going to be talking in this afternoon. Up next, we also have another Daniel, and he's also from Portugal. Fun fact, we came here together, and we already knew each other. This doesn't mean that people from Portugal all know they know each other, but yeah, we actually already knew each other before. But now, coming into the talk part, I have a question to ask all of you. And the question is, who here thinks that the web development ecosystem seems to be getting more complex each day that goes by? Okay, I have some raised hands. Because I also think the same. It feels like every day, every new framework, every new thing that shows up, there's new stuff to learn, more complex stuff, new paradigms, old paradigms, whatever. And I miss simpler times. I remember when I built my first web app, and the only thing that I needed back then was HTML to define how my application would look. Well, speaking of looking, I need some styling, so I added CSS, and I gotta tell you, I'm terrible at CSS. But then I also need something. This was pretty much on the front end part, on the UI part. Now, I needed something on the server. I needed something that was responsible for whenever my HTML file fired the request and the browser fired that request to the server would pick it up, connect with the database, generate a new HTML file, send it back to the browser, and the browser would refresh to show that thing. So what did we use back then? PHP. It was PHP that we had, and PHP was actually connecting with the MySQL database. So pretty much the flow was an HTML file with some CSS, a bunch of stuff, interacting with the browser would render it, you would do some stuff into it, interact with it, it would go to the server with PHP, would interact with the MySQL database, server-side render the new HTML file and send it back to the browser so we would show it. That's pretty much the only 4 things that I felt like I needed back then. But then let's skip a couple of years after, I think like 6 or 7 years after I was building my first React app. Now, obviously, this is a JavaScript library, so besides HTML and CSS, I also had to learn JavaScript. Okay, so previously I had to learn 4 things. Now I also have to learn 4 things. Oh, these 4 things, by the way, now it's not the server exists, but it's no longer for server-side rendering. Now we have everything on the client. But okay, only learning 4 things. But someone then tell me, hey, Daniel, this is TypeScript, this is JavaScript, and we don't trust it, so we need types. So we added TypeScript into it. And obviously React, so we have to learn a bit more about how to make our bundles more efficient, customize all that stuff, all this configuration. So Webpack was also something that we had to learn. And I thought it ended at there, until someone told me again, Daniel, this is React. So you're obviously going to have to talk about state management. So then we had Redux for the client state and React Query for the server state. Okay, couple more things to learn to build the same kind of application that I had back then, but it is what it is. Hopefully I won't have to learn anything else. Oh crap. So now it was not enough that I was bad at CSS. I was going to be bad in CSS in JS because I had to learn style components. I had React Hook Form to manage the form state because that's a thing. React Spring to do some animations and React Router to do the routing in my page. Okay. Now, imagine that you never built a web app or you have some knowledge of web development, but you are coming from a paradigm like I showed you previously. And someone tells you, hey, you have to learn all of these things to build a single React application. Right? All the complexity, all the stuff that we have to learn just to build kind of the same applications that we had back then. Is kind of a tweet to exemplify one of the struggles that we have nowadays. This is a tweet by Dominic, aka TK Dodo on Twitter. He's one of the maintainers of React Query. You don't need to understand what's happening here. I'm just gonna try to pass the message along. So what happens here is there's a button that on click does a Redux dispatch. This dispatch payload has 2 parameters. There's no reducer using it, just a saga. That yields a call effect, forwards a payload, which will then be used to set window location href with this payload. You don't need to understand what is here, but I gotta tell you that back then all we needed was an anchor tag. That's all we needed back then. And to this I have a question to ask. When did we start forgetting about the platform? Think about it. When did you trade stuff that is accessible, secure, performant for stuff like the library of the week or adding new stuff into our project? Really think about that, because I kind of missed the simpler times. What are the simpler times? Well, back then, if I wanted to do a mutation, all I needed was a form. The forms have been the staples of the mutations for over 20, 30 years, whatever. The things that all you had to do, you had the form, so you submit it, the browser knew what server it had to go, it would send the HTTP request to the server, and the server would do its thing. There was no state management here, just a form. For changing routes, the anchor element that I talked about, back then, like, that's the thing that we needed. We clicked it, we specified the new route, and the href, when we clicked it, would send us there. There was no need for on-click event handlers, event with custom event handlers with buttons, accessible stuff, and a bunch of other stuff that at the end of the day, and doing through all that huge path would take you to a go-to function from your route. All I needed was that. Speaking of routes, I really miss when URLs really represented what we were seeing on the UI. Really, nowadays it feels like I'm playing a game, and every time I refresh the page, game over, because I'm not on the same place I was previously, because nowadays URL kind of just stop representing what we're seeing on the UI. And to this I ask the question again, when did we start forgetting about the platform? I already told you, said this, but we forgot performance, form security, accessibility. We forgot about all these things that were fully tested, worked pretty well for saying, hey, stop there, I don't care about the platform, I'm going to do this myself. I handle this from now on. I'm going to be responsible for maintaining this thing, updating it, fixing it, and a bunch of other stuff, because, I don't know, we like to take responsibility of stuff, or we just don't trust what the platform used to give us. Really, it feels like throughout these times, we forgot about HTML, we forgot about browsers. Really, we forgot about the web. And this is kind of where the prompt starts from my talk. The title of the talk is Word Remix, Accidentally Learn the Web. Like I already said, I'm Daniel Afonso. I'm a developer advocate at OLX, a GetIO instructor, Outsider ambassador, and you can find me on Twitter and pretty much any social network at Daniel GC Afonso. And in case you're not able to recognize, I'm this person here. So another thing, I'm also the author of the book State Management with React Query. It's actually like the first copies I got of the book, and I'm super happy. It was released like a month ago. And because I have a copy here, I want to do a giveaway. So I'm going to do 2 giveaways today. The first one is, for a physical copy, all you have to do is go on Twitter. You can scan this QR code to go there. Go on Twitter and reply to why do you want to learn React Query on this Twitter thread. And then after the talk, I'll go in there, scroll to it, and pick a winner. Then I'll just reply to you to meet me after. Okay, so now let's get back to the talk, because before we go into the remix, we have to understand what happened with the web and what happened that led us to the need of having stuff like remix. So first, we started with MPAs, multiple page applications. It's pretty much the standard that I was talking about. Everything was server-side rendered in the beginning. Some examples. Browsers were just pretty much showing our HTML. The server generated the new HTML, send it to the browser, whatever. But then we had an issue with this, which was there was not that much interactivity. Our users were struggling. We wanted a better user experience. So we said, okay, let's sprinkle some JavaScript in there. And now everything was more interactive, because obviously we are sending JavaScript to the browser, so we can add interactivity into the stuff that we have. But then what happened was that with the sprinkles phase, with this area, with this time, our developer experience started being terrible. I can give you an example just so you know what I'm talking about when I say sprinkles. jQuery. Everything back then started becoming more complex, and we needed a better developer experience. And this was when SPA showed up as single-page applications, not the SPA from the hotel. And single-page applications increased the developer experience that we had, made it a bit better. But they still have a couple of issues, and this is where eventually we were going to end up. That's, and spoiler alert, that's going to be one of the things that Remix is trying to do. So I'm going to show you an example. No, it's not a counter example. I saw someone on the slide though asking why all the examples are counters. And Attila also didn't have a counter. But what we're going to do here, it's not a counter, it's a note-taking stuff. So you can only add notes, and how do we add notes? We have a form. Whenever this form is, we do a post, it's going to send something to a server. The server is going to be responsible for updating the database and generating the new HTML, pretty much updating this part that we have, this div here, to show the new nodes that we have in our application. Now, in a traditional MPA, this is how it would work. We will start our application with pretty much nothing there. Whenever we added the node, there was a request that would be sent to to the server, with the payload of our form. So the form we get the form data from the HTTP request. This would go to the server, and the server then would do its thing and generate the new HTML file. How does this server look, you might ask? Well, here I just have an example of an Express server that has a connection with the database. Pretty much all we start by doing is starting our server, and then we do something. You're going to catch all requests, and when there's a post, you're going to get access to that request, because from that request, you have access to its body. So by using that, you get access to the form data, and you can add the notes to your backend. We then get all the list of our notes, and then on our response, we say, okay, now you're going to send this HTML back to the client, and here we have all our new notes, the notes that we just got from the backend. Then browser would get this in the response, it would refresh, and then display the new page. Now, there was one issue. People said there was no interactivity, but I'm just going to challenge that a bit, because if you look at the tab, now I'm going to just, when I do the post, you're going to see that there's a spinner. So there was not that much interactivity, but at least the browser gave us something. Give something to tell the user, hey, something is happening, wait there a bit. What those cool loading spinners that we are used to. So this approach had a couple of issues. The first one was obviously the full page refreshes, because every time we're getting a new HTML from the server, the browser needed to refresh, because unless that, you wouldn't be able to show the new UI. Then the second issue was the lack of dynamic stuff. Like I said, there was no cool progress bars, no loading spinners, no whatever. All those things that we are used to having with JavaScript. And this is why the next step, we started shipping JavaScript to the client. So now we have a client.js file loading whenever we load our page as well. And this client.js is responsible for doing the same things that the server used to do, but now on the client. So now you have the post, you update the notes, and then he updates the UI. How does this server look? Pretty much the same thing we had back then, but now we just added something new, which is just a route to take care of the post. That was going to be interaction with the database. And another thing, this is an HTML file that goes to a browser. So we need to make sure that we tell the browser, hey, load this client JavaScript. So we added the script there, and this would load JavaScript. Okay, cool. How does the client look? Now, this is where the fun begins, because we started by getting access to our form data, because we have the listeners, whenever there's get access to that form, and whenever there's a submit, we're going to tell the browser, hey, don't do your thing. Prevent default. Stop doing what you were doing. I take it from here. So what does this mean? It means that now we are responsible for doing the things that the browser used to do. So now what we do here is getting our form data, do the post ourselves, get the response with the new notes, and then update the UI to show the things that the server was responsible for doing before. So this last part that you're seeing, we're just getting into that div where there's the paragraph list, and we add a new paragraph with our notes. Now, I'm going to ask you to look at this part here, because there's some similarities, like I said. If you look at our server, it's pretty much the same process, the same thing. So we started to have some code duplication between the client and the server to do the same thing. Now, we had a bunch of issues with the approach. The first one was, this is when we start ignoring browsers. This is when we start ignoring the platform, because this is the time that we said, okay, event prevent default. So you're not going to do your thing. I'm going to be responsible for doing it myself. So I'm going to take care of that form. I'm going to get access to that data, and I'm going to submit stuff to the backend. I take it from here. Another thing, there's a bunch of new code to handle, because, yeah, now we have code on the besides from the server, we had a bit more code on the server, and now we also have code on the client to work on and maintain. Obviously, this means that now there's a bunch of code duplication between the client and the server, and they're kind of doing the same things. It just depends on the place where they are doing the same thing. And this kind of increased the confusion between what the server started and where it ended, and where did the client start and when it ended. And this is because of this, and because of the issue that we started having with our developer experience, because now there was a bunch of code that we had to handle, we moved into single-page applications, the React era. I forgot to speak, sorry. The React era. So this is where we get into React. So now everything is JavaScript. Now everything is a single JavaScript. The JavaScript is shipping to the browser. JavaScript is responsible for doing a GET request, for doing the POST request, for managing its own state, for doing all of the things that we did back then. How does this look on the client? Well, now it's a React component. So obviously, we're going to need some state. We're going to need an effect to populate the nodes in the beginning. So we get all the nodes, we commit them into state. Oh, yes, the funny loading. Obviously, we also need one of those things just to make sure we give feedback to our user. And then or form. But now one thing is different because after the post, we're updating state. So we have commit all these things into state, and then finally our parts to show our notes. How does our server work, you might think? Yeah, our server now is always responsible for taking care of the routes. And this is bit where the backend and frontend started being separated from one another. This is where backend team went to a different room and stopped talking with the frontend team because the frontend did the UI, did the JavaScript stuff, and the backend was responsible for doing the routes and all those things. Another thing, let's disable JavaScript because like we saw, some scenarios might not work. Oh, if you don't have JavaScript, you don't have a page. That's pretty much it. Get used to it. No JavaScript on the page means that you're not going to be able to run these things. So users that use some accessibility stuff that probably are not able to work with JavaScript, you don't have a page, sorry. So this caused a bunch of issues. So some of them were pretty much the same as sprinkles. The server client confusion grew even more because now people didn't know what the server was. And other things, bundle sizes, because now that's a thing. We have to take care of our bundles and make sure they aren't growing more and more and more and whatsoever. Finally, another thing, performance issues, because obviously if we're shipping 20 megabytes of JavaScript to the client and the user is running on a Windows 95 that has not a lot of capacity, then that page is not going to run there. And finally, state management. So the big thing of SPAs, the big thing, state management, a big issue. So we need something different. We need to change a bit this pattern because thinking about this journey that we just did, the MPA model was quite simple. It had a good mental model to understand. It was fairly easier to teach and to explain to people. But the SPAs have the best developer experience. Now everything, well, it feels better to write code. So what if we could have both? Sorry. What if we could have both? What if we could have the MPA mental model and the developer experience from the SPAs? And one thing here, JavaScript is there, but JavaScript doesn't control your experience. JavaScript is there to do what it's called progressive enhancement. It's there to enhance your experience. And another thing, we're going to start using the browser again. The JavaScript is there, but when it loads, it's going to be there to enhance your experience. It's not going to be there to control it. So JavaScript should exist on your page, definitely, but it should exist to enhance your experience, not to control it. How does this fix the issues that we had before? Well, the full page refreshes. Client-side JavaScript is there to emulate the browser, so just let it do its thing. Don't worry about it. Lack of dynamic stuff. There's JavaScript, so you can have your loading spinner there if you want. Ignoring the browser. No, we're getting back to the browser. We're going to use the browser to its fullest and use the platform as it should be. JavaScript is there to enhance your experience. And all the issues we had with code application and server client confusion, what if we could use the same code for server and client and just collocate stuff as we need it? Really, how cool would that be? For the spas issues, increased bundle size. Let's start, we're moving stuff to the server, so this is probably going to start being a big issue. Runtime performance issues. Like I said, you're not shipping 20 megabytes of JavaScript anymore. Your page should load ideally without any JavaScript, and then JavaScript kicks in to do its thing and enhance your experience a bit better. Finally, state management. Well, we don't need it. Let the browser do its thing. Browsers are very good at handling state. And this is where Remix comes into the mix, because Remix is one of the solutions that allows you to embrace this pattern, to use this MPA mental model, but at the same time, have a fully fledged SPA. Now, I know it's tiring to, and you just heard me complaining about a bunch of libraries that we have to learn, and you're telling me now that you have to learn a new framework. Well, it's decisions. It's the part of adjusting to today's sake, and personally, Remix is super cool for me. I really like it. It brought me back that nostalgia that I had back then in the beginning of the talk where I just had to learn 4 things, because ideally, Remix will replace a bunch of those packages that you would add to your application. Now, what is Remix? Well, Remix is a full-stack web framework that lets you focus on the user interface and work back through standards, to the web standards, to deliver a fast, sleek, and resilient user experience. So let's turn our focus to the user a bit, because one thing that I really, really feel that happened is we got so lost into our developer experience and into our processes that we kind of started forgetting about the users, the ones that we were actually developing stuff into. And this is one of the main pain points that Remix tries to fix. Now, before I show you some code, I just need to give you some fundamentals. Hopefully, Arisa did an amazing job showing some remix stuff. So I won't spend that much time into it, but starting with loaders. The loaders are the functions that run on the server that you could use to get the initial data that you're going to need in your application. So obviously, this is probably going to be one of the places where you can do some data fetching. In this example that we have here, we're not doing any data fetching, but we are returning JSON. Now, what is JSON? So JSON is actually a wrapper that's going to return an HTTP response with the content type header set as application JSON and this JSON on the body. So as you can see, we're using HTTP requests that as we should instead of just doing a bunch of other stuff. How do we get this data into our code, into our component? We have a custom hook called use loader data. This will get access to that HTTP request and get the data so we can display it. Now, this is the way to load data in your application. Now, you might be thinking, okay, but what if I want to change data? This is what actions are for. Now, remember when I told you what has been the staple of mutations in the last few years? Exactly, forms. So for every time we want to update something, we're going to need a form. And whenever that form is submitted, there's going to be an action. This action is another function that's going to run on the server that whenever there's a form submission, it's going to get access to that request. As you can see somewhere here, you're going to get access to that request. And then from it, you're going to say, okay, give me the form data. I don't need state management. The request has those things whenever you submit the form. So you ask the request, okay, give me the form data. You then use it to do your mutation on the database or whatever, and then you return redirect. What is redirect? You guessed it, another HTTP response. But in this scenario, it's setting the location header, and it has a 302 status code, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, that's pretty much the staple for doing mutations with Remix. Now, before we go into the code, another thing, which is nested routing. And this is where I'm bringing that part of the URLs actually representing what we see on the UI. So nested routing is pretty much the idea that segments of your URL are used to define your component hierarchy on the UI. So an example to show this off, it's this one. So here we have two routes, a user profile and a user account. Both of them have something in common. So we have the user that you can see here on the top, and you have a tab for profile and a tab for account. Now, the user part of the route, it's going to be responsible for defining this part that we see here. Or if you're on that side, this part that we see here. And whenever we click on profile, or the URL is going to change for user profile. And now we're going to nest the profile route inside of it. So now we can see another page inside of our page. If we click into account, we're going to change our route to be user account. And now we're going to nest the account page into this thing. So now, with the time that I have left, I'm going to show you some code and another giveaway. This is just for the case of people that don't have Twitter. I'm also going to be giving away digital copies of the book. So all you have to do if you want to apply is go to this form, add your email. I'm not going to use it for anything after, just to send it to my publisher so they can give the book to the 3 winners. So if you want to get a digital copy, you can also scan this QR code. So now we're going to go into the coding part. Let's see how much time I have left. Okay, cool. Let's see this move. Yeah, Chrome didn't shut out correctly, obviously. So here's we have an example which is a very poorly built version of Stand Virtual, which is one of our OLX products. I'm building this using Remix. So as you can see, we're in the main route. Because how do we know it's in the main route? Because it has a /main. Now, the main route is used to show this header thing that we have here. Now, what we can do in this application is view a list of cars and add some cars. Now, one thing you're going to see that's going to it's happening here is whenever I change route, the main part still shows up because I'm still inside of main, but now I'm seeing a list, and this is nested routing doing it. If I want, I can also add a car. Let me just show you this thing working really quick. Thank you, autocomplete. Blah, 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 blah. Gonna add a car, and so now I also have a car here. And in this car page, you're going to see that we also are in the main route because we can see that we still have the header. But now we have an 41, which is actually the ID on the database that represents this car entry. On this page, I can also car if I choose so, and then this is going to send me back into the list. Now, how is this thing implemented with Remix? Let's go into the code part. Let me just add this thing here. So one thing to be aware of is that this example is built using the V2 of Remix. So some of the things, if you already used Remix before, some of the things might have changed, namely nested routing introduced some new things, error boundaries changed, meta functions changed a bit, but pretty much what the way it works is the similar one. So in our routes page, we're going to define all the routes that we're going to be seeing in our UI. Now, in V2, Remix introduced something new which is called flat routes. So you use flat routes to represent your hierarchy on the UI. So whenever you have main, it means that you're seeing the main page that you have here. Whenever we go into main.list, it means you're going to see the list. When we go into main.create, it means you're going to see the create. And we go with main.$car ID. Wait, what is this? Well, this is actually that part of the ID that I was telling you about. So whenever we add that car ID, we need to tell Remix something. Hey, there's going to be routes that you're not going to know anything about. So to do that, we're going to end to go back, there's going to be routes that you don't know nothing about. And from that routes, they're going to have an ID. So I need you to get that ID and inject it into my component so then I can use it to do stuff. And this is what dynamic routes are. So you can create a dynamic route by adding a $sign and the name of the variable that you want that value to be assigned to. So this means that if we go into the list, and from the list, and from the list we click on the car card, and then we have main/42, that 42 is going to be injected in the car ID variable. Now, how does nested routing allow stuff to be nested inside one another? This is where something called outlet exists. So the outlet is the thing that it's going to tell Remix that this component is going to have some stuff nested into it. So this is going to tell Remix to look into its routes folder and see if there's anything that whenever you choose, whenever you run it on the browser, you're going to look if the the respective page is there. So if we go into the main list, then Remix is going to know that it's going to get the code that's inside of the main list and nest it inside of this component. Now, the list is the component that, as we saw, is the component that is responsible for displaying the list of our cars. What do we have in this component? So one of the things that we have here first is our meta function. The meta function is, you can think about it as adding those meta tags that we add in our HTML. This is pretty much, you can do this for SEO purposes to customize a bunch of stuff, but it allows you to do this for each component that you create. And then we have another thing here. We have our loader, which is the function that's going to run on the server, and then you use it to first get our cars. And if it doesn't find any car, well, let's just do the same thing that the browser would do. Let's throw a new HTTP response with the 404. And then Remix will do its thing with the error boundaries and so on. Then, if we have the data, now, if we actually have the data, we just return JSON, which, like I told you, and if we step into it, it's pretty much a shortcut for sending an application JSON response. How do we get access to that data afterwards? Well, inside of our components, we just say, okay, I want you to use loader data, and this Remix will get access to this thing. Okay, and that's pretty much how this part works. I'm not going to show you error boundaries for time's sake. Going into the create. The create is pretty much, the UI is pretty much just one thing, because like I told you, we only need one thing to create data, to do mutations, and that is a form. So what we have here, after all this terrible CSS that we have, as you can see, I warned you I was not good at CSS. We have a form that whenever it's submitted, it's going to trigger an action, and this action is going to get access to that request. And from that request, they're going to say, okay, get me your form data. There's no state management here. When we do the request, then the browser does its thing. We get the form data. We just do some validations to make sure we have the right formats and whatsoever. If it's not working well, we return a bad request. And then if everything's okay, we create a card and we send a redirect. And now we just saw how we can load data and how we can update data. Just going into this dynamic route, and before we wrap up, here we have pretty much the same things we also had, the meta function, a loader, but now we have something. Remember that I told you that Remix was going to be responsible for taking that dynamic ID and inject it into here. And how do we get access to that? By something called params. Params is going to give us access to the car ID that the browser got on the URL. and we can then just make sure that it's something valid, and then we use it to get our individual car, and pretty much the same thing, the same process we had on our list. One thing that I also had on this page was a delete button, which, as you can see, is also a form. And one thing that you might be thinking, okay, but if you have no state management, when you click on delete, how do you get access to that ID so you know you're going to be deleting the right thing? Well, we do what we used to do back then. We create an input with a hidden type. So this is going to tell the browser to add this thing there, but it's hidden. Why is this useful? Because whenever we do a submit, now if we go into our action, we get access to it to the form data because it's going to be there. So we get access to our ID, and then we just use it to delete our car, and then we go back into our list. Now, before I finish the talk, I just want to show you something real quick, which is view all, and let's see what's happening when I over this card. The browser did some request. Wait, what? Wait, let's just click here first. Now, let's see in the network tab and see what's happening here. As you can see, when I hovered over the car, Remix, the browser knew that it had to do that request. Why? Because I told them so. Because browsers can do prefetching. And the fun thing is, when I actually clicked it, I got access to it from the cache. So this is the browser way of doing caching itself. The browser has this thing baked into it. How does this work? Just so you're aware. There's something here. There is a link, and traditionally the link elements, you can add something which is the intent, and you can say prefetch. So this is pretty much you telling the browser, okay, when the user overs this thing, just go on ahead and get the data that he's going to need if he goes into that route. And that's pretty much it. So let's just wrap this thing up. One of the things and one of the thoughts that I have a lot is, where's the amazing user experience? Because the reason why we moved from MPAs and to the sprinkles and to the SPAs was we wanted to make our user experience amazing. We wanted to have something that our users really liked and connected with. But really think about it, because it feels like we forgot about it throughout the process, because we started caring so much about all the tools and all the libraries and adding all the libraries of the week to our projects, that then the ones who paid the cost were our users. Another thing, complexity versus quantity. So what do I mean by this? Well, back in the sprinkles area, people started saying the code was too complex. That's one of the main reasons why people ended up disliking stuff like jQuery. But now, try to stop for a bit and think that if that extra file that you add, because there was a bit of complexity, is not worth it over having to learn 10 same libraries to do the same thing. Just something to think about. Finally, choose whatever resonates with you. You don't need to use Remix. Remix is just one of the solutions that is applying this process, and that I actually ended up having some nostalgic feelings over it. There are a bunch of other frameworks, meta frameworks doing the same thing. For instances, Solid Starts, VeltKit, they are all moving into the same direction, which is the MPA model and the SPA experience. Use the platform, because platform has become very, very great in the past years. It is tested, it is accessible, it's secure, and it has all the things that we forget to implement when we're building our own things. Really, think about this the next time you're discussing with your project manager that you need some time to implement accessibility into your feature because you didn't have it back then, and then they say, oh, no, we don't have time to do it. Probably if we had used the platform way previously, then this would help us a lot. And to wrap up, I want to leave you with this quote, because I think it really represents the use of the platform movement and all these things. Use the platform until you can't. Then augment what's missing. And when you augment, do so with care, because the responsibility of ensuring the security, accessibility, and the performance that the platform tries to give you by default now falls entirely up to you. And with that, thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Oh, by the way, I have some remix stickers. You can meet me after as well. I have many of them in my backpack.
I want one. No, I have got.
I have many of them.
Kidding. I'm kidding. So, not a lot of question because it was so clear. I do have one. I've seen Attila. He did some cool stuff with suspense. Can we do that with remix?
Oh, that's amazing. Good question. I haven't tried it, to be honest. They're saying we can't?
Yeah,
you can.
You can.
I'm going to ask them to help me here. Can you?
You can
Have
do
you
that
tried
with-
it? Because I haven't tried it yet. But they are adding streaming stuff as well into it, and I think for streaming that you can wrap it up with suspense. So I'm not sure. I haven't tried it out, but I think you can.
Yes, you can. Yeah, I know the answer.
Don't
Actually.
quote me on it, but I think, like they just said, it probably depends, but I'm not sure.
So actually, you can use defer instead of JSON, and you put promise inside the return, and then you can use suspense.
Oh,
That I don't know.
I don't think. I think with you. No. With use transition, I know you don't know. You don't need. At least I have one. I didn't show it, but I have one example here. I can show to everyone after if you want, of doing optimistic updates. And now it's not called use transition anymore in Remix. It's called use navigation, because it used to be called use transition, because now with next and whatsoever. So they renamed it. With use transition / use navigate, you don't need to. With use fetcher, I haven't built anything that I had the need for it, so I don't know. But I assume you don't. Thank you for the question. And thank you for your question as well.
Yeah, cool. Thanks again. Last question. Favorite color?
Oh, orange.
Orange. Okay, still one. And picture time. And time to
Peter Parker.
Time to clap, to get crazy behind the scene. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're gonna have our last talk. The last but not the least, right? We didn't talk too much about security in this conference yet, right? So I will welcome another Daniel from Portugal. He actually started to learn piano. So if you have advice for him, he would love that. But before, he has advice for us in terms of security. So please welcome Daniel on stage.
Can hear me? Nice. Okay. Let me turn this on. And I hope that, okay, allow. Okay. And I hope I can just go forward with it. Nope. Okay. Now I can, I think. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Nice. So hello, everybody. So today and right now we are going to talk about a bit about authentication on Next.js. So for that, we're going to use NextAuth, which is a library, very simple to use, very flexible, and very secure, which is exactly what we want when we are dealing with authentication. So my name is Daniel. I'm a full stack software engineer at TripAdvisor, and I really like this way of doing things that I can start from the beginning, start by creating a project and just jump into the library, very easy to set up. So my goal today is to show you how you can just set up an authentication system very easily on your new side project. Okay, so first of all, let's just see the overview of today. So I'm going to start talking about why Next.js, why you should use it. Throughout all of this day, we've been hearing about Next.js, about Remix, about the difference between one another. As someone already said today, you just use it what you most like. And why should we use NextAuth for this as well? And then most of the talk will be a demo about two things: implementing the provider's authentication, which is just using, for example, Google or, for example, GitHub and things similar to that. And then we will jump into the main features, how you can use them, and then the credentials part, which is a bit more complex, not as much, but we'll get an email, a password, and a database to store everything. And at the end, we'll just talk a bit about the future of NextAuth and Next. So why use Next.js? So first of all, better SEO. So SEO is just very quickly, is just a score that Google gives your website to show up in the first place on the Google search. And then you also have server-side rendering, static site generation. We're just using two functions. For the server side, we can use server-side probes, which is really simple. but the most important thing is routing, as we talked about today at all. We also have image optimization, font optimization, fast refresh for development, and one of the things that I like a lot for creating side projects is the branch deployment, when you deploy to Vercel, as well as just doing a push and the thing goes to production. Okay, and then why next out? So why next out? When I was creating my side project, I was looking for authentication system, but I got afraid because authentication system, normally you have to deal with authentication, authorization. That seems like 1 week, 1 month of work to do. Can I just not use an authentication? Unfortunately, most of the times we need it. And I just search a bit about it. We have like a low level authentication where we have to do all the security stuff. And it's really nice if you are into it and you can use Iris Session for that. We also have the other end of the spectrum where we have authentication services like Auth0, which, by the way, is not really good right now, Superbase, and things like that, that are really just almost one line, but then you pay the cost because it costs you money if you have a lot of users. Then I show you next out right now, which is kind of the best of the two worlds. You do a bit of implementation on a low level, but it's not as much as doing everything on your side. So let's just jump right into the demo. So now we will start by creating an application and putting a provider's authentication on it, in this case using GitHub. Later, I will just show 3 main features, but there are a few more. And again, at the end, using MongoDB as our database, the credentials authentication. So don't worry about the code. If you just follow and understand what I'm going to point out, it's more than enough because you have a repo that I created that you can access freely, and also a YouTube series of 4 videos that you can watch. It's very simple and very quick. Okay, so these are the steps that we are going to follow. Just creating a Nest app from the beginning, installing the next out, and then creating this next out TS, which is like a dynamic route to get everything about authentication. Get the GitHub secrets. I will show you very quickly how you can get that. It's different for every type of provider's authentication. Like for Google, it's different, but for GitHub, it's very simple. Then just wrap it up in a session provider and just show it by creating 1 or 2 buttons just to sign in and sign out. Okay, so most of the code is already implemented. So I will use kind of a sheet code. Whoa, if I can. Okay, yep. Okay, I have more space than I anticipated. Let's put this very big for you to see. And here on the right, you are seeing the application working, and very simple. So you just have a nav bar with the home and a profile and a health. The home is just the default page. The profile is going to be a protected page, which is normally a thing that's very common to do when you are doing authentication. And the authentication page is just an authentication page where you can log in using the GitHub, email or password, and even register. Okay, let's wrap this up and start from the beginning. Okay, and for that, I'll just go to the step 1. So what is the step 1? And let's just remove this and run it again. The step 1 is just creating the application, right? So for that, we just run a simple command, which is npx install, npx create next app. And then it will prompt you with some stuff. We don't have to go with that, and just npm install the next out package. Whoops. Okay. Next out. Okay. So this is the first step. Really easy until now. So let's go to the second step. The second step will be, you can see here the application right now. The second step will be just delete that application. Let's do it from the beginning. Okay. So from the beginning, just the text saying next out. I can, yeah, we will change that, so I don't need to increase it right now. Then the second step, the third step, which is a bit more complex, we are going here on the side. we have this source, then the pages where we have the routing, and then inside of API, we create this options or configuration file. It seems very easy, so we want to get the GitHub provider, so we specify GitHub provider. Okay, it seems to getting some errors because we don't have this GitHub ID or this GitHub secret. So let's find out how to grab it. And it's very easy. You just go to your GitHub account, go to /settings/developers. If you don't know how to get to that, it's just settings, and then at the end, developer settings. Just go to OAuth, create a new authentication app. For example, in this case, React Norway. I'm going not to go till the end with this, but just specify the URL for your current development, and then you just create. So for now, I'm going to use one that I already created, and it has some secrets, so be very careful with that. Don't show your secrets to or put it on your repository. That's exactly what I'm going to do as well. And just to see it, you will have something similar to this. With here, it will be an ID, and here again, it will be a secret. Since we are right here right now, we also will need a secret for the next out and a JWT. A very quick way to generate this is just calling this OpenSSL random by 64 and just copy and put it there. And then I want to generate another one, so let's just get another one. And something like this will be your environmental file. So looking at that, that's okay for now. And we have everything that we want. So the only thing that is missing is just getting the session. So for that, we'll just go to step 4, which is basically wrapping up this application. Let's just go back and see what we had before. So this is what we get from the beginning. And then for the step 4, we just added this session provider as well as this session into the page props. That's it. Let's now just start using it. Step 5, we'll just go to our index and have a simple just button where we can click. This is the default page. We will also see that you can change the default page. So the default page just gives you the sign in with GitHub, what we specified. And when you sign in, you get a prompt where we can also see the data that the session gives you. Okay, pretty simple. That's it. Talk is over. No, I'm kidding. But this is it. You can now create all your system around this, but I will show you a bit more a complex one. And for that, before I show you a more complex one, I just wanted to iterate between the main features, which are really important. So for you to get the session, you just have to call a hook. That's done. For you to get the protected routes, you just have to call the hook, get the session, see if you have a session or not. That's done. For you to get the custom sign-in page, you just add one line on the configuration, say that you want a new sign-in page. That's done. Okay, 3 things, very quick. I will just show you the state of the hook, for example, which is here, how you call it. Simple as that. So you get the use session from the next auth. You also get the sign in from the next auth. So everything you saw previously, it's all built in. I just have to call it, sign in, and the sign out again, the same. So seems to me pretty simple. And the routing page is a bit, it's the same. We could use this, for example. You just have to check the session and go for it. But I will show you the implementation of it, for example, here on the profile. So what we did was, in this step, we created this file called profile. So creating this file is the same as giving a new route for your application, which is showing in the middle. So right now we are not signed in. So when we go to the profile, we have access denied. Oh, well. So just go to sign in with GitHub, and then go to our profile. And now we have access to the protected page. Okay, pretty much simple. Here we are seeing the session data. We are seeing the status. The status can only be 3 things: loading, authenticated, or unauthenticated. Okay, seems very, very simple, very quick to do. And now going to the part that's a bit more complex, and that is the part where we create a credentials one. Again, you can check the repo, so I will go through the code a bit quick for it. And yeah, this is going to be the steps that we're going to do. I hope that each step doesn't take more than 2 minutes. So first of all, we're going to install a bunch of libraries. Most of it is just for the Mongo adapter, MongoDB adapter, and the other ones is just the styling, so Chakra UI. But we will also look into one or another one. Then we'll create an adapter that we need to pass to our authentication system, connect to the database. Then we will modify a bit that file that we had with the different options. So we will just add another one instead of GitHub provider. We'll add one called credentials provider. Authorize the credentials, create a new auth page, because now we are going to have like an email and a password. So it's a bit more complex than what we have from the other side, which is simply a button. And just to register API and sign in. And at the end, we will test it. So let's jump right into it. So the next step is going to be to install the packages. So the packages that we are going to install are these ones. I hope you can see them. So the first one is MongoDB adapter. The second one is the MongoDB, makes sense. The third one is Mongoose, which is basically a way so we can specify how the data is constructed from the database. And finally, bcrypt, which is just to encrypt your password, to not store your password as plain text on the database. And a formic just by option. You could use anything else just to create the form. And yeah, that's pretty much this first step. And the second step is to, as we saw, change a bit the part. Sorry, yeah. So the second step is to change the authentications provider one, which is now at the beginning we had only this GitHub provider. Now we have this credentials provider, which is a bit more complex in the sense that we have to specify the ID because we will handle it, and we also will specify the email and the password. And here we just have an authorize, which is simply connecting to the DB. So yeah, we just connect to the DB. We find if there's a user. It's the normal proceeding when we are going through a database. Just hash to compare the password with the hash and give the user to the client. The line that I was talking about in the pages was this sign in line. We can specify a lot of pages. For example, let me show you the other pages that we can specify. We can specify sign in, sign out, error, verify the request, and a new user, for example. And just connect to the MongoDB adapter, use a strategy called JWT, which is very known. It's just a token with information, and use the secrets that we create at the beginning. Okay, seems like to be a few lines, but it's only specifying configurations. Then looking at the next step, which is going to be creating the authentication page. So let's look at the next stage. So now we already should have an authentication page, and you probably are seeing that we are missing a button. Okay, so why are we doing that? Because to get the providers, we need to get them from our server side. And let's just look into how the authentication is implemented. Now, okay, and let's just close this up. So we have a few things that are missing. So the first one is the providers button right here. So we want here to get the providers and show them which one they are. So there are two, GitHub and credentials, but we only want to show the GitHub, right? Then we also want to redirect to home when we log in. Just want to create a register, the user, and a login to the user. And that's it. I will now populate each of these functions and go through it with them, and as well as restarting the server just to get everything running as expected. And yeah, That's pretty much it. Providers button, how do you get them? We get from the providers. How do you get the providers? You get them via server side. Remember at the beginning where I talked about server side props? Just simple as that. Get the props, get the providers, and use a function given by the next out library. Done. We just then iterate through the buttons here. The only thing that's important to look at here is the name. We are filtering the credentials one, and then we also just want to show the provider's ID. So we want to sign in with the provider's ID, in this case GitHub, and then call back to the route, to the home page. Then this was just to show you that Next.js has a router built in, so it's very easy to get to the main page using the router from Next.js. You can import it like so. And finally, the most complex part of it all, which is the register user, which is basically just an API call. And for that, you get you call this API register one. You pass it the username, the email, and the password, as you can see here. And then a bunch of validations are done. And when you are finished with the validations, which are here, so validate the email, validate the form, etc. When you are done with it, you just send it to the database, hash the password, and the user is saved. Okay. That's all, except that we are going to, again, call the login user. This sign in will call the authorized because we specify here that we are calling the credentials one, and then just submit in the form. Okay, let's test a bit the application. So as we saw at the beginning, this should be working. Okay, it is. Okay, now we are logged in. Just sign out, go to the auth again. Let's just create a user, very quick one. Anyone has a username that wants to be used? Okay, I will use test then. And then let's go for example, a random email called test. And at the end, the password is not definitely 12345. And then, yeah, created a user, and I'm already logged in with it, as we saw. Yeah, and we can sign out again and use it finally again here with the test and the password that is completely fine. Okay. That's pretty much it. I hope this part was not you did not make you scared about this, because it's really simple anyways. And at the end, just wanted to talk about the future of next auth and everything. So next auth is now extending its path to be used not only on Next.js but as well on Solid and on SvelteKit, Solid Start. So this is not just for Next.js. So you can use one of those options. And as well as Next.js 13 came out at the end of last year, and like 2 months ago we had a change on it, and we could use the new app router, and that will be changing a bit, the tweaks that I showed here today, but at the end it's going to be very similar. Okay. That's it. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. And thank you once more.
Woo! Thank you, Daniel. I think people are lazy on the question at the end of this day. So I have a question that I'm just inventing right now. How about Clerk.dev? What do you think about Clerk.dev? Do you know about it?
No, never heard it, but it's probably...
It's something doing authentication as well, so we would love to have your... Do you know Clerk.dev? Yeah. Okay. What do you think about it? We can discuss it later. But yeah, well, thanks very much. And you mentioned it was simple, right? But it's cool to see that authentication can be simple, right? So thanks for showing this. And what's your favorite color?
About cheese, it's darker brown.
Huh?
Darker brown.
Dark brown. All right.
But in general, it's blue.
Oh, that's red. All right.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Oh, picture time. Let's get crazy. All right, thanks.
Take.
So, I have some cheese that I need to. So don't go away. Huh? I'm not gonna throw it. Who wants some cheese? Should no. I'm gonna do something else. I can do that. Can I? I can do it. Woo! Who wants some cheese? That's too far. That's it? That's too far. I'm gonna kill someone. And I three more. Just three more. This side. So you make me run, right? All right. This is too crazy. One more. All right. All right. So that's the end of the end of the talk. React Norway. I have some slide for you first. If they can click on the button instead of talking. All right. So first, we wanted to thank all the speakers. It's a lot to prepare a talk, and I do think they've done a good job. That's why they got cheese. But I think we can give them a little bit more. Thank you, guys. We learned today. We're going to try the stuff back home, or maybe not tonight. Maybe tomorrow night, we're going to try the thing. So thank you again. Of course, thank you also to the sponsor. By the way, Storyblock, they are doing a raffle. So if you want to scan that QR code to get a chance, I'm going to let it on the screen a little bit. Go for it. All good? Few more seconds. All right. Thanks all the sponsors, of course. Thank you very much. Storyblock, Crystallize, Tiny, 24/7 Office, this year's Token, Platform Message, Vips, and Netlify. Thank you again. So, is it done? Not quite. Now we're gonna await. We're gonna await for the show. Before the show, I have one more last joke, right? It's what do no, we are not. No. One more joke. What do have computers and AC in common? What do they have in common? What the similarities of AC and computers? I'm gonna make some enemies. Sorry about that one. No ideas? They are both useless when you open Windows. Okay, that's it. That's it. So we have a surprise for you. So don't forget, we have the barbecue starting at 6, right? That's gonna be there. And then we have a party in the terrace. We don't really know what time, but you follow the flow, right? The barbecue is at 6. And now we're gonna have the show. And let me introduce you who's gonna be. That's gonna be the best world Norwegian, whatever that means, right? That pictures was before AI, right? You see this guy? This guy is gonna come up on stage. Welcome, Eirik. Are you gonna jump? He's gonna jump. Whoa! Come on! Woo! So he's not gonna do all his trick on stage. So I invite you, all of you, to follow him this way, where he's gonna do even more tricky things with your team. I mean, you're the guy that I forgot his name. Okay. And so yeah, that's now. Make it clap for him and just follow him. Work done.